World champion in MMA, no opponents left, nothing to prove. Then one strike of lightning, and he wakes up as a mage in his favorite game. And no one asked him, but he actually played for the knight. A powerful family, a magic world, only one problem: 0 mana. So while everyone else casts spells, he just throws hands. This time, he's not bored anymore. And in a world where magic and fencing are at odds, a genius who fights like this shouldn't even exist. 1,000 years ago, there was a war against demons. One day during the war, monsters suddenly crossed the border and attacked humanity. These terrifying creatures fought with the humans. The entire sky shone with magical seals, and sparks of light were everywhere. To survive, humans had to fight. The war was endless. The entire earth was covered in blood, and under the onslaught of the monsters, the surviving humans gradually retreated. These monsters had huge mouths with sharp fangs. They attacked the humans, but suddenly a magician appeared. He arrived on the battlefield riding a black dragon and began to destroy the monsters. Frightened by such power, they fled. The humans praised their hero, but he died, perished in a pool of his own blood, lying immobilized on the ground. This happened when the war was won. He died an unexpected death. The one who was chosen, the one who was captivated by power, the one who did not succumb to temptation, they await him. Sometime later, some guys in the subway were watching the live broadcast on their phones. The announcer shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, hello, the main event of the day. The 17th battle for the world title is about to begin." It was an interesting battle, watched by a whole room of spectators. The announcer shouted, "The opponents are here. Patrick occupies the blue corner." All the spectators were unhappy and shouted for him to die. Now the people in the red corner were shouting, 37 out of 37 matches won. The world champion with a percentage of knockouts, Jinho. This guy was incredibly muscular and confident. The announcer asked what kind of match today would be. In an interview, Patrick said that in the last fight, Jinho didn't use his legs, but judging by that, he assumes he has some kind of injury. Perhaps Patrick will take advantage of this today. Jinho is already over 40 years old, and if his injury is to his legs, then today a new champion will likely be born before their eyes. The pain is already beginning. The battle between the rivals has begun. Patrick thought fearfully about the incredible fear he was spreading. It was expected of the champion, but if he grabbed his leg, then at that moment, he suddenly decided to attack. The announcer shouted that Patrick was attacking him unexpectedly, and their fight began. He couldn't understand how he dared to go against him with a sore leg. The insolent man? He would make it so he would never be able to take advantage of it. At that moment, Patrick attacked his leg with incredible bloodlust, and a moment later, he was knocked down. Jinho struck back with lightning speed, and Patrick fell on his back, motionless. The announcer shouted that Patrick couldn't get up. The first round would end in a knockout. Patrick was unable to move, and blood was pouring from his nose. Jinho turned around and asked, "Does he understand? That's why he doesn't use his legs." After a while, Jinho got dressed in the locker room and silently left. His friend asked where he was going. Wasn't he going to give an interview to the reporters? He told him to answer their questions himself. He shouted, he should answer them. He has so many fans. The guy was perplexed and tried to stop the main character. Jinho put his hood up and wished him a good job and to contact him when the next match came up. The guy grabbed his head and replied that he should at least go by car. The weather was terrible. He replied that everything was fine. There were traffic jams now. He'd rather go for a run. But at that moment, the coach was dumbfounded and his eyes widened in surprise, after which Jinho closed the door behind him. He screamed, "That bastard. His home is 30 kilometers away. How is he going to do this?" At that moment, many reporters held their microphones to him and asked, "Mr. Coach, where is Jinho now? Let him say something about today's match." The coach was angry because he had already run away, and the reporters were asking when he would hold a press conference. Did he deliberately plan the course of his leg injury? The coach sighed, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Jinho went outside and thought about how he understood him. He recalled their fight and the announcer shouting at him, "Lightweight division." The fight ended in a knockout. A moment later, Jinho had won, and he felt sorry for him. But for the rest of his career, he wouldn't find an opponent he was interested in fighting. Did he really believe those rumors about his leg? Jinho simply decided to limit himself, right? After a while, Jinho arrived at a multi-story building and entered the building. He went up to the 34th floor and entered his apartment. There were numerous gift bags outside his apartment, and he was angry because he had already told people not to leave them at his door. After this indignation, he entered his magnificent and spacious apartment. He bathed, washed his hair, threw down the towels, and said, "Well, now he'll begin." At that moment, he happily sat down at the computer desk and started playing. The system announced The Last Savior. The console game The Last Savior is so difficult that even Koreans have stopped playing it. But Jinho had played it absolutely every day for the past 10 years. Because his life was filled with training, hardening, and battles with the strongest opponents, he had long since burned out. He smiled and asked, "Will he fail again today?" At that moment, he realized he could feel the competitive spirit here. There was a demon king in the game, and he was shouting, "Attack him, you bastard." At that moment, bright lightning and thunder roared in the sky. The protagonist lowered his gaze when he was facing his opponent. He didn't understand what was happening. Was he really going to lose like this? His health was already at 0, and at that moment, his hero struck his opponent's sword, and he shouted, "No, let him get his strength now." How could he avoid this? He didn't know what to do, and cursed. A multitude of bright beams emanated from the collision between his player and his opponent. At this point, Torz continued to fight, gritting his teeth in anger, before attempting to land another blow on the monster. Jinho wondered why he was so predictable today. He'd been hit several more times, and he didn't understand why his attacks were so good. He frowned and looked ahead. A huge magical beast appeared before his face, roaring and opening its mouth. Torz confidently attacked the creature with his sword. It was ironic. He'd started the fight with the desire to win, yet he was afraid of victory. Let him gain strength. The Demon King, he can do it. He supported with words, and attacked flawlessly with his hands. And finally, Torz attacked the Demon King. The system congratulated him for defeating the Demon King. The last savior, thank you for playing the game. Jinho frowned and realized he had already become a champion in 2 worlds. A moment later, he smashed the computer mouse against the monitor, smashing it while muttering, "Who am I supposed to fight now? Maybe he could do it against the brown bear and get out?" He cursed, but he had nothing to say. Meanwhile, a bright bolt of lightning lit up the entire sky, and he looked out the window and was surprised. These bright sparks struck his house and window. After some time, he woke up and realized that his head was spinning and his body was burning. Suddenly, he felt rain on himself and asked, when did he manage to get outside? He was stepping in puddles, and someone was shouting at him to wake up so they could come together. At that moment, someone grabbed him by the shoulder and shouted, 218. He turned around, and the guy said that he'd been calling him forever. And what was he doing here? Now he didn't have time to just stand there. They needed to leave any minute. He asked again, "Who is he?" And suddenly he saw the number on his jacket, 172. His mouth dropped open in shock, and he asked again, "But where is it?" At that moment, many of the same people in orange jackets ran toward the gate. The rain continued to pour, and Jinho couldn't understand. He'd seen the symbol somewhere before. He saw a flag fluttering in the strong wind. Ryu came right up to him and shouted at him to get ready. Did he really want to rot here forever? Perhaps today was their last chance to escape this damned carrion. He looked at him in surprise and asked, "What? Could this place really be a carrion?" He was dumbfounded by what he heard and couldn't move for a while. When he realized what this place was, he started to fall to the ground, but Ryu grabbed him and shouted at him to hurry up and not waste time. He didn't know what to say. Could this all be a dream? Many people grabbed the gates with ropes and began to pull. They were getting the hang of it, almost there. Jinho continued to think, no, this wasn't like a dream at all. So he really was inside the game he was playing, and a prisoner at that. Ryu grabbed his hand and pulled him along, shouting that they needed to run faster. It was all doubtful, of course, but first he needed to get out of here. Suddenly, he told them to stop and clenched his fist. Ryu turned around and screamed, "Have you completely lost your mind? Now's not the time to do this." He asked again, "But isn't that weird? Such a thing simply can't happen in this city. It's all too simple." He shouted that it was all because General Clark wasn't here right now. He asked again, "General?" Ryu replied, "Yes, he just left, so they had a chance. Let him get ready and run faster." At that moment, the protagonist grabbed him by the hood and dragged him in the opposite direction. Ryu screamed, "What is he doing?" He was completely out of his mind. He knew that if it was true, he understood the situation somewhat, but his champion's instincts told him that he absolutely mustn't go beyond these gates. Ryu screamed at him to let him go and called him a scumbag. At that moment, the doors opened, and now they were free. People ran out at breakneck speed, one after another, running at incredible speed. Ryu screamed at him to let go. No, he had to get out of here too. The guys were rejoicing at having managed to escape, when suddenly everyone froze, and one by one was destroyed. Someone pounced on them and began attacking, chopping off their arms and legs. It was General Clark, laughing and shouting that these worthless people should die, and shouted at his soldiers to kill them all right now. At that moment, Ryu asked in confusion, "General Clark? Why was he acting like this?" Jinho replied, "Didn't he understand? This was a trap, and he should shut up and run away from here." At that moment, many prisoners were killed, and some of them began to run back, crying in fear. After some time, the walls of the fortress were covered in the prisoners' blood. The rain continued unabated, and General Clark, walking around the slain people, ordered the remaining men to line up the prisoners. They shouted, "Yes, General, let them all stand up straight and don't move." Among these prisoners were Jinho and Ryu, who obeyed and looked at the floor. Ryu was completely confused as to what was happening, and looked at the dead acquaintances scattered across the field. He began to vomit from fear and horror, and he vomited into his hands. Jinho watched in bewilderment, when suddenly a general approached Ryu and shouted that he had told him not to move. He grabbed him by the hair and began shaking him from side to side. Then he shouted that anyone who dared move would be slaughtered immediately. He was crying, and Jinho realized that even young people were shown no mercy. It seemed as if a new massacre could begin at any moment, so he really would have to fight. At that moment, Clark approached Jinho and told him he was lucky, or maybe he hadn't had the courage to run. He realized that General Clark stood before him, declaring that all mages were cowards and that it was shameful to be their opponent. He would regret not dying today. With these words, he approached his face and grinning, called him Arahan. Let him wait. Jinho looked at his reflection through a puddle and perplexed, realized that his name was Arahan. A week passed in the labor camp. There's only one daily task here, assembling stone towers. It's a useless chore to force the prisoners to work. After a week in this body, he realized something. He looked at his hands and realized, firstly, that this body was extremely weak. His hands were shaking. Just lifting a single stone made his breathing ragged. He was about 15 years old. Secondly, he tried using magic at night when no one was looking, but it hadn't worked. It's strange that Arahan can't use magic. After all, the Arahan family is the strongest mage family. Why can't he use it? Or maybe that's why they threw him here? This sounds like something the Arahan family might have done. At that moment, the general turned to him and shouted, "Okay, now he has to move the tower the other way." Why was he fidgeting like that? He should move faster. Jinho grabbed a stone and understood. And yet, the system reported synchronization. Due to the large amount of data, synchronization is delayed. His progress is 78%. He wondered when this would all end. After some time, he arrived at the dining room and took a plate of food and bread. Since coming here, he had started exercising regularly, but the only food here was this. Ryu approached him and said, 218, won't he want bread again today? He was surprised and said that he had come and said, no, let him take this. Ryu was very happy, and the protagonist realized that everyone else was avoiding him, but he was special. He began to eat his bread with joy. Archons are the most powerful mages, and rumors circulate about their red eyes. They are a curse for how many people they have destroyed, and that anyone who looks into them will die. They are about the same age and live in the same room. He has no memories of what happened before he ended up in this body, but it seems they are friends. However, how could someone so young end up in a carry-on? Ryu said for sure, he should be more careful. He asked again, why is that? He replied that because of him, their workload had been increased, something the other prisoners weren't too happy about. Maybe he should relax? Why was he fussing so hard with those rocks? He realized that this explained all the murderous looks he'd been getting lately. Ryu had told him to be especially wary of number 589. He knew him, right? He was the leader of the prisoners. He was also known in the arena, and they said he was here for murder. Jinho asked again, then wasn't it dangerous for him to go with him? He smiled and replied that he didn't care, since it was obvious they knew each other. He asked again, so what? He might get in his way, so let him go somewhere. At that moment, he stood up, and Ryu asked in surprise why he had suddenly started acting like that. He heard approaching footsteps and said, what he was worried about is about to happen. Ryu turned questioningly to the side and saw the leader of the prisoners approaching. One of them was number 589, the leader. He approached Jinho and said, they say they've been given extra work because of him. He asked, let's say he wanted to exercise, but before he could finish, his opponent punched him in the face. Jinho fell unconscious, and Ryu started screaming, 218. At that moment, Jinho grabbed him by the neck and smiled, looking him in the eyes. A moment later, he climbed onto his body and began attacking. Ryu was stunned with fear and didn't know what to do. The surrounding guys, the leader's subordinates, also gaped in shock and shouted, leader! At that moment, the protagonist relaxed, and the leader asked with a smile, what is he doing? Jinho wondered if he hadn't felt anything at all. Just how weak was this body? The leader grabbed him by the collar with just one hand and lifted him above himself, then swung and slammed him into the wall with incredible force. Ryu screamed in fear. 218. The leader looked at the wall in bewilderment and asked, where's he going, little rat? Today would be his end. Jinho lowered his gaze and couldn't move. He was in incredible pain when suddenly the system reported a notification. 100% synchronization progress. Synchronization was complete, and he smiled as he looked at his opponent. Suddenly, magical beams of mana appeared around his body and continued to spread throughout the room. He clenched his fist, pushed off the ground, and deliberately glared at his opponent with a terrifying expression. He pulled out his fingers, then took a special stance, and clenching his hands into fists, told the leader to come closer. He laughed loudly and coming closer, said that he had even been kicked out of his family. Who does he think he is now? He told him to stop talking nonsense and come here. Or was he chickening out? The leader shouted that he was now fulfilling his wish. With these words, he rushed to attack, but at that moment the protagonist pulled out his leg and kicked his opponent. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so, as the leader grabbed his leg with his hand and said that rats need to know their place. At that moment, the protagonist kicked him in the neck with his other foot, and he was dumbfounded by the pain. He grabbed his neck and pulled back, then exclaimed, what? Jinho delivered another kick to his face, causing the leader's blood to spill, and he began to fall to the ground. Jinho continued to destroy his opponent, with one blow after another, and after a moment, the leader finally fell to the ground and did not move. Smoke emanated from his powerful blows, and Jinho muttered that he hadn't planned on using his legs. At that moment, the leader's subordinates shouted, why are they standing there? They must kill him now. All the guys rushed to the attack, shouting to make his death painful. At that moment, Jinho calmly pushed himself away from the leader's body and told everyone to stop. The guys were dumbfounded by what they saw, and Jinho grabbed the leader's hand and said that if they moved, they would have to spoon-feed him for the rest of his life. It would be better if they brought the warden here. At that moment, they were stunned and unsure what to do, staring silently at Jinho. He asked again, did they really think he was joking? If they didn't believe him, then maybe he should rip off one of his arms? One of the guys shouted that he understood everything and would bring him now. Meanwhile, the leader was shouting at him that he was a bastard and that he wouldn't spare him next time. Jinho wondered if those words had even slipped out of his mouth. At that moment, Ryu ran up to him. He was stunned and amazed by his actions and asked where he learned to do that. He thought it was very cool. But had he always been that tall? He thought they were about the same height. He replied that it was from carrying stones, and that he advised him to do the same. Ryu asked again which stones were related to height. Synchronization had indeed transferred his stats from reality here, but only here he had the body of a child. No, the most important thing now was his actual stats. The system reported that his name was Zed, Oron, class Mage, with traits including steadfastness, a victor in hopeless situations, a natural-born warrior, the soul of a champion, and the blessing of great S-rank mages. Stats. Penalties for underdevelopment have been applied. Strength, dexterity, endurance, and perception were 100, but are now 50. Magic is 0. He was dying to see this. At that moment, he saw that his magic was 0 and asked, could this be a mistake? Magic could be 0, but he's a mage. How could he have 0 magic? Why did he possess such a loser? He continued to stare at the number 0 in bewilderment and laughed at the system. Ryu, who couldn't see the system in front of him, didn't understand what he was doing. After some time, the protagonist found himself in his prison, and as he lay down on his bed, he thought, such bad characters really exist. That's probably why they kicked him out of his family. The Archon could have done this. They have neither blood nor tears. He first needed to calm down and slowly check everything out. But he's at least grateful for the fact that all his other stats are 100. He doesn't care that he has penalties. In such a crappy body, he wouldn't be able to maximize them. He's also young. He thinks the penalties can be worked off with hardening, but food will still be scarce, and he's never seen such traits before, and they're all high-ranking. He's only familiar with steadfastness. He's a winner in hopeless situations. He's earned them himself while playing. If his magic weren't at 0, he'd think this was a cheating character. The blessing of great mages is S. This is nonsense, but the rest could be learned gradually. He'll figure something out with magic too. With these thoughts, he got out of bed and suddenly heard a scream. The numbers that were about to be called should come out. He looked questioningly at the door and Ryu realized they were back. They started calling. 114, 456, 891, 2918 should come out. All the guys came out of their cells and followed each other. Jinho asked who these people were. Ryu replied that they were sentenced to death. They were probably called for their last meal. He asked again, last meal? Ryu answered yes. This is when, before death, they are allowed to eat whatever they want. He was surprised and realized, that's what it is. So what's his name? Ryu was surprised and asked again. His? They only called each other by numbers. After that, he gave his name and said that he was from a poor family, so he didn't have a last name. And what's his name? He replied that his name was Zed Arahan. He addressed Ryu by name and asked, does he want to get out of here? He asked again, what? But if he was talking about that, then he doesn't plan on staying here for long. He has a reason to leave. He asked again, right? And was he thinking about how to escape? He replied that the only way out of here is through the gate, and the general has the key. He asked again, was he going to kill him and take the keys? Ryu asked again, was he right in the head? He might be retired, but he was a knight of the 5th circle. General Clark was a classic knight, filled with hatred for mages. In the world of the Last Savior, knights and mages hated each other. He understood that the knight of the 5th circle was retired. Would the current him be able to defeat him? Jinho said there had to be another way, and he replied that they could simply steal. He asked again, what? Ryu asked a question, and he didn't know. Children of the lower classes put their hands in other people's pockets more often than they say hello. But there were always a lot of eyes on the general, so there weren't many options. He grinned and looked sadly at the floor, then smiled and replied, that's right. He was gradually beginning to understand how to escape from here. After some time, a new workday began. The sun shone brightly, and all the prisoners went outside. The general announced that from that day on, he had decided to increase the workload again, so they would be running instead of walking. At that moment, all the prisoners were dumbfounded by what he had heard and asked again, what? Let him be human. How much longer can he bully them? Let him at least give them achievable tasks. Clark's subordinate shouted, are they disobeying the general's orders now? The prisoners exclaimed in response that it was truly difficult. But suddenly one of them saw the blade that was already near his neck, and the knight said he was only relaying the general's words. If he had any complaints, he should bring them to him. The young man asked again, what's wrong? Isn't that too much? What's the reason? The worker asked again, why? Did they still not understand who caused this? At that moment, Jinho approached them, and everyone looked at him with hatred. The man cleared his throat and said he thought he was going out for a smoke. The guys wanted to attack him, and Ryu turned to him and said the atmosphere was bad. He asked him to step back and realized Damn Clark, he's provoking conflict, but he can't do it himself, so he's hoping the criminals will kill him like yesterday. But how could a glorious knight be capable of such meanness? Ryu stepped back and turned around in fear. He thought about how the warden was on his side this time, and it wouldn't be as easy as yesterday. He couldn't die. The prisoners approached him and said they had to kill him. Otherwise, they would die themselves. Jinho noted that they had understood correctly and there was nothing they could do about it. They grew angry and shouted, "The blood of a mage is still alive in him to the last. Is he going to bluff? Let him die right now." At that moment, all the prisoners rushed at him, shouting that he was a scumbag. The protagonist repelled their attacks, and the prisoner's blood was spilled. He destroyed one enemy after another while fighting with his feet. One of them flew aside and he muttered, "He can't just stand there and wait for them to kill him, can he?" The prisoners shouted that he was crazy. Jinho replied that he needed to let off some steam anyway. They looked at their attacked friend and shouted, "Has he really lost his mind? They should finish him off right now." Jinho clenched his fists and smiled, shouting, "Get everyone here." He was ready to attack. At that moment, all the prisoners, their expressions ominous, rushed at him, but he immediately attacked the first ones who appeared in his path. With these words, he said that they had made a stupid mistake. Scum. One of the prisoners grabbed his friend Ryu and grinned, saying that all he could do was talk. He screamed in fear and could not escape from the hands of his opponent. The prisoner pulled out a knife and said he should consider it an honor to stand against him. He was a second circle knight, and he was Arahan, and he didn't have magic. All he could do was die. At that moment, he lunged with the knife at the protagonist, who looked confidently ahead and suddenly vanished. The guy was stunned, confused as to what was happening or where he had run off to, when suddenly he looked in shock at how Jinho saved his friend and destroyed the guy who grabbed him. The prisoner asked in surprise, what did he just do? He couldn't use magic, could he? He hinted and replied that it wasn't magic, then abruptly kicked off the ground, spun around in midair, and attacked the prisoner, kicking him. He too fell to the ground and was destroyed. At that moment, the general arrived, called for number 218, and told him to explain himself. At that moment, he decided to stand up for him and shouted at him to stop, saying he was the victim. He'd been taken hostage and was about to be beaten. It was self-defense. Clark frowned, and looking at the prisoners, realized they were idiots, then asked a question. Jinho looked at him carefully, and the general asked, "Did he have mana?" He replied that he knew nothing, and at that moment, a bright purple flame appeared from behind the general. All the prisoners began to rise from the ground, and he ordered them to breathe. Ryu fell to the ground, unable to move. The protagonist realized he wasn't taking damage from the general's energy, but it was impossible to resist the power of the fifth circle. He stood motionless, looking at the general in surprise and asking, "What's wrong?" The system reported that he had a special ability, the Champion Soul S, which resists suppression. This was the same ability he hadn't seen before. Resistance? Could this really be a feature that grants them immunity? He smiled and realized it was truly imbalanced, after which he rejoiced and realized that in the real world, his body had reached its peak, and it would be a shame to waste it on some knight. This game knows something. The general was dumbfounded when he saw that he couldn't suppress Jinho, and wondered if he could really stand there calmly. He was just some idiot who didn't even have mana. This thought angered him greatly, and he exhaled heavily and added even more mana, causing the ground beneath his feet to crumble into tiny pieces. All the prisoners were pinned to the ground and unable to move, but the system again informed Jinho that his feature resisted suppression, so he easily handled such pressure and stood confidently on his feet. This was even more than just an S rank. What would he do now? Clark was dumbfounded by what he saw, and his mouth fell open in amazement, not understanding how this was possible. His subordinates turned to him in trembling voices and asked him to stop, as they were already feeling unwell. The energy was affecting them as well. The general stopped adding energy and silently looked at Jinho. Jinho chuckled at the fact that he had finally finished, and he had already thought he would pick up his sword and swing it. The general looked him intently in the eyes, then abruptly turned and shouted at his subordinates to get back to work. At that moment, Jinho turned to him and told him to stop, as he had something to say. Clark turned and asked, "What?" Jinho said he was tired of building these towers and tired of thinking about the next time he would be attacked. Ryu, fearing for his life, turned questioningly at him, but Jinho approached the general and asked him to let him die. Ryu asked, "What does that mean?" He continued to say that, as he said, he wanted to be sentenced to death. At that moment, the general was dumbfounded and asked, "Do you even understand what his words mean? If this was just a momentary whim, then he wouldn't spare him." Jinho asked again, was he afraid he was a coward? Maybe they'd record it in the crystal ball? The general grinned and replied that there was no better proof. At that moment, he turned and shouted to the guards to bring the crystal ball quickly. Jinho realized he was overjoyed and said that people say before death, a person is allowed to have whatever they want. He wanted to decide on the menu right now. For his last meal, he wanted special beef, so much so that his belly would burst. The guard started shouting, "What? Such special beef?" He was crazy. After all, a death row inmate can't be relied upon for so many servings. Vertison beef is the meat of cows raised in the Southern Empire on the free meadows of Verti, the highest quality. In The Last Savior, it is one of the most precious foods. Its taste imparts an unknown power. The description says that eating it will allow you to win a battle, and there was even a quest where you had to bribe an NPC with it. He had to eat it before his important fight, and he'd always wanted to try this beef. He asked, so isn't this a fitting price for his life? Since he didn't consider him high-ranking, he didn't agree to it. If he decided to cheat him, the contract would be cancelled. At that moment, Ryu asked, 218, the death penalty? He realized that he had not warned him and said that he was also going with him. They both had to eat their fill. Ryu exclaimed, what, him too? The general replied that they would, and all the guards were dumbfounded by what they saw. He said that since they were taking the mage's life, that's how it would be. He understood everything perfectly. Ryu asked again, frightened, wait, what about his opinion? People say beef is so expensive that it takes weeks to harvest a single piece. During this time, he doesn't have to work. He's fed the guards food, and he can devote all his time to exercise. Ryu watched his actions and said they were about to be killed, and he didn't understand why he was training. The Last Savior has a special system. When one stat exceeds the table, the accumulated points begin to transfer to the next, and all his stats except magic are already at maximum. This means his experience points will now be completely transferred to magic. After some time, the guard approached him and said, 172, 218 must leave. He was glad that they had finally come to him. Ryu clutched his head and said that these were nightmares. This is where his life would end. When they arrived in the room where the beef was on the table, it looked incredibly delicious and appetizing. Ryu ate with admiration in his eyes, saying that for the first time in his life, he had eaten something so delicious. Jinho replied not to forget that this is all thanks to him. At that moment, he wondered what was going on with his skills, and the system reported that the penalty had been partially mitigated several times. He realized that all his experience points seemed to be accruing simultaneously. The first goal had been achieved, and now they needed to move on to the next. At that moment, the overseer approached the general and announced that the last meal had begun. Clark asked them to make sure no one interfered. He didn't understand what kind of strange day this was. His face was expressionless. It was as if everything had passed him by, and although he was retired, he was still a knight of the fifth circle. It can't be that some young mage without mana could withstand his power. He must have made a mistake then, but this time he would do everything appropriately. He looked at the shining bracelet on his wrist and realized that it would return the stress he had experienced many times over. A moment later, they had all eaten, and the plates were empty. Ryu breathed a sigh of relief and said he didn't mind dying now. He replied that now wasn't the time to die. Jinho realized he was full of energy, and it felt like he could punch a punching bag for days, and wanted to test that power as soon as possible. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Jinho turned around and asked, he's here. How could this be? They've already eaten everything. The general looked at them and said, 218. No, Zed. And Jinho asked again, what? Was he offended that they didn't leave him anything? Jinho stared confidently ahead, and Clark thought he was being impudent, believing only in his bloodline. He looked at his magic bracelet and realized that he would first make that face contort into a grimace of pain. He grabbed his shoulder, deciding that now his bracelet would work. The Arahan are the most elite family of mages. Even the slightest bit of information could play into his hands, because with it, he could escape this hole. At that moment, Clark's bracelet glowed brightly, and the protagonist realized what it was. He touched the bracelet to his shoulder, and Jinho realized it was a magical artifact. Everything around him glowed with bright magical calves, and Clark screamed, just like that. Even he did this time, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized nothing had happened to Jinho. The protagonist merely smirked at his opponent and looked confidently into his eyes. Ryu, who was standing next to him, began to plummet to the floor, and Clark was confused. He yelled that Jinho was a scumbag and threw Ryu aside, causing him to fall headfirst onto the ground and start screaming. Jinho turned to the general and asked him to behave appropriately. He called him a damned freak and grabbed him by both shoulders, trying to hurt him somehow, but it was no use. Jinho just smirked at him and, removing his hand, asked, he told you to behave properly. The general was dumbfounded by what he saw, and Jinho continued to say that if he wanted to kill him, he should do it properly, not show off. Clark was stunned with surprise, his mouth hanging open in amazement. He realized he'd even used the artifact, but nothing had happened. Magic had no effect on him, but for that to happen, he'd have to be a level higher. So he's a level 6, but that simply couldn't be true. He was speechless. Wait, then it must be the Arahan bloodline. He looked into his eyes, where his stunned reflection was visible. It had taken him his entire life to reach the 5th level, and even then, he couldn't bring this petty mage to his knees. His bracelet suddenly stopped glowing, and Jinho asked, is he finished yet? The general lowered his gaze and, after a moment of silence, announced that the execution would take place the following morning. He might be Arahan, but he couldn't go against imperial law. He turned and headed for the exit, wishing him a good night. Sometime later, a candle lit in the general's office. He sat and wrote a book with a quill, thinking that he didn't yet fully understand everything, but perhaps it would be useful information for the knights. So he picked up the quill and began writing. He felt he needed to record everything that had happened today, and he continued to scribble with concentration. He was tired, had exhausted all his mana, and had used up the artifact, but he needed to finish the report. Suddenly, his strength gave out and he dropped the quill. Meanwhile, a bright light appeared in the dungeon. Ryu pursed his lips in fear, and when Jinho approached him, he asked, "Is he up? How did he feel?" He was shaking with fear and in a trembling voice said that it was disgusting and that he felt like he was going to vomit. He mentioned that he had dexterous hands and he chuckled at that. Afterward, he showed him the keys in his pocket and asked, "Have you seen them? How did he like his skills?" He replied that he was doing well. For an ordinary person it would be dangerous, but he was simply a master. Ryu replied that it was all because the general was focused on him. Did he really not care? He chuckled and said he was fine. Ryu replied that it was strange because there were definitely things he didn't know about him. He replied that it was all just carrying rocks. At that moment, Jinho thought he was right. His special abilities included several S-class skills. His stats had increased by 10, which was an excellent result. The rumors were true, and the meat was tasty and nutritious. Granted, he had trained a little. He looked at his hands and felt real changes. It was a very pleasant sensation. He also wanted to get rid of all the penalties as soon as possible, but it wouldn't be easy. He clenched his fist and realized that this was just perfect. After which, turning to Ryu, he said that they needed to get out tonight and let her rest for now, and then they would leave. He asked again, weren't they leaving right now? The general would notice the loss of the keys, wouldn't he? Jinho asked him not to worry about it as he was sure he was already asleep. Ryu asked again, how did he know about that? Jinho remembered he was wearing a bracelet, and he, too, couldn't remember the exact name of this trinket, but it was an item that instantly released mana and absorbed all power. So now, he was definitely asleep. Having brought the keys to dinner made his plan doubly simple. When night fell, they decided to quietly leave. Ryu approached the door and asked if everything would definitely be okay. He said that if he was scared, he could stay here. He screamed. What? He was his last hope, and they needed to be together. But there's no key to this door. What will they do? Jinho asked him to step aside, and he turned questioningly at him. After which, Jinho kicked the door open with an incredible crash. He screamed in surprise. What kind of power was this? Was he really a mage? Someone noticed the noise. It was the security guards who ran out and shouted, "What's going on? Room 218. What's he doing there?" Jinho turned around and asked again, "What else?" The guards realized it was an escape and shouted to report it to the general quickly and seize him. The guys ran outside, and Ryu shouted that there was something out front. He was dumbfounded and realized the gates were blocked and there was already a crowd of armed guards there. Jinho didn't slow down, and one of the guards said to stop them at all costs. Everyone understood his order, and Jinho ordered Ryu not to stop and to keep running. After these words, he sped up, and Ryu responded in surprise. Okay, before watching in amazement. Jinho was able to get past the first opponent thanks to his incredible agility. He struck the man in the face with his palm, sending him flying. He did it with such speed that everyone else was stunned and surprised, and they began to fall one after another. When several guards were struck, one of them became frightened and realized the dire situation they were all in. At that moment, Jinho decided to pounce on him too, striking him in the neck. The man cried out in horrific pain, and a bloody ball appeared on his neck. Jinho moved past guard after guard, approaching the main ones, who were already cowering in fear, some of them lowering their swords. Jinho pounced on the remaining opponents, destroying them with his feet, and they continued to shout that he must be killed. Everyone attacked him from different sides, but Jinho was so agile that he was able to defeat each of the attacking opponents. He kicked the guards in the face and landed ready for another push. After a moment, he finally stopped and turned around to see two more guards attacking, causing him to grin and hit them with a single kick. Ryu, who saw what was happening, was dumbfounded and remarked that such astonishment would drive one crazy. The general, who later saw the destroyed guards, watched silently in bewilderment. They tried to rise from their seats and apologize to him, but the general only looked toward the open gate. When he was told that this was number 218, he froze with irritation and shouted for everyone to grab him and bring him back. Sometime later, the guys arrived in the village of Moda, near the colony. Once there, they hid in a barrel and a chest located outside. The main character stood up and said that he thought they had managed to break away. He breathed a sigh of relief, and turning around, they looked around. Jinho asked Ryu where they were. Replied that they were in the village of Mota. There was nothing else around the colony. He assumed that meant they'd come here first. He asked again, what could he do? The other towns were very far away, but if they blended in with the crowd, everything would be fine. The protagonist decided to believe him and then asked what he was doing. He handed him some strange clothes from the trash, and said they were just right, let him wear them. Jinho asked again why he'd chosen the most homeless clothes. He replied that there were plenty of poor people here and it was easiest to blend in. He would go collect the bare necessities, and Jinho should wait here and keep a low profile. He'd explained everything, but they didn't have any money, did they? Ryu asked, who needs money? He understood that he really was different from the others. Ryu said he'd be back soon, so he shouldn't go anywhere, because he was his last hope. He silently looked into his eyes and understood, his last hope. An hour later, Ryu arrived, and Jinho asked again what he'd brought. He said they were colored contacts. When Jinho put them on, his eyes turned blue, and he asked, how do you like them? Ryu replied that it wasn't bad. Red eyes betray a mage, so he should be careful. This was the land of the Bahals, so blue contacts were popular. For aristocrats, eye color is just another accessory. The Bahal family was familiar to him because his character was a Bahal, the one with whom he'd fought to the very end. The clan of mages is the Arahan, and the clan of knights is the Bahan. Even the eye colors of the warring clans are opposites. Thanks for taking care of him, Ryu replied. You're welcome. He found a spot on the way here and offers to rest there. After a while, they found themselves in a small house in the forest. There they lay down to sleep on some hay, and Jinho couldn't fall asleep. He stared at the floor and wondered how it had happened that he was here. Also as a prisoner, he opened his eyes and suddenly found himself in a game. And now he even had to hide in the stable. Well, at least it was fun here. But why did Ryu follow him everywhere? He called him his last hope, knowing he would always be in danger since Clark was hunting him. He didn't know anything about him yet. He was a street thief. And now he was with him because he needed help. It turned out that Ryu hadn't slept either. Jinho wondered if he could trust him. The next day, the sun rose brightly. When the guys woke up, the protagonist realized what he hadn't seen in the darkness yesterday. Had he really slept this? There were flatbreads under his body. When Ryu woke up, he stretched and said, "Such an elite aristocrat probably doesn't feel very comfortable." He asked again, "Who likes that?" He replied that people learn to live within their means. Jinho replied that that wouldn't do. He needed to earn money, and they needed to live somewhere. Ryu asked again, how would they do that? They couldn't be seen by the guards, could they? Maybe he should teach him how to steal. And Jinho replied, no, it's better for him to find a place. Ryu, surprised, asked again, what did he mean? What place? Jinho replied, the ring. Underground fights take place in the ring. Heavyweights fight there. A serious struggle ensued, and Jinho and Ryu entered this dungeon, looking around in surprise. A crowd of fans screamed with joy when they saw the fight. Ryu whispered that he thought they'd come to the wrong place. Jinho replied no, this was exactly the place they needed. At that moment, one of the fighting men bit his opponent's arm, but immediately received a heavy blow to the cheek. The rivals were engaged in a serious struggle when suddenly one of them was attacked. People shouted at him to fight with all his might. After all, someone had bet everything on him. Let him kill him. Jinho expected it to be a regular street fight, but even more intense. Ryu didn't understand why they were there and said it was scary, so he suggested they fly away. At that moment, one of the rivals lunged at the other and punched him in the face, drawing blood and sending the man falling to the ground. His opponent continued to punch him, and Ryu couldn't understand. Had Jinho seen it? Didn't people kill each other here? This Ikas was no match for any carry-on prisoner. He didn't think he could defeat him with his hold, did he? When he turned around, he saw that Jinho was no longer nearby, and suddenly everyone around was stunned by what they saw. Blood continued to flow from Ikas's hand, and Jinho approached him, removed his hand, and asked, can't he see that his opponent is already unconscious? He wasn't fighting according to the rules. Ikas turned around in surprise, and at that moment, Ryu twisted his face in confusion. He didn't understand what this idiot was doing there. Jinho turned to the referee and asked, have they paid him or something? The winner had already been decided, so why didn't he stop the fight? Or are there no rules here? At that moment, Ikas turned his hand away and shouted, who is he? If he's an aristocrat, he's even more infuriating. Jinho asked, is he him? But can't you see? At that moment, all the spectators fell silent, stunned, and quietly watched what was happening. He asked again, can't you see that he's a homeless person? He smiled, and people started shouting, what? This was just a poor guy? How dare he interrupt the game? It only made them more curious. Let him give him his money back. Jinho replied, so he would take responsibility for it. Would they like it if he fought the Ikas? Let them wait, because he would show them something interesting. Jinho smiled, and Ryu shouted his name in fear. He had told him they didn't belong here. The Ikas were 100 times stronger than all the prisoners. His chance was 1 in 100, or even 1 in 1,000. Did he even understand what he was getting himself into? He wouldn't be able to defeat him. Did he understand that he was absolutely no match for him? Let him choose another opponent. Ryu screamed so loudly in fear that Jinho had to cover his ears. He asked him to be quiet and instead go and bet everything on him. Ryu asked again, stunned. Was he even listening to him? Or was he going to continue making unjustified moves? Let him get better, and then they'll get out of here. At that moment, Jinho addressed him by name and offered to eat some beef when he finished and fill their bellies. Ryu asked not to be bribed, and a moment later, the fight began. Jinho found himself facing a serious opponent who was extremely angry. He kept saying that this homeless person had completely lost his mind from poverty. Then he noticed something strange and asked, what's going on? How unusual. He looks about 15 years old, but what's with that look in his eyes? He also breathes calmly, and his stance is definitely different from the others. It's threatening, but at the same time very calm. Magical energy formed around Jinho, and he felt uneasy, not understanding what was happening. Was he really afraid of some homeless person? He was Ikas after all. At that moment, he became enraged and rushed at Jinho with incredible speed. But But a moment later he realized he'd easily dodged his opponent's punch and had been hit in the nose, drawing blood. Jinho asked him not to put his fists behind his shoulders. The punch should be delivered from a defensive stance directly into the opponent's face. It's the fastest way, and it's easy to hit. It's also very fast. He struck his opponent and understood that sometimes you can shift your center of gravity to hit even harder. Jinho struck his opponent right in the jaw and he lost several teeth and suffered numerous bruises. People started screaming. Who is he? Or is Ika's giving in to him? Jinho thought. War, god of luck, god of miracles, ban of life, please let him come back alive. People started screaming. Why is he giving in? He should keep his eyes open. Ryu opened his eyes and realized what was happening in the ring. People started shouting that this poor guy was beating him, and Jinho was confident and smiling. Ryu was frightened and wide-eyed asked, what, was he really winning? How was this possible? Ika frowned with anger, not understanding what was happening. Was he really losing to such a brat? He gritted his teeth in anger and pounced again, but Jinho easily dodged and hit him in the stomach, and Ika couldn't understand why he couldn't dodge his small fists. A moment later, he received several more blows and screamed, there are no words, he needs to pull himself together. Jinho hit him again in the head, and a moment later he fell to the ground, motionless and unconscious. At that moment, Jinho turned to the referee and said, let him look here. What is he doing? Or should he also play without rules? The referee looked away in bewilderment and shouted that the fight was over. The duelist had won. Jinho realized that it was over before it had even begun and that he should put in less effort. After a while, he found himself next to Ryu, who asked, is he kidding? The odds were 62-1. Why did he have so little gold? Were they trying to cheat him because he was young? Surely this couldn't be explained by simple math. The worker replied that this was absolutely not true. They had definitely given him everything. Jinho didn't understand. There couldn't be so little money here. At that moment, he turned to Ryu and asked how many coins he had bet. Ryu turned away, bewildered, and didn't answer. Jinho repeated that he had already told him to bet everything. Ryu said he hated betting. He needed to save money for dinner. The employee didn't want them to argue here, and at that moment, an unknown girl approached them, surrounded by 2 large security guards, and greeted him. She grinned and asked, do you have time to talk a little? The protagonist turned around and realized the judge was looking at her. He asked, who is she? The girl smiled and replied that, judging by his first visit, he didn't know her. She was the owner of this ring, and her name was Herna. She approached and asked if she could meet him, but Jinho passed her and said he wasn't for sale. Ryu turned and realized it was that same Herna. They couldn't leave quietly, as 2 of Herna's guards were waiting for them. Jinho looked up and asked, do they want to get something from him too? How many days did they want to sleep? The guards looked at him in bewilderment, and Jinho realized they weren't even blinking. Were they really that devoted to that woman? Herna replied that she had found the game's champion he had beaten today in the big city. Did he understand what that meant? She would let him go today, but they would still meet again. Next time they would talk in a more pleasant setting because she really loved strong people. Jinho frowned, looked at her silently, and said nothing. After a while, the guys went into a cafe to grab a bite to eat. They sat down at a table and waited for the meat. Ryu rested his head on the table and muttered that they shouldn't mess around with that woman. He looked at him questioningly, and Ryu continued to say that it seemed like she was simply the ring's mistress. But in reality, she was the most important person in the village. As long as they were here, they would constantly run into her. Did he understand that? Jinho replied that he thought she was just an old fox who loved money. Ryu confirmed that this was true. That's exactly it. She was an old fox. She just wanted to profit from him. He had experienced the same thing in the fighting world. As soon as he showed results, hundreds of managers came to him too. Almost all of them saw him as just a way to make money. Charlatans easily deceived him. After all, he was just a project with a child who came to the big city to pursue a dream. Meeting his current manager was pure luck. It was he who made him a champion. He wondered how his coach was doing there. Thanks to him, he stopped being a loser everyone was fooling and became someone who gradually rose to the top, becoming a champion. And with this old fox, they'll see who's better. After a while, the waiter brought them their portion of meat. Ryu was delighted that it was vertisan beef. The cook cut it into large pieces, and Jinho asked Ryu to stop. He, who had already taken a piece of meat, asked again, what? Jinho replied that it was fake, and the marbling was too different. Ryu shouted, what? Fake? He didn't even know what marbling was. He said it was somehow strange that it took a week to get this beef. If the beef could have been taken from a nearby village, they wouldn't have waited so long for it while in prison. And people say it's very valuable? It can't be that they give it away to all the visitors here. He thinks it's a different kind of beef, just a rank lower, but much less rare and cheaper too, Ryu replied. Is that so? But whatever kind of beef it is, his stomach doesn't care, does it? He's very hungry. Now he's upset about paying for vertisan beef, and he doesn't even want to eat fake food. They're practically broke, and they have every right to catch them out. He raised his hand and apologized to the waiter. He approached him and asked, have they finished eating and want to pay? When he got closer, he realized they were taking a long time to eat one portion. Jinho replied that it was fake. He'd ordered vertisan beef, hadn't he? He offered to bring his order first. The waiter was irritated by the protagonist's gaze alone. He asked again, does he even know where he is? This is no ordinary eatery. Jinho told him to stop and call the manager right away. The waiter asked again, have you completely lost your nerve, kid? Jinho replied, Maybe the kid should tell everyone about this. At that moment, the surrounding patrons began to notice the altercation and turned to eavesdrop. The waiter realized this and asked him to shut up and follow him. A moment later, he brought them in and reported it to the manager. The manager sat surrounded by his subordinates, all holding sharp weapons. He asked if they were the scandalous guests. Jinho replied that he was one himself and that he sold counterfeit goods. The manager laughed and shouted that he was good, but he should know how to read the atmosphere. He didn't know what the atmosphere was, but he was the one who couldn't read the situation. Who should he kill first? When Jinho asked this question, the manager became angry and shouted that he deserved a lesson in life. And at that moment, his subordinates pounced on Jinho with fists and axes. Jinho easily defeated his opponents one after another, fighting with incredible agility and speed. He eliminated each one individually, and when he managed to defeat all the guards, the director was stunned by the situation he was in. He was terrified when he saw the guards lying motionless on the ground. He screamed, "What's going on here?" Jinho stood silently, looking him in the eye. Ryu was glad he dealt with those idiots so well. Did the director even know who he was? He was the one who knocked down Ikas. The director remembered hearing a story about some homeless guy defeating Ikas. Could that be true? And what did he want from him? Jinho replied that now he had to listen to him. He wanted proper compensation, everything within reason. He had two conditions. First, to return their money, and second, he would pay for the meat they ate here, at the price of Vertisan beef, of course. Did he understand? The director was dumbfounded by what he heard and didn't know what to do. Had they completely lost their nerve? Sometime later, evening arrived. Ryu and Jinho arrived at a hotel with a comfortable bed. Ryu was delighted to lie down on the bed and said it was the first time he'd slept on such a soft bed. It was so wonderful. He turned to Jinho and said it was incredible and that he was an aristocrat. He knew consumer rights. Jinho lay down on the next bed and said that if word spread, the restaurant would be ruined. For those without a countercoin, negotiations are pure hell. Ryu realized he'd never seen anyone so red-faced and thanked his friend for everything he'd done. Jinho replied, "Enough talk, it's time to sleep." When it was deep into the night, Ryu couldn't sleep and opened his eyes, staring at the wall. Suddenly, he rose and whispered his name to Jinho and asked if he was asleep. Jinho had his back to him and didn't answer. Ryu rose to his feet, wrapped his scarf around his neck, and headed for the exit. Jinho heard all this and watched everything unfold. A few days later, Ryu entered the room and said, "Jinho, he is hungry. When would they eat?" He was training right on the floor, and Ryu remarked that all he did was exercise. Magic, after all, hates exercise more than death. Was he training because he had no mana? Jinho replied that was more or less the case. Ryu was surprised and asked, "What's going on?" Jinho opened the system window at that moment and realized that his magic wasn't increasing. No matter how much he checked, nothing changed. He already felt like he was cursed. His magic was still at 0. Maybe it was taking so long because he was creating it out of nothing? That meant reaching a level of 1 was the most important thing, and then it would get easier, he hoped. Morning exercises were over, and he suggested they go eat. Ryu asked what they would eat today. Potato salad or chicken stew? Jinho said no, suggesting beef. Ryu was delighted and said, finally. They hadn't been to a steakhouse for 3 days. The reason was simple. They wanted to avoid any more arguments. They'd already eaten 10 meals on the first day, so they had plenty of money. Jinho turned to Ryu and asked how many gold coins they had left. He replied, almost none. The prices here are pretty high. Jinho replied, I see. He's been playing this game for 10 years, so you know the prices perfectly well. To spend 50 coins in 3 days, you'd have to throw it around wildly. Ryu seemed to think he was an aristocrat, but he didn't know a thing about money. What was he hiding? Or was he just greedy? Maybe he was betting? Jinho decided to pretend he didn't notice him pocketing the money until it smelled like betrayal, but it couldn't go on forever, and he at least needed to know the reason. A moment later, one of the director's subordinates ran into his office and announced they had arrived. He asked again, really? The restaurant owner is a director named Janf. His pride's stronger than iron plates, and it's suffering because of some guy. He frowned and asked if they had everything ready. A moment later, the table was set and several cold cuts were prepared. The guys invited them to the table, and the waiter bowed and said that the meat was prepared in abundance, so they should eat together. Ryu was surprised and asked how much it all cost. The waiter replied that if they needed anything, they should call him. Jinho wondered why they had suddenly become so helpful. Ryu suggested that maybe it was because they had changed clothes. Jinho seriously doubted it and realized that there were no killers among them, and inside everything was the same as last time. What were they planning? At that moment, Ryu turned to Jinho and asked if he was hungry. He wants to give him a special salad. Let him eat it, his whole mind. Jinho replied, thank you. All he can do is observe the situation. He picked up the salad and decided that maybe with time he'd figure out what they were up to, when suddenly he froze and yelled at Ryu to spit out everything he'd just eaten. He realized this meat was inedible, and Ryu screamed in fear. He started vomiting into a bucket, saying that if there was poison in it, he'd die now. Jinho replied, no, a small amount won't do any harm. He suspected they were up to something, but was poisoning the meat too much? If he didn't have this ability, they would have simply been killed. The system informed him that his ability was steadfastness, and it counteracted frog poison. It wasn't for nothing he'd worked to acquire it. How many times had they already come close to death? Steadfastness can be obtained by consuming all known poisons and antidotes. Ryu replied that it had no taste or smell, Was it really poisoned? How could he be so sure? He replied that he was a mage. Ryu said in a trembling voice that he was an elite person and knew exactly when something was wrong. But what should they do now? If they were trying to kill them, shouldn't they run away? He lay down on the table and said he had no strength left. Jinho asked again, why? Ryu was surprised and asked again, what? Jinho replied that they should pay in full for it. Then he smiled and looked into the distance. When Janf entered the hall, he asked if they had come and should just sit and eat their meat. Why were they calling him here? Jinho grinned and said he wanted to clear up a misunderstanding and ask something. Their plates were empty, and Janf thought, gluttons. From that amount of frog poison, they were about to die. Janf blurted out, what misunderstanding could there possibly be? They're bandits, blackmailing him out of his money. Jinho asked again, does he see? He couldn't understand them at all. He invited him to sit down and talk over a piece of meat. Ryu handed him the remaining package of meat and offered it to him to eat. Janf got scared and screamed, why is he shoving this at him? He replied that it was necessary to maintain conversation. If he listened to them, they would cancel their previous terms because they weren't bandits. He screamed, enough! He had nothing to talk about. Jinho asked, how strange is that? Does he want to keep giving them money? Or is there a reason he doesn't want to eat? Maybe the meat was poisoned? Janf was dumbfounded by what he heard and screamed, what nonsense? He asked again. Is he surprised they understood everything? At that moment, Jinho flipped the table over in anger, smashing the dishes, and then pointed to the untouched, hidden meat on the floor. Janf was dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening, and shouted, what is he doing? All the meat was on the floor. They just threw it away. Did they really guess about the poison? That simply couldn't be. Jinho replied that they felt sorry for him and didn't come here, and yet he turned out to be such a scoundrel. He dared to poison the meat? Janf decided to pretend not to, because there was no way they would actually guess. He shouted that there was no poison there. Do they have proof? He wanted to ask them about it. He started punching the wall, and Jinho asked again, proof? Yes, he has it. He looked at him with his eyes, which had turned bright red, and said, this. Janf realized that he had red eyes and was a mage. Jinho asked again, had he really dared deceive the Arahan? The price would be his life. Janf fell to the ground, shaking with fear, muttering, no. He said that if he alone disappeared, no one would even notice. Janf realized he was going to die and fell to his knees, then begging for forgiveness, even though he didn't recognize him. He begged for mercy and for forgiveness, just this once. He couldn't understand how an Arahan from the west had ended up on the southern outskirts, and why he hadn't made himself known right away. And why was he dressed in rags? Fearful, Chief Janf couldn't wait to hear any of these questions. He begged him to spare this brainless, despicable man just once, and if they spared him, he would do everything as needed. And Jinho, looking at his crocodile tears, fully realized how powerful the Arahan family was. It truly was a powerful trump card, and it was worth using sometimes. He asked, so will he do everything as he says? Then perhaps he'll forgive him just this once. Janf bowed at his feet and shouted thanks. He'll never forget this generosity. Jinho replied, firstly that he must never reveal his identity to anyone. Janf shouted, of course, until the day the last nail is driven into his coffin. No, even after he's in the next world, he won't utter a word. Jinho asked, secondly, to give him half of his property, and he'll forget what happened today. Janf was dumbfounded by this offer and shouted that he understood everything. He could give him everything right now, but he'd just have to wait a little. He was sincerely touched by the magician's generosity. After all, it was better to be penniless than dead, and the man was only asking for half. He needed to bring it quickly before he changed his mind. Janf ran to his office and looked at it questioningly before knocking. Meanwhile, Jinho was lost in thought, and Ryu smiled and said he was a good man. He couldn't even squeak. Jinho replied that as soon as they received the money, they would immediately leave this village. Ryu confirmed that this was excellent, but at that moment, Herna entered the hall and asked where they were going in such a hurry. They turned to her in surprise, and she greeted them again. Herna asked if they were really leaving again. She grinned and wondered if he was a much greater man than she thought. Jinho wondered if she really knew that he was Arahan. Had he exposed him in such a short time? It was unlikely, given that he was genuinely scared. So there was only one place she could find out about him. If she told Janf about this, that all he had from Arahan was his last name, then they would never see the money, and he needed to change places quickly. He suggested they talk privately, and she grinned and replied, okay. When she sat down at their table, Jinho asked why she had come. She wanted something from him? She assumed he seemed to have misunderstood her. She had business with him, but she had come here to meet a client. He turned to Ryu and asked, with a client? He had done this. Ryu looked down and apologized, as he shouldn't have hidden it. Herna found out what he had asked her for, but she would have to pay more for it. Ryu was dumbfounded and shouted that this was what they had agreed upon. After all, he had paid so much. She replied that this money wouldn't even be enough for a day. Did he really think it was that easy to look for a missing relative? It was hard for her to find out his whereabouts when he didn't even know if he was alive. Ryu screamed, with tears in his eyes. How could this be? This was his last hope. Jinho seemed to understand what was going on and asked them to stop, suggesting the following. She had said he had business with him, hadn't she? Then he suggested tying it in with the current problem. Herna asked if he was offering to do business with her in exchange for helping him. That was great. Then her conditions were simple. He has to fight Icas one more time and that's it. Ryu asked Jinho not to, but he said okay, he'll accept the second fight. Then will she continue with Ryu's assignment? She responded, licking her lips. Naturally, she always keeps her promises. Sometime later, evening arrived and the guys headed home. Ryu looked at the chest and remained silent. Jinho turned around and asked why he was so sad. They had earned so much money after all. He silently looked at the floor and apologized. He didn't want to deceive him. Jinho replied that he knew about it, and Ryu continued to say that he hadn't told her and that he had gone from him to her and understood that it was stupid. But he had no other choice. Jinho replied that he knew everything and that he had taken the money too. Ryu asked again, did he know? Jinho replied, yes, but he had only just found out today that he had approached Herna specifically. Ryu asked again, then why had he pretended not to know anything? He replied that he didn't feel sorry for the money. This was equivalent to the help he'd given him. Ryu watched him go in surprise, and Jinho turned around and begged him not to let this happen again, and that he shouldn't hide anything from him from now on. The most vile thing you could do is sell someone else's trust. No matter where he came from, let him not become trash. Ryu tearfully looked at the chest and swore his loyalty, then turned to Jinho and told them not to fight again, suggesting they simply run away with the money, as they had wanted. Jinho asked again, what will happen to his relatives? Ryu replied that he knew for sure that this woman would back away again and not keep her promise. Ryu wasn't foolish enough to fall for Herna's tricks a second time, but he was so desperate that he turned to her. He clutched at the now broken rope, and Herna took advantage of the desperate boy. Jinho replied that he knew everything and had initially considered leaving, but had now changed his mind. Ryu asked again, why? Was he really going to fight? He certainly believed in his skills, but she was definitely up to something. Jinho replied that this made him want to fight even more. Looking at trash always made him want to clean it up. Ryu yelled in surprise. What did he mean? Jinho replied that it was so cool to defeat an opponent who had put everything into the fight. Meanwhile, in the Carrion Fortress, the guards were scurrying back and forth. When one of them approached the general, he announced that they were ready to capture him. Clark replied that that was excellent. Let the first group leave already. He grew angry and, releasing his dark mana, said those little rats were hiding right under his nose. This time he would definitely finish him off. At that moment, he shouted his name and clenched his teeth in anger. 3 days later, the protagonist found himself back in the arena. He didn't understand why he was still alive. He had just hit him so hard. Something was wrong here. Ryu, watching from the sidelines, asked if he sensed danger. Maybe they should call off the fight then. Jinho considered this, and at that moment, Ika's and the homeless man had their rematch. It's starting now. When the host announced this, those around him were dumbfounded and shouted, Ikas? Ryu also noticed something was wrong, and they shouted that he was copying his technique. Ikas wondered if Herna must have given him some advice. Maybe she said he was a mage without mana. He thought it was true that he was thrown into a concentration camp. He needed to check it out. At that moment, he rushed at his opponent, and Jinho was surprised by such a sudden movement. He decided to thrust his fists straight from his chest, applying maximum force. Ikaz grinned and suddenly shouted. He thought he was the only one who could do this. He had practiced, and it had proven effective. Jinho was a little surprised and began to brush off his blows when he suddenly saw the belt on him and realized what it was. He hit his opponent, and he stepped back a little. Smoke was coming from both of them. Ikaz asked, so it's true then? He was an idiot without mana. It didn't hurt him at all. Jinho wondered if this was really happening. The people around him started shouting. Since when had Ikaz become so resilient? There he was, the strongest. Jinho was sure he was wearing the ogre belt. It was an artifact that increased physical damage by 90%. Since his magic stat was at 0, it was the worst weapon against him right now. That was why he was being so pompous. But how was that possible? Ryu was worried that none of his friend Zed's attacks had gotten through. He shouted, Zed, that woman definitely did something. This fight is really dangerous. Jinho approached Ryu and asked him to calm down, because everything was fine. He smiled and calmly looked at his opponent. Ryu looked at him questioningly, not understanding why he was smiling. Ikaz asked, well, is he giving up? Jinho replied, never, but he was genuinely surprised. At that moment, he assumed a certain position, and Ikaz realized his stance had changed. Jinho replied that this was the moment he had been waiting for. Why would he give up now? Ikaz wondered if he should stand up like that too, but before he could fully consider the thought, Jinho pounced on him and kicked him in the face with such force that he lost his balance and began to fall. He kicked him in the chest again, and Ikaz collapsed completely. Jinho smiled and realized that the strongest man on earth, Jinho, was incredibly happy at that very moment. No one could stand against him for more than a minute. Because of this, he couldn't test the techniques he had spent so long perfecting. Let them all look at him. He was covered in blood, but he was still standing. Zed or Jinho, this was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. He decided to pounce on his opponent again, and used an overhead kick. Ikaz didn't understand what was happening, and tried to defend himself. But at that moment, Jinho's foot came from a completely different direction, then hit him in the chest again. He was dumbfounded by the pain and screamed, then began to fall. He realized he'd lost again and cursed, unable to even predict his punches, much less block them. What was going on? Jinho screamed at him not to even think about falling. Was it hurting anymore? A moment later, he shouted, enough. he gives up, but Jinho didn't even let him finish and kneed him in the jaw. After a while, everyone in the hall was stunned by the sight. Jinho attacked Ikas again in the side and broke the special belt on his pants. His belt was shattered and he fell to his knees. Jinho, coming closer, asked him, what happened? Was he really not getting up? He didn't answer, only thinking that he was now fighting a crazy freak. Ikas screamed that he had lost and no longer had the belt. Referee, please stop this fight. But at that moment, Jinho kicked him in the face again and said, no. It's not enough for him yet. He would be disappointed to end it like this. Ikas was terrified when he looked into his opponent's eyes and suddenly saw red. Jinho's eyes turned completely red, and his opponent froze in terror and trembled, then rolled back in his head and lost consciousness. Jinho asked, is he unconscious? At that moment, a magical blue light began to glow from his chest. He realized it was an unfamiliar feeling, like worms being detected in his body. A system window appeared in front of Jinho, and Jinho realized that finally the magic boost had increased to 1. It was as if endorphins were flooding him. This was even better than he thought. He rejoiced, clenching his fist and realizing that there was no way there wasn't magic, even if he had used a trick to bypass the system. By the way, why was it so quiet? He turned around and found the audience silent, perplexed. Ryu ran up to him and shouted, why did he take off his contacts? He asked again, what? But he hadn't taken them off. At that moment, he realized that his iris was now red. Ryu screamed. Yes, that's what he was talking about. Jinho realized he hadn't felt the lenses fall out. Had they melted because of the mana? Ryu wondered if he'd simply not seen him without them in a long time, but the color of his eyes seemed to have deepened. At that moment, the people around him saw his red eyes and became frightened. They shouted that he was Arahan, that his eyes were definitely red. Everyone should run from here, and if they made eye contact with him, they would die. People began to flee the room in a hurry and fear, and Jinho realized things were bad. They might send guards after them. They had to run now. Ryu screamed back that he'd go crazy and that he'd told him he should have run away right away. Jinho turned to Herna and shouted that he would find her, so let her look for Ryu's relative. She realized she should have listened to the general. They were such puppies. She'll tear him apart. Zed Arahan. She rose with such anger and went into action. After a while, she wondered how much money she'd lost. Ikas was a high-class fighter and brought in a huge amount of money. Over 3 years, he'd earned 600 gold coins, but now he was no longer marketable. She'd given 200 gold coins for the belt and 1,200 to the general, so her damages amounted to 2,000 gold coins. She was so angry and shouted loudly that she should have listened to the general right away. Her hard-earned 2,000 were gone. This damn brat had created this situation, and she was ready to tear him apart right now. They quickly ran for the lenses and money, but when they got out, the village was already overrun with guards. Jinho whispered to Ryu that this wouldn't work and that they needed to hide. After a while, night fell, and they hid again in the crate and barrel. When Ryu looked outside, he asked, I think they've already left? He stood up and suggested that his friend wait there, as he would try to find them a cart. At that moment, a young man passed by, and the boys were dumbfounded when they saw his gaze. The man said that Lady Herna had sent him and said that she needed to deliver something to them, so he should bring them to her, and no one would give them a cart now anyway. After some time, they actually got into the cart, and Ryu asked if everything would be okay. He answered no, it was obviously a trap. They had all gathered somewhere remote and were waiting for them. Ryu asked, then why did they get here? Jinho replied that they would have to solve this problem eventually, and they had no choice. Ryu realized that this time they would definitely die, and said this in a trembling voice. Sometime later, when they found themselves in that very trap, Herna was surrounded by many guards and Commander-in-Chief Clark. They were armed, and Clark said that they had dodged. Ryu asked what they should do now. Jinho didn't respond, and Clark said that they dared steal the keys and run away. That's what only rats do, not mages. Herna, grinning, peered over his shoulder and muttered how sad it was, and that if they'd cooperated with her from the start, none of this would have happened. He realized this old fox was now telling him no news. Even if he rewinded time now, he wouldn't act differently. They still couldn't kill him. Clark grew angry and shouted, Zed Arahan, he'll end him right here and now. Let no one interfere. Jinho asked Ryu to step back, and he agreed, backing away. When Clark approached and stood in front of Jinho, he asked if he was going to fight him. He turned out to be nicer than the average mage. Jinho replied that his chances of winning were 50%. A 50% chance. When facing a strong opponent, you shouldn't belittle yourself, and when facing a weak one, you should be careless. Even though he is a knight of the 5th circle, he doesn't have to fear 50-50 chances. Clark drew his sword and declared that he was still as brazen as ever, and that was excellent because he would immediately release all his energy. At that moment, he used all his strength, and a magical aura glowed around him. He tensed, and at that moment, Clark swung his sword at him and shouted for him to die. As he approached him with incredible speed, Jinho was stunned and realized that this was exactly what he wanted. He didn't need much, just to feel those long-forgotten feelings. And in that moment, he felt like Jinho, and he became a fighter again. The system reported that the natural-born fighter feature had been applied. All stats were temporarily increased by 10. His eyes glowed red, and a magical wave formed between them that exploded immediately. All the guys covered their eyes from the bright flash and explosion, and Ryu screamed in fear. Jinho, Clark stood in disbelief as the dust cleared. When he looked ahead, he realized he was nowhere to be found. A huge depression formed in the ground, and Jinho shouted to Clark that he was already above. Clark realized he was in danger upon hearing his voice, and realized that the glow represented Thunder Aura. Jinho cast this spell and glowed with magical flashes. The system reported that this was its final form. Clark couldn't understand how he had managed to do this. Jinho's hair stood on end with his energy, and he confidently looked into the eyes of the general, who fearfully tried to defend himself with his sword, but Jinho struck him and continued to press on the sword. Clark found it difficult to parry this attack. He held on with all his might, but still retreated. He didn't understand. How was this possible? He was speechless. Was this really Thunder Aura? Thunder Aura is a special energy that ignores the basic elements of water, air, earth, and fire. It is admired by all mages, an energy that even the founder of the legendary Arahan clan could not master. This little fellow had mastered legendary power. All the surrounding guards recognized his power and were dumbfounded, as was Herna, who was unable to move. Everyone watched Jinho glow, and Ryu was also amazed. He addressed him by name, and Jinho realized that this was the very power of his blood, something he had always lacked. Clark shouted that he despised those who rely solely on the strength of their genes above all else. At that moment, he struck Jinho with a bright beam of light, but he deftly dodged it, leaving Clark perplexed. Jinho looked at him confidently and continued to evade all attacks Clark attempted, but eventually, he grew tired and paused. At that moment, Jinho realized another blow was coming, one he couldn't avoid. When the blade touched his body, Clark realized he had used a shield. He looked ahead questioningly, and Jinho was already at his side, striking him square in the stomach. Clark flew into the air and began screaming in pain and terror. Jinho looked him in the eye confidently and continued attacking. A moment later, several more bright flashes of light and explosions occurred. Their magic clashed again. Clark was terrified and screamed from exhaustion. Jinho paused, then extended his palm toward his opponent, and his thunderous aura lit him up. Clark didn't understand what was happening. He was supposed to be a mage, so why was he punching him? Magic uses its power to prevent knights from breaking through, and knights try to counter with magic and attack. These are the historically established rules of the world. No one has ever broken them before. And that was how it was before, but Jinho changed everything. At that moment, Jinho's aura shifted toward Clark, and he too was illuminated by bright magical beams. He realized he wouldn't be treated like the other mages, and he grew angry. He needed to get away to use his sword. When Clark backed away, Jinho suddenly appeared next to him again, and Clark realized the danger of the situation. Jinho struck him again, leaving him no room. This made Clark curse and realized he was in dire straits. Jinho swung his fist at him again, hitting him in the chest so hard that Clark screamed in pain and horror. A bright wave of light spread throughout the area, and the general was thrown far to the side, destroying some of the ground. When he managed to stop, he coughed up blood, and the guards screamed, "General!" Clark yelled at them not to approach him. He grew angry and frowned, then began to laugh. He kept saying that the Arahan were an amazing family. He lost. Let him kill him. Jinho asked if he wanted him to tell him why he lost. Clark said he didn't want to hear it. Let him just kill him. Jinho replied that there was only one reason. He'd tried and prepared more than him. Clark was dumbfounded at that moment, and Jinho smirked at him. Clark asked again, did he try and prepare? Let him talk such nonsense. It was all because he was born from the Arahan family, different from birth. He asked again, how could he know that? What were they, ordinary people, going through? People like him had ruined his life. Jinho silently looked at him and said that he was weaker now, and if he had applied his accumulated experience, he would have definitely lost. His feelings of inferiority had clouded his vision, so he was stuck. He shouldn't look for the reason for his defeat elsewhere. It lay only within himself. Clark remarked that it was funny, and the young mage reminded him of his long-forgotten chivalrous spirit. He said, enough, and let him kill him right now. Jinho considered the danger, as killing the man would put him on the wanted list throughout the empire, so he couldn't simply leave. The system reported that the natural-born fighter trait had been cancelled, and the ultimate form skill had been disabled. Jinho looked at his hands and realized that seemed to be it. At that moment, a loud cry rang out, asking why they were just standing there. They had to go and kill this mage right now. That was their job. After Herna shouted at them to kill him, the guards froze and turned to look at her. They didn't know what to do. Jinho realized that so many guards around him was a bit dangerous. He turned and looked at them questioningly, and suddenly a strong wind began to blow. They began to wonder where the sudden wind was coming from. He froze and realized it was someone's magic. There was definitely a mage nearby, and things were bad. But where was their opponent? At that moment, he realized he needed to dodge quickly. Suddenly, the storm began to subside, and Jinho realized everything. He saw the guards in front of him, destroyed and unconscious, lying in pools of their own blood. This frightened him greatly, and he asked, "What is this?" Everyone died in an instant without making a sound, even Herna. But then, did this someone help him? When he turned around, he saw that Clark had also died, and he realized that he would have to take the blame for all this. When he started to turn around, he asked Ryu, "Is he alive? Where is he? Let him answer him right now." Ryu, who emerged from the bushes, called his name and Jinho, and this pleased him. When Ryu ran out, he asked, "What is this?" "Zed, what did he do?" Jinho answered, "No, it seems there's a powerful mage around here somewhere. He needed to get out of here quickly." At that moment, Ryu asked him to wait and look here. A card appeared here from somewhere. He picked it up from the ground and said it was clean, as if it had just been dropped. Isn't that strange? It turned out the mage was watching him from behind a tree. He donned a cloak and a bandage over his face to avoid detection. After a while, night fell, and the men lit a fire in the forest to rest. Jinho observed the card and realized it was completely blank. But if he used a little mana, he knew it was magical. When he used the mana, a symbol appeared on the card, and that symbol was the black flame of Arahan. The warriors of the Black Arahan clan are loyal only to the head of the Arahan family, and their numbers are completely secret. It is the largest secret organization in the empire. Number 4, if his memory serves him correctly, is 1 is acceptance or support, 2 is rejection or denial, 3 is deals or proposals, and A4 is observation or protection. Could the mages really be protecting him? So when he had no magic, he was kicked out, and now everything is different. He remembered his magic stat and uncovered the system. After the battle with the guest, some of the penalties were removed and magic increased by 2. So in this world, experience is gained the same way as in the game. The ultimate form skill greatly increases physical strength and raises it, but now it's disabled, apparently due to a staff shortage. So to activate it, they need 5 magic points or 10. Ryu addressed his friend by name, and Jinho asked again, "Is he awake?" Ryu confirmed that he couldn't sleep and asked what they should do now. He replied, "Something like that. They have to go. They got lost there, right?" Ryu replied that he had already said there was no coachman's body, and by now rumors should be spreading, and then he would be put on a wanted list throughout the empire. They wouldn't reach the city without a carriage, and it's a very long way to walk. Jinho replied, "Speaking of which, they need to change their route slightly." He went crazy and said they would go to Tamaya. It's a village, a southern frontline outpost. When they arrived at the fortress, a magical seal appeared before them. Inside this magical seal was Torres, who was spreading this magic everywhere. He was followed by several knights on horseback. They decided to set out directly to search. When Torres looked into the distance, he said his name and that he would find the dishonest Arahan and punish him. After a while, Torres knelt down and asked, "He summoned him?" "Master?" Fernando sat on the throne before him and said, "Yes, he had a matter. Several years ago, an Arahan was exiled to Carrion, but he had recently escaped, killing several guards and residents of the nearest town. He entrusted everything to him. He was the heir of Bahal, so he must manage everything himself. He needed to protect the family's honor." He looked up at him and replied, "Yes, he, Torres Bahal, swears on his life that he will carry out his orders." Meanwhile, Ryu shouted, "Zed, no matter how you look at it, this is madness." He turned slightly and said that he had been repeating this for 5 days already. How much longer can this go on? And he shouted, "Only idiots like them would go straight through the front lines." On the outskirts of the empire, there are front lines to protect against demonic monsters. Each family is responsible for a certain zone, and the southern territory belongs to Bahal. The place they're heading to is called Tamaya. It's a village on the front lines, so monsters often pass through. They head there because there's a transport gate there. It's so expensive that not every rich family can afford it, but they have a ton of money. Then Ryu added that he'd understand everything when a monster tears him apart. The protagonist laughed and said he knew he had no better option. He sighed. After a while, they sat down by the fire and Ryu handed him some food and told him to take it. Beef. He thanked him, and he told him to eat a lot. "You never know when you'll die." He replied yes, he did too. Then the protagonist looked ahead in surprise, then turned around and thought, "That noise." He became alarmed and whispered, "Ryu, something's coming." At that moment he began to put out the fire and was surprised. "What?" he told him. Then they hid behind the bushes, and Ryu whispered, "Is that really a monster?" And the protagonist said, "It better be so." He thought that there weren't just 1 or 2, at least a couple dozen of them. The Bahal would never have let so many monsters through to the southern front line. In that case, he noticed the approaching knights and noticed a white horse with blue eyes. He thought it was a Bahal squad. It seemed there were at least 50 of them. He was begging they should just ride past. But at that moment, one of the knights shouted that they had found traces of the camp. The protagonist thought, "Damn, you can only get into the knightly order from the 5th circle. In other words, there are about 50 Clark here. If you hide, there's a chance of getting caught, but if you run." At that moment, Ryu looked at him and said, "Zed, at least he should run. It's quite possible." He was surprised. "What?" And he said he was Arahan. They'd definitely kill him, but they might leave him alone. He shouldn't worry about him. They wouldn't finish him off, would they? He laughed awkwardly and started shaking with fear, and MC noticed that he was shaking all over himself. He whispered not to worry. He wouldn't abandon his own. At that moment, the knights spread out across the square, and the protagonist, whose eyes were only visible from the bushes, asked what they were looking for. They were looking for only 2 people. Why was it taking so long? He wondered if the card had been surveillance or protection. Then he emerged from the bushes and said he was Zed Arahan. He thought, they'll check it out. If he sits still, they'll kill him anyway, so why not try something? Then he said he wanted to talk to their leader. But the next second, the knight pointed his sword at him and swung. The protagonist backed away and thought he was quicker than he expected. He tried again to offer to talk, but one of the knights swung his sword at the back of his head. The next second, a magic circle appeared under the protagonist, and he summoned a barrier, defending himself from the knight's attack. He wondered why he had stopped. No, he had been stopped. Then he heard a voice. They must go back. The knight jumped aside and, taking a stance, shouted, "Who is it?" And MC thought that of course he knew he was being followed from somewhere, but for them to be so close. His perception was at 100, but even he hadn't sensed their presence. There was Arahan's Black Flame. The Black Flame member repeated again, "They must go back," and then nothing would happen to them. At that moment, Taurus stepped forward and, concentrating energy in his sword, asked, "Who dared block Bahal's path?" His subordinate shouted, "Sir," and the Black Flame member said, "First heir of the Bahal family, Taurus." The protagonist thought, Taurus, so familiar to him that he feels one with him, the character he played the most, the one who was with him until the very last moment. Now, of course, is not the best time, but he is glad to meet him in person. Then Taurus asked, "Is this Zed?" But a member of the Black Flame stood in front of him and said that they were turning around. If they retreat, they will not be touched. The protagonist thought they are definitely protecting him. But why would the Black Flame do this? Then Taurus pointed his sword forward and asked, "Are they the secret organization Arahan, the one circulating?" Even knowing who he is, they still continue. Arahan is completely overstepping the mark. He concentrated his energy and, swinging his arm to strike, shouted that they will pay with their lives for encroaching on Bahal. The next second, the mage said, "This will not do." A huge magical symbol formed under those present, and the knights shouted, "It's a magic circle. When did they manage to do that?" And MC thought the circle was a trap. It could be stepped on, but it could also be avoided. They were able to predict this situation and the place where it could be placed in advance. This isn't even the level of the 5th or 6th circle. This guy is a 7th circle mage. At that moment, the mage said that when they raised their leg, an explosion would occur. And Taurus, continuing to stand in place, asked, "Do they, Arahan, want a war with Bahal?" And he answered, as he had already said, they just have to leave. The head of the family would want that too. And then Taurus got angry and said this. How dare they humiliate them? And his body was covered in energy, and the protagonist thought, no, if this is only the first half of the game, then Taurus is only in the 6th circle. This battle is doomed. If a fight starts here, Taurus and the knights will be destroyed. The next second, he used a lion's roar. The protagonist shielded himself with his hands from the energy flying in all directions and thought, this is Bahal's first secret technique, the lion's roar. No, this technique can be used from the 7th circle. Taurus, he must pull himself together. He will die. Then he screamed, black flames. They must remove the magic circle. Can't they hear? They must remove it. And the man turned around and said that it was impossible. He was following his master's orders. He was ordered to protect him. There was no order to follow his requests. The protagonist screamed that they must protect him. Why kill the heir of Bahal? This is an abuse of authority. They can perfectly well complete their task without deaths. They must remove the magic circle now. And he, Taurus, he must stop too. And he, continuing to stand his ground, told him to shut up, Arahan. He killed the general and the innocent people of the south. They will pay for this. In response, the protagonist screamed, this is not so. They must talk. Before he could finish speaking, Taurus shouted, okay, but first, he'll bring them to their knees. With these words, he charged. At that moment, MC thought in surprise, there was no explosion. So he listened to him. Then, flashes of energy flew in all directions. Ryu, covering himself with his hands, shouted, Zed. A powerful energy behind Taurus was heading straight for them, and the protagonist, noticing the tip of the sword, thought, damn, if it weren't for the black flame, he would have died like this. He had pierced 4 layers of the 7th circle mage's wind barrier. He still hadn't fully leveled up, but he was already so powerful. The next second, drops of blood began to fall to the ground, and Taurus sank to his knees. MC thought, so this is the aftermath of using a complex secret technique. Even if it was an honor to witness a lion's roar in person. Then the protagonist approached him and asked if he felt better. Why did he use a secret technique if he wasn't ready for it yet? He screamed in response, how did he even know about the secret? Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed exhausted to the ground. The other knights ran to him and cried out in alarm, Lord. The protagonist sat next to him and screamed, it's a mana backflow. He needed help immediately. Otherwise, he was in danger. Healers gathered around him, and the knights shouted, Lord Taurus, he must wake up. The protagonist thought, it's useless. If his circle is lower than the victim's, he won't be able to cure the backflow. Right now, there's only one person here who can heal Taurus. Then he said, Black Flame, he must heal him. He looked at him in surprise and asked, Was he asking him to heal this knight now? He replied that Taurus was an old friend. He was indignant. What nonsense. The knights were enemies. They could never be his friends. The protagonist said they should look at it from the perspective of the mage's benefit. If Taurus dies here, Arahan will be forced into a full-scale war with Bahal. What good will that do them? Doesn't he understand that his death could be useful? He said that the heir himself was to blame for this. It had nothing to do with his work. Then the protagonist closed his eyes and thought, damn, there's no time. He said that he was the cause in the first place, so now it was directly related to his work. Then he slung his sword over his shoulder and added that if he didn't heal Taurus right now, his job of protecting him would end right here. He made a cut on his neck and added that he always kept his promises. He knew all this himself. If he'd been watching him, he definitely wouldn't bluff. In response, he looked at him with irritation and said that if the master found out about this, he'd be furious. He replied that he could handle it. He had to heal him right now. Then a member of the Black Flame approached Taurus, and the knights shouted, "He must stop. How dare a mage lay his hands on the heir?" And the protagonist told them to retreat. Only he could help Taurus now. Or did they want to leave their heir to die? After some time, the knights near Taurus shouted, "Sir, what happiness! His mana flow has been restored." The protagonist thought he immediately disappeared. Ryu looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "Nothing. Just..." He noticed a card lying on the ground. Sometime later, on the outskirts of Tamaya village, MC and Ryu were near the tent, and then the protagonist looked at the card in his hands and thought, the 9th magic card. Abandonment or survival? Then Ryu looked at him and asked, "Were those guys from the Black Flame? So last time they left him the card?" He replied, "Yes. Only now they say they'll leave him alone." He seemed to anger Arahan, and so the dense reinforcements disappeared. Then the protagonist looked at him and asked, "How does he know about the Black Flame?" He asked in response, "Who doesn't know? He doesn't know what they do, but everyone knows their name." He answered, "Yes, exactly." Then Ryu looked to the side and added, "Yeah, he thinks they should lay low. He should look there. Everything is heavily guarded. They will be killed at any opportunity." He said that if he were a mage and he was a knight, he would be killed immediately. He was surprised. "What do you mean?" But he said that for a knight, the most important thing is honor. Killing someone who saved their life goes against their values, even if he is wanted. For the sake of honor, a knight is ready to give his life, and a mage is ready to kill even a friend for profit. He thought that, in his opinion, both options are too categorical and abnormal, but thanks to this, it is easier to deal with them. Knights always need to press on honor, and mages, to provide some great benefit. Then a knight approached them and said, "The master is looking for him. They should follow him." They were all sitting at the table, and Taurus, taking a cup of the drink, said it was minar tea, which they grow in their family. It was incredibly aromatic. After that, MC took a sip of the drink and asked how he felt. He replied that it made him feel better. At that moment, Ryu also tasted the drink. The protagonist said that he didn't like the formal atmosphere. Could they switch to an informal conversation? He was surprised. The protagonist asked, "Isn't he 17 this year? He can talk more casually." He looked at him in surprise, then asked, "How old is he?" He replied, "Probably 15 years old in this body." He said that he was 2 years older then. The protagonist asked if he should call him Big Brother. He replied that he shouldn't. For a mage, that was too much. And then he folded his arms across his chest and said, "Yeah." He didn't plan on calling him that. Watching this, Ryu thought they were talking like friends. Then Taurus said that first he wanted to thank him. He was grateful. Thanks to him, he was still alive. Ryu wondered if he was really saying that to a mage. After all, the heir to Bahal should have his nose in the air. MC thought he knew that character trait. He really liked it. Then the knight suggested getting down to business. He said he had misunderstood the situation with Clark's death. What did that mean? He replied that it meant exactly that. He would explain everything. He explained his entire journey from prison to now. Of course, excluding the words about him developing mana and a thunderous aura. He said, "That's how it is." He himself knows that the Arahan don't avoid an approaching fight. They came first to kill him, and he simply rose in response. Taurus said that if he was telling the truth, he could take it as self-defense. But the main question was whether what he was saying was true. He replied that if he didn't want to explain everything to him, he would simply leave him to die. He thinks there can't be a more convincing argument, he answered, and that's true. He said he would believe him. He thinks he's misunderstood the situation. Then he put the bag on the table and told him to take it. It was freshly crushed minar, a gift as an apology for the misunderstanding. The protagonist looked at him and said that if he was going to apologize, he'd better fulfill one request. He asked, "A request?" If he was able to fulfill it, then of course. He said he was able. He had to find the person Ryu had lost, and he cried out in surprise, "Zed?" Taurus asked, "What's in it for him?" He didn't sound like a mage at all. He said it wasn't that important to him. He had promised to help him in his search. The next morning, the protagonist was training, and Ryu looked at him in surprise and thought, to just ask Bahal to find a person for someone else, he really is strange. Then he asked, "Zed, is he hungry? There's no Vertisan beef here? Should he look for it?" He replied that he'd finish one session and they'd go look together. At that moment, Taurus stood behind the tent wall and wondered what he was doing. Sweating? A mage who would mock sweat as something barbaric? He'd heard that Zed had no mana. For a knight, this was the equivalent of not being able to wield a sword, but he didn't give up and kept working. He seemed so honorable. Could he, in his place, act so proudly? Taurus decided that he would definitely become friends with such a mage, more like a knight than some of them. After a while, they stood next to a huge piece of meat. Ryu, smiling, asked, "Isn't that Vertison beef?" He prepared such a rarity for them. Taurus smiled and said, "Of course, they're hosting Arahan himself. It's so healthy. It's also good for building muscle mass, as it's high in protein." Ryu asked, "Muscle mass?" After that, Taurus suggested they sit down. They wouldn't waste time before eating. MC thought that because the table was round, everyone was sitting on an equal footing, and no one stood out. That sounded just like Taurus. He liked him more and more. After that, they started eating, but Ryu looked at the protagonist and whispered, "Are you sure you can eat this?" The protagonist replied, "It's okay. He can eat it. It's even tastier than the one from prison." Then he tried it and said, "It's real. And it's absolutely delicious. It melts in your mouth. Does he agree?" And then Taurus asked if they both liked it. The protagonist replied, "Yeah, it's very tasty." He seemed to be able to eat like this every day. He was jealous. He thought, but nothing in this world comes for free. If they were being fed so expensively, then did he need something from them? The next second, the knight stood up from the table and said, "Mr. Taurus. He apologizes, but he feels uncomfortable, and it's better for him to go." The others followed his example and spoke, and so did he. And it's hard for him to sit here for long. He could tolerate Arahan at their outpost, but this is too much. He asks for forgiveness. After that, the knights left the tent, and Taurus said that on behalf of all of them, he apologizes for the rudeness. MC replied, "Oh well, if he was thinking of punishing them somehow, then there's no need. It won't do him any good." He asked if he continues to defend them even after the humiliation. He looked at him and, smiling, said that since childhood they grew up thinking that mages are enemies. So now there is no need to get angry. It's better to try to understand and calm them down. He said, "Understand. This is also something that must be learned." Then the protagonist asked, by the way, he wanted to tell him something, right? He answered. He finally guessed. They were going to search in Frilda. Will they be able to postpone their departure for another day? Ryu looked at him in surprise, and MC asked, "Why?" He replied that he wanted to show everyone that they weren't bad guys at all. A day would be enough. Then the protagonist looked at Ryu and asked, "What do you think?" He replied, "Yeah, he agrees. And the knights will be doing the searching. I don't want them pretending to be doing it." He said, "Then it's decided. This is what they'll do. The southern front, outside the walls of Tamaya." The knight defeated the monster in front of him with one attack and happily said, "It was a low-ranking monster, Taurus." He looked at him and said, "Good job. They will continue the search. They should go." The others replied, "Yes." And at that moment, the protagonist thought, Taurus. What was his intention in bringing him here? He followed him himself, of course, but Taurus had assembled a frontline search party of 20 people. Since the south and west had the highest concentration of monsters, search missions here were the most difficult. He wondered, could it be because of the party? Bahal has a tradition of throwing a celebratory party at the end of a search to celebrate the soldier's safe return. Apparently his plan was to include him in this atmosphere of mutual support, as befits a 17-year-old. Then, one of the knights shouted, "Lord Taurus! There are unidentified tracks here." He approached the spot and said it was the first time he'd seen anything like it. Then he turned and asked if anyone knew who these might belong to. The others remained silent, but one of the knights said, "They look like the tracks of a previously undiscovered monster. Lord Taurus? According to regulations, he should return and report this to headquarters." He said thoughtfully, but to just up and go back. They were in the first zone. Even if it was an unknown type of monster, it would still be low ranking. The knight said, "But it's still dangerous, because they don't know how to counter it." He thought, yes, the knights are right. He should retreat if he doesn't know the nature of what he's fighting. Then the protagonist asked, "Can I help?" He looked at him and wondered, does he know whose tracks these are? He replied, "Of course. They belong to a basilisk. It's a mid-level monster, but there are 20 people of the 5th and 6th circles here, so there shouldn't be any problems." He was surprised, right? And the others shouted, "Mr. Taurus!" He was about to trust the words of some mage. How could Arahan from the west know about a monster in the south that even they don't know about? Then the protagonist looked at them and, smiling, said, "Do they have proof that it only lives in the south? And didn't they think Arahan might simply be better at keeping track of monsters?" The knights were outraged. Who the hell is he? A short man with no mana. How dare Arahan mock Bahal? And he replied that they were the ones mocking him, and that warriors shouldn't speak informally to Arahan's heir. Taurus then held his hand out in front of him and shouted for them to stop. "Knights, they are to remain quiet until he commands." He then looked at the protagonist and said that he apologized for their mistake. The knights were indignant, sir. He added that he meant well. But before he could finish speaking, a huge monster appeared behind them. Taurus abruptly drew his sword and, taking a stance, shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle. Everyone disperse." The others shouted, "Ready." The knights began to concentrate energy in their swords, and then Taurus shouted, "Attack." He struck, and the other knights followed suit. He shouted in surprise, "The blows aren't landing?" MC thought the knights had nowhere else to train, but no attacks from the 5th or 6th circle could pierce them all. Then the basilisk prepared to strike with its spiked tail, and the protagonist shouted, "Now they attack. They must lie down quickly." but the knights didn't move, and Taurus shouted for them to listen to Zed's instructions. The knights abruptly sank to the ground, and then the protagonist noticed the knight still standing. He looked at him and indignantly asked, "Why should he listen to what some mage says?" MC shouted, "He must lie down, idiot." The next second, the basilisk swung its spiked tail and sharp needles flew forward, but crashed into a tree. Taurus turned slightly and thought, an attack with poisonous spines, but not a single one of them fell to the ground. At that moment, the protagonist, holding his hand on the knight's head, said that they were very painful. So it turns out he saved his life. Then he turned to Taurus and said that next time they would direct the attack to the ground. It would be difficult to avoid. He said that means they need to be taken out before that. And then MC asked if he could trust him and the knights with the one on the left, and he was surprised. What? He was going to take on one of them alone? Did he really know their weak spot? He shouted back. There's no time. He just had to tell him whether they could do it or not. And he frowned and said he understood. They would deal with him quickly. He shouldn't think about dying. He wondered who else here should be worried about whom. He really was a tough guy. He said he was counting on him. After that, he stood in front of the knights and shouted, "Everyone behind him. They're taking on the one on the left. He'll stand in front. Everyone." The system reported, the natural-born warrior stat has been activated. The protagonist thought, since his favorite character was fighting hard, he couldn't just stand by. The system reported, all stats were temporarily increased by 10 points. Transcendence magic had been applied. Electrical whole impulses surrounded his body. He looked at the monster and asked, "Where is he looking?" "Here is his opponent." Then he pushed off the ground and charged, while the basilisk charged forward. Taurus, raising his sword above himself, began concentrating his energy and shouted for the others to focus all their strength on the one on the right. He abruptly stood up and shouted that there were two of them. At that moment, the protagonist charged at the monster. He grinned and thought, a basilisk on its first hunt. What luck. He moved from side to side, and at some point he found himself above the monster and thought that it had only one weak spot. If you hit where the top of his head is, he's finished. With these thoughts, he delivered a powerful blow to the monster's head, and the basilisk fell to the ground. MC said, "Okay, now let's go." A sphere appeared from the monster's mouth, and the protagonist shouted. Out came demonic breath. Demonic breath is the main ingredient for elixirs. If you pour holy water on it, there's a chance it will become an elixir. Then MC looked at it and said, an elixir is an item that improves a random stat, but he only needs to improve magic, so it's a magic potion. He then walked forward and said he'd go for the second one. At that moment, Taurus held his sword in front of him, trying to block the monster's attack. The knight looked to the side and shouted, "Master!" And at that moment, Taurus was trying to slow down on the ground. His body began to tremble, and he thought he'd gotten too far behind the other knights. But he couldn't hesitate. He held his sword in front of him, and then the basilisk opened its toothy maw wide. But the next second, flashes of electrical impulses flew in all directions, and Taurus shouted in surprise, "What?" The protagonist stood on top of the monster's body and asked, "How is he?" Taurus, perplexed, shouted, "Because of this! Where did such power come from?" Then the knights ran up to them and shouted, "Master!" They were surprised he was there. "Wait, that glow, that's a thunder aura." Taurus looked at the protagonist and was surprised. "Was that energy really a thunder aura?" He replied, "Ah, what, you can't see it?" He asked how that was possible. He definitely heard that he had no mana at all. He replied that he'd recently acquired it. He cried out in surprise. "What? Acquired mana?" The mana ring that turns the heart appears at birth. It exists when all the streams connect a little longer, but that happens before age 6. Taurus thought it looked like Zed, who was already 15, didn't have a mana ring to begin with. It would be akin to a person born with 9 fingers, suddenly growing a 10th. Such a thing had never happened in the 1,000-year history of the Empire. Even the heavens bowed to Zed's will. And then the protagonist reached for the sphere and asked, "Taurus, can he take this?" He replied, "Of course. He caught this monster, so he should take everything from it." He replied, "No, that was enough for him. The skin could be peeled off and sold for the price of beef." He smiled and thought that he had been playing for over 10 years and had never collected 2 at once. Today really was a great day. After a while, the knights were chatting. Had he heard about Arahan, who had gone with everyone to the front line? They say he grabbed a previously undiscovered monster with his bare hands, and he gained a thunderous aura. This power, it turns out, is not just a fairy tale. Was that really it? How could someone without mana have this? Perhaps they were mistaken? Everyone who was there said, "It's true." And Master Taurus confirmed it too. So there's no doubt, this Arahan really is different from other mages. He gave up the skin of a defeated monster and still trains tirelessly instead of resting. The mage asked, "What? Tirelessly?" The more he learned about him, the less he looked like a mage. He would also like to talk to him once. He should have gone on reconnaissance today. After some time, the knight said, "Mr. Zed." He was grateful that he had saved them earlier. He replied, "Yes, no one was injured, right?" He extended his hand and replied, "No," but he couldn't believe that the knights could be taken aback on the battlefield. They would learn from this and work on themselves. At that moment, Ryu looked at him and asked what he had done there that had changed their opinion of him so drastically. He looked at him and replied, "It seems they just liked him. and tomorrow they will help them in their search. At that moment, Taurus approached them and asked, Zed, Ryu, can they go out with him for a while? After some time, they went outside, and he said that he had done a great job today. Zed. It seemed the guy's opinion of him had also changed a lot. Everyone who was with them today said they wanted to help in Frilda tomorrow. MC said they must all be tired, so he was grateful. He explained that he had saved the knight's life, and it was only natural to repay that debt, and he's going to visit his family tomorrow. He thinks the head will be very surprised when he hears about today's events. The protagonist asked if they were angry at him for getting close to Arahan. He replied that they must have misunderstood. After meeting with the head of the family, he would also come to Frilda. Ryu, they will do everything possible. They will definitely find the one he is looking for. He looked at him in surprise, and then the protagonist said, How wonderful, Ryu. The heir of Bahal himself is helping him. That gives him hope, right? He, touched, looked at him with eyes full of tears, and said that he was grateful to them both. He was surprised for what? They were friends. The next day, a port trading city in the south of Frilda. Ryu said that her name is Lisa. She is a girl. She should be 13 now. A special feature perhaps is long golden hair, and her height perhaps is this. The protagonist asked, Is that all? He added, Yeah, and she has a cute face. Then the protagonist turned to the knights and asked, Did they hear everything? They don't know how far she went, but she's definitely in this city. They should search among the slaves of medium and small families in the city. They should definitely be able to do that. The knight replied, Yes, they got it. Then the protagonist looked at Ryu and said that they would first go to where they worked. He replied, Yeah, we should start there. He added, by the way, Are there any clothing stores around here? He wondered why he suddenly needed that. After a while, Ryu said, Zed, over there. It's that same drunken organization, the trading firm where he worked. The protagonist in a nice suit looked at him and said that he understood. He might be recognized, so he would go there alone. He replied, He apologizes. He looks just like an aristocrat like that. Then the protagonist approached the worker, who bowed and said, Welcome. He was grateful that he had stopped by. What merchandise was he interested in? MC asked, Is this a hops company? He laughed and said, I think the gentleman is mistaken. It's a slave trading company. He clarified, A slave trading company? But hadn't he just asked him about the merchandise? Then the man sat up and calmly said, Hey brat, he's not a nobleman, is he? What kind of circus is he trying to put on? He replied that he was mistaken. What would he do if he turned out to be a nobleman? He laughed and asked, Does he want to rip off an experienced merchant? Okay, kid. People like him survive only on their keen intuition. For nobles, slaves are a commodity, a thing, and nobles don't wander around alone. Apparently DeVito sent him. In response, the protagonist frowned and said that his instincts had failed him. He thought, DeVito? Then the man clenched his fist and raising his fist to strike said, Puppy. He's starting to irritate him. But after a while, the beaten man was on his knees, and the protagonist said that if he didn't want any more aggression, he would answer him directly. He added another punch to the face and told him to answer directly. He shouted, Yes. Then the protagonist put his hands on his waist and said that he knew this building as a liquor store. Why was he here? He replied that the previous owner failed, and they took his place. He asked, Who is DeVito? Also a slave trader? He answered, Yes. He is the biggest slave trader among all of them in the south. He thought, so then they will go to him. Then he added, and one more thing. Where are all their people? He asked. People? Is he talking about their goods? Then MC added another punch and asked, Goods? He told him, You idiot, to speak frankly, didn't he? He shouted, Yes, products. The protagonist struck again and then said that slaves were people too. How could they be compared to things? He should live with at least a shred of dignity. It's that simple, right? He shouted. Yes. The protagonist told him to show him. He shouted that he would show everything right now. After some time, they approached the right place, and the man, throwing back the curtain, said, They are here, sir. The protagonist looked at the people sitting behind bars. He thought, people in such a place are filled with rage at just one look. Then he looked at the man and asked, Are there no more prisoners? He answered, No. This is all they have. The protagonist thought, There are no blondes or children here. Young slaves are expensive. There is a high probability that Lisa has either already been sold or she is in some larger place. Apparently, next it is worth paying a visit to this DeVito. But first, he smiled and said he would give him one last chance to get back on track. The man looked at him in surprise. He told him to bring him all the money he had and the key to the prison. After a while, the protagonist closed the bars, leaving the man inside, and told him to stay there for a while and experience it for himself. After a while, the freed people thanked the protagonist. He divided all the company's money among the freed slaves and led them to the overnight stay the knights had told them about. The people bowed before him. One of them said, His mercy to them. The protagonist said no need. He must feel free. He listened to their lives while sitting over food. He also learned many unexpected things while talking with experienced people, including now. At that moment, the man sitting opposite him said his name was Gordon, and he used to serve as an assistant to the Cherville family. The family fell apart, and he ended up here. The protagonist asked if he really belonged to the Cherville family. He thought everyone there had died, but luckily, he was alive. He said it was pure luck. The Cherville family. If mages have Arahan, then blacksmiths have Cherville. During their prime, people flocked to their artifacts. However, they were exterminated by the Empire for treason. Now their name has been erased from history. They are no longer spoken of. He knows about this part of the lore from the game's plot, They have no heir left who could take up their business. For an empire at war with monsters, this is a great loss. Then Gordon sighed and added, the golden days are in the past. The protagonist said it was a shame. If the Chervil business had continued, great artifacts could have appeared. He thought it was a great loss for him too. Then Gordon said he wanted to help him, so he would tell him something. He could keep it a secret, right? He replied, yes, of course. He must tell this. Then Gordon suggested moving for a moment. The protagonist agreed. He suggested doing so. A few seconds later, Gordon said that Chervil had a true heir named Lacto. MC was surprised. Is this true? And Gordon made a gesture for him to be quiet and whispered not to scream. He asked where he was now. He looked down and said that his main assistant died for him. They exchanged clothes, and then he, so as not to be recognized, singed his face. If everything went according to their plan, then he is now living under the name Myers. The protagonist thought, it can't be. What valuable information. But even if he survived, he will forever remain a criminal. So meeting him will not be easy. And then he looked at Gordon and said that he was grateful for what he told. He would like to meet him someday. He replied, yes, this is the first time I have met someone like that, sir, who could be trusted with this. Please, he must not harm Lacto. He replied that he didn't have to worry about him. He understood the situation he was in. He suggested they go back first. It wouldn't be good if they were gone for too long. He replied, yes, fine. After a while, Ryu sighed loudly, holding a forkful of meat. The protagonist approached him and asked why he wasn't eating. Was it tasteless? He replied, ah, Zed. He told him not to be sad. Today's slave trader was just a small fry. Tomorrow they would find this DeVito, and something would come of it. He said desperately, yeah. Then Gordon said, he must wait, sir. Did he just say DeVito? He replied, that's right, that's what he said. He shouted, don't go near him under any circumstances. His level is much higher than where they were. Doesn't he know who's behind him? In response, the protagonist folded his arms across his chest, and grinning, asked whoever it was. He had the entire Bahal garrison. Why were they so worried? He replied, sir, DeVito's hands have reached every corner of the empire. They say his biggest clients are the Arahan. The protagonist thought in surprise, Arahan? Then he smiled and looking at him, said, no way. Why would the Arahan from the west deal with the distant south? He replied, it's a great benefit. For them, losing an enemy is a victory. Buying southern slaves will harm all the noble families in the south. Then MC thought for a moment, and now he sounds quite like Arahan. Wait, in that case, doesn't the Black Flame protect DeVito? If so, then it's not just slaves that are at stake. Perhaps this could be the start of a silent war between the Arahan and Bahal. Then Ryu looked at him and said, Zed, if that's really the case. He looked down and thought, is he worried that he'll get into trouble? Then the protagonist said, he shouldn't worry about that. He does everything for him, of course, but there's also the idea of honor. He asked, honor? He answered, yes, he's just following his own convictions. And in any case, he has to resolve the slave issue. The next day, the DeVito slave market. The protagonist climbed the stairs and approached the building. The guard looked at him and said, welcome. But before he could finish speaking, the MC walked past him and into the building. The big guy ran after him and shouted, what is he doing, you brat? And the protagonist went even further and asked, where is DeVito? The people present were surprised. Who is he? Doesn't he know where he's going? He looks like a southern aristocrat, but even such people can get beat up here. The protagonist put his hand to his face and said that doing business with Arahan has completely ruined them. Then his eyes sparkled, and the people present fell to their knees, shouting that they apologize. They didn't recognize him as Arahan. They begged for forgiveness. And then the MC looked at the hooded man and thought, is this man DeVito? No. Judging by his clothes, he's a subordinate, but the way he reacted, he must be made of black flame. As much as he didn't want to, it's all true. At that moment, DeVito, who was on the second floor, put his hand on the railing and said, well, there you go. What business did a high-ranking gentleman have in such a filthy place? He came down and added that he'd already heard that he'd broken into the hobo company yesterday. The protagonist thought he'd missed the mark on being Arahan. After that, DeVito reached for the shelf and said, if he'd made it all the way here, he must be braver than he thought. Or does he have no idea about the world at all? The protagonist replied, starting today, Arahan is ceasing to work with them. He's taking all the remaining slaves. It's better for him to cooperate. DeVito looked at him indignantly, then laughed and apologized for laughing. He asked, does he have no manners at all? He asked, does he want to live after daring to look Arahan in the eye? DeVito replied, really? Will he die too now? The others also started laughing. Then he added, okay. Stop wagging your tongue, but he still won't kill him. He must take this as a life lesson. At that moment, those present drew their weapons and began approaching the protagonist. He frowned and thought there was nothing left. There was only one of the black flames. I wondered what circle he was from. If he was fifth, then he could try. If he attacked first, and deal with him first. Then he heard a shout, surround the building. He was surprised. That voice? Torres shouted, the first and second squads are going inside. They must kill them all. Powerful energy flew away from him in all directions. By order of the Emperor, they must kill them all. Knights ran into the building after him, and DeVito cried out in fear. Where did the heir of Bahal come from? He fell abruptly to the ground and covering himself with his hands thought, something's wrong. Then a severed head fell before him. He screamed in fear, jumping back, and Taurus approached him and said, slaver DeVito. DeVito frowned and thought, how so? Taurus added, for the illegal kidnapping and imprisonment of the weak, as well as for mocking Bahal's honor by committing dirty deeds on their territory. He, as Bahal's heir, will cut off everyone's limbs as a lesson. They, along with the protagonist, looked at him with a serious gaze. And he thought, eyes that should glare at each other with hostility are directed at him. This cannot be. Then he shouted, they must not kill. He is no longer there. Before he could finish speaking, his hand was severed, and then Taurus chopped off his other hand. Then DeVito screamed, he must wait. He began to ask for help, but with his next move, Taurus left him without legs, and the last to go was his head. He went on and said that the first floor was clear. MC approached him and said, absolutely right on time. What did he say before that? By order of the Emperor? He replied, ah, Zed, that's exactly it. The order came from him to destroy the root of the slave trade. The protagonist thought in surprise, the Emperor? He asked, so they dealt with the other slave traders too? He replied that knights had gone to the other firms. This was the largest, so he came in person. What was he doing here? Did he really want to go and deal with DeVito himself? He replied, yeah. He came to check something. Developing a thunderous aura at his age is certainly great, but he's not even in the first circle yet, so there's no point in being a hero. The protagonist asked, is he in the 6th circle or something? He thought, but the Emperor's order came at just the right time. Arahan wouldn't let this go. Then the protagonist looked at the severed head and thought that his face was different from everyone else's. He either couldn't resist, or he didn't. If the latter, then this is some kind of extreme blood loyalty. At that moment, a knight approached them and shouted, Mr. Torres, they found slaves in the dungeon. After some time, the freed people lined up in the main hall, and Ryu began to look at everyone hopefully. A subordinate said, Mr. Torres, there are about 600 people here. He replied, well, that's it. If they see a golden-haired girl, they must bring her to Ryu. The knight bowed and replied, yes. At that moment, Ryu nervously repeated, Lisa, Lisa. Then in the crowd, he noticed blonde hair. He shouted, Lisa. He extended his hand to the woman. She turned around and asked in surprise, huh? He replied, nothing. He's apologizing. Upset, he walked back. MC thought there were already about 500. Could it be that she's not here either? It's terribly true. But young girls are very expensive and in demand. There's a chance she's already been sold. Then he placed his hand on Ryu's shoulder and told him not to give up until the very end. He replied, aha. After some time, the knights checked the empty dungeons. And after that, one of them, approaching Taurus, said he was sorry, but these were the last slaves that were here. Ryu said desperately, I understand. After some time, everyone went outside, and the knight standing next to the horse said, Lord Taurus, as ordered, they sent all the slaves to the imperial palace. He replied, yes, he is grateful. Then he looked at the guys and said that the two of them had worked hard today. Tomorrow they would continue the search and would definitely find her. The protagonist replied, that's right, he is grateful for their help. At that moment, the horse behind them reared, and the girl standing next to it fell to the ground in fear. Taurus came closer and said that she gets scared when someone is standing next to her. He looked at the girl and asked, how is she? The golden-haired girl? Then the protagonist asked, Ryu, had he seen her before? He asked, what? Then Lisa looked at Ryu and asked, brother? He ran towards her and shouted, Lisa. Tears appeared in his eyes. They hugged each other. She shouted, brother. MC looked at Taurus and said that she was wearing a hood. Apparently they didn't notice her. If it weren't for the horse, they wouldn't have met her. What? Is he crying? But he turned away and said that he wasn't crying. He's so insensitive. How can you just look at that? He said, that means he's crying. He continued to deny it. After a while, Taurus raised his mug of beer and shouted that he was treating everyone today. Have a great time. Everyone present shouted, hooray. After that, Lisa looked in surprise at the whole mountain of meat. Taurus handed her the plate with the dish and said that she shouldn't be embarrassed and should eat as much as she wanted. In response, she bowed and said that she was grateful. And then Taurus added, Ryu is his friend, since she is his sister. She can talk to him informally. She wanted to object, and he added, and she can also consider him her own brother. He is insensitive, but good. The protagonist thought, now at 40, to have a 15-year-old friend and also a 30-year-old sister. A strange feeling. Then Ryu put a piece of meat on Lisa's plate and told her to tell him if she wanted more, he would give it to her. Friends are really rich, she said in surprise. Wow, he added, besides him, no one else has both Bahal and Arahan as friends. From the conversation of brother and sister, the atmosphere became brighter than ever. Probably, in all the days he spent here, this was the most ideal. The next second, Knight Philip entered the room and shouted, Mr. Taurus. MC thought, is this man General Philip's deputy? Taurus asked, what business did he have here? He answered, by urgent order of the head of the family. He was surprised. An order? He hadn't been informed of anything like that. What did the head order? Then Philip drew his sword and pointed it at the protagonist. He thought, he so wanted this day to end well, but it seems it won't. What Philip said that he ordered him to be brought to him immediately. After some time, they set off, and the protagonist was sitting in a carriage. Philip rode next to his window and said that he would tell him the rules. First, do not look the head in the eyes. Second, kneel before the head. Third, the head's questions. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist told him to wait. Who was he to command him? In response, he told him not to forget that he was on the land of Bahal. If he did not observe manners, he would lose his head. In response, the protagonist asked, no, shouldn't he follow the same rules? He must not forget that he was Arahan. He thought that this was Bahal territory. The game had already begun. He doesn't know what Fernando's boss is planning, but as Arahan, he must behave appropriately. For some reason, he feels like that's the only way he can survive. Perhaps if he bends over, he'll appear gentle. If he remains upright, he'll incur their wrath. He hopes his hunch is correct. After a while, the carriage stopped at the gate, and after a while, they entered the building. Philip told him to wait here. MC looked around and thought, the reception room is on the 5th floor, just like the one he saw in the game. The fact that he invited him to the 5th floor and not the office on the 7th meant he was a guest. Sounded reassuring. The next second, an eerie aura engulfed his power, and Fernando said he was the first Arahan to come to the Bahal house. The protagonist frowned in surprise, thinking, what is this? Is he right behind him? The head of Bahal. Even being in the same room with him makes his soul sink into his boots. He can't even turn around, and it's not some kind of energy. If that were the case, his abilities would have reacted. It's just him, a knight who managed to transcend the 10th circle of the Swordmaster. Then Fernando walked past him and sat down on his throne. He looked at him seriously, and the protagonist pursed his lip. After that, Fernando said thoughtfully, he must admit defeat Arahan. He is in the house of Bahal, so he must follow their rules. Sweat began to pour down the protagonist's face, and he thought that he could not bend his knees here. Submitting to the strong is shameful. If you show your pity, no more friendliness can be expected. Then he bowed slightly and said that he was grateful that he invited him. He asked, invited? He answered right, and he took him in a carriage, brought him to this room. Isn't that how he treats guests? Even though he came here as a guest, he can still kneel if their rules require him to. Fernando looked at him in surprise and then laughed loudly and shouted, how insolent he is, the boy. He pointed to the table and told him to sit down. Guests aren't supposed to stand forever. After a while, they sat down at the table, and the protagonist, looking at the cup of drink in front of him, thought, Minar tea. Apparently, he really did consider him a guest, at least for now. Then Fernando said he had many thoughts. He invited him out of personal curiosity, to avoid unnecessary worries. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and said, I see, he added. They say he was looking for the slave trader DeVito. Had he heard the emperor's decree? He replied that he had finished his business first and then learned of it. He asked, so he went to him even before the order came? And for what reason? He thought he had many answers to make a good impression, but here he would tell him only the truth. Then he said, the slave trade goes against human morality. He acted according to his own principles. He thought that a swordmaster would never fall for a lie. Then Fernando asked thoughtfully, didn't he know that DeVito had connections to his family? He replied that he thought it was just a rumor, but he was convinced of the truth of their connection. He asked, and even then he didn't stop? He replied that he did what he thought was right, regardless of his family. Fernando asked, but Arahan wouldn't let it go, would he? He replied that everything was fine. He did the right thing and didn't regret it. Fernando thought, amazing. He should know what it means to go against his family, especially Arahan. His curiosity will make him even more vulnerable. Maybe Torres was right when he said he was a mage who knows honor. Then he said, yes, it's late, so he can stay here. If he doesn't mind, he invites him to breakfast in the morning. Then MC rose from his seat and said that he was grateful for his concern. He placed his hand on his chest, and Fernando asked, is that a knightly bow? Then he laughed and shouted, receive a knightly bow from the magician. Today truly is a special day. Sometime later, in the guest room, the protagonist sat down on a chair and sighed with relief. He said he was glad everything had gone smoothly. He was completely exhausted. It was lucky that Fernando was the same as in the game. Otherwise, he'd already thought his head would be chopped off. The decision to not act like anything really was the best. After such a heavy burden, he begins to feel hungry. Then he looked in surprise at the cart full of food, and then the worker placed it on the table and, heading for the exit, wished him a pleasant evening. MC looked at the plate and said, well, he took care of everything. Then he was surprised to notice a card on the edge of the dish. He said, there are no words. After that, he abruptly ran out of the room. He looked into the hallway and thought, he just left, but not even a shadow is visible. How did he end up here? Black flame? After that, he slammed the door behind him and, returning to the table, took the card. It began to glow and it said, card number 0, return or cancellation. He thought, this time the head of Arahan wants to see him. After some time, the protagonist was sitting on the floor, clutching his head. He thought that he could not believe that he received the Arahan card in the Bahal house. How far could they go? Then he heard a knock on the door, and the person behind the door shouted, Zed, is he here? The protagonist opened the door and said, ah, it's him, Taurus. He asked why he was alone. How were Lisa and Ryu? He answered, everything is fine. He was worried about him, so he couldn't just sit there. They walked down the hallway, and Taurus added that they told him little. He's glad that everything is fine. He was even invited to breakfast? He answered, it's hard to say, it's exactly good. Taurus said that the head already understands what kind of person he really is. They say he wants to call off the hunt for his head. He was surprised. What? A hunt? He thought it was very unusual. If not for the card, everything would be perfect. Since he couldn't hide from Arahan anymore, he had no choice but to push forward. After a meal in the main building, Taurus gave him a tour and introduced him to the family. After a while, they stopped at the next area, and Taurus, pointing forward, said that this was the knight's dormitory, and over there was the training ground. MC thought maybe it was because his head was filled with thoughts, but But he felt nothing, looking in person at a world he had previously only seen on a screen. He looked ahead in surprise and asked what this was. He said it was a slightly special place. He must have heard that the white horses of Bahal personally choose their masters. All the horses that haven't made a choice yet are kept there. Then they approached the stables and the protagonist asked, "There's only one horse there, right?" Someone reached out to the animal, but the horse irritably jumped aside. He said that horses usually choose an owner when they're 3 months old, but this guy is so mean that he hasn't let anyone near him for 2 years. He doesn't even let the boss touch him. The protagonist was surprised. How is that possible? Should they give in to the strong? He replied, not necessarily. It seems each horse has its own criteria. He replied, interesting. Then Taurus smiled and said that he had nothing to do, but the horses suddenly became so interesting. He replied that whenever he looks at the white horses of Bahal, he always thinks how cool they are. He replied, that's true. It's not for nothing that they are called intelligent creatures. A white horse is not someone's property. He is a friend and comrade, so their choice is respected. Then MC looked into the horse's eyes and then extended his hand to him. At that moment, the knights who had approached the place were surprised. What? Who is this? Isn't it the guy from Arahan? The protagonist turned and thought, that voice is Philip. Then he said that they were training, but noticed Mr. Taurus and wanted to come over to say hello, and Arahan was also there with him. Taurus said that he was a guest invited by the boss. He should show respect. Then Philip put his hand to his chest and said, yes, of course, Mr. Z. Then he extended his hand forward and asked, would he like to train with them? Taurus asked, training? He replied, he's sorry, there's no cozy meditation room here. Then probably not, maybe sparring? Can he teach them something? Taurus was indignant. What was he talking about now? Had they forgotten that he was a guest? And Philip asked, Mr. Taurus is asking for sparring against guest etiquette. It will be a good experience for the guys. Oh, but for Mr. Z too, of course. He said that he was not ready yet. They should have the fight next time. Philip then pointed to the knight next to him and said, sir, but surely this will be an easy fight? If it's a matter of skill, they have a newcomer who joined the day before yesterday. He can handle it half-heartedly. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist said, why not, if that's what he wants? With these words, he pointed a finger at the knight and added that he would fight. After a while, the horse snorted in displeasure, and the knight chuckled and said that since this was sparring, he would take a wooden sword. The protagonist began to stretch his body and said that he would regret it. It would be better to fight with all his might. He replied that he hoped he could fight as well as he could talk. At that moment, Taurus looked at the protagonist and thought, Zed, what is he thinking? Even though he has a thunderous aura, he's not even in the first circle yet. He knows perfectly well that he can't defeat a knight of the 5th circle. Then the knight held his weapon out in front of him and asked, curious, if he really thought he had a chance. MC replied, 50-50. He concentrated the energy in his body and laughing asked, equal chances? Very optimistic. The protagonist released his energy and said he hoped he could hold out long enough to at least warm up. If it was over too quickly, it would be boring. Philip looked at him and thought, so this is the aura he'd only heard about. It really does sound like something called a dream ability. He can literally feel how much stronger and more dangerous it is than any other, but his mana, judging by everything, is only good for a second round. So the outcome is obvious. The knight shouted for them to begin. The next second, the knight instantly kicked off the ground and swinging his sword, thought, who the hell is he? Being a mage, he doesn't even try to get away. And he's in no hurry to use magic either. Maybe he attacks so quickly that he doesn't have time to react. And you can't kill a guest, so he should tone it down a bit. But the next second, everyone looked ahead in surprise, and MC said that he was speaking for the last time. He must fight with all his might. He approached the knight, who looked at him in surprise. The next second, the protagonist kicked him, thrusting his sword forward and flying backward. What kind of power is this? The protagonist then appeared in front of him and began to easily dodge each of the swordsman's attacks. Then he concentrated his energy in his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's body. He coughed loudly, and his sword flew far back. After that, MC followed up with a punch to the face, sending the knight flying to the ground. The other knights ran up to him, crouching down next to him, shouting for him to pull himself together. He seems unconscious? Healers. They must call a healer immediately. Then they looked at the protagonist. One of them, pointing his sword at him, angrily shouted, how dare he? This time he will deal with him himself. He must attack Arahan. At that moment, Taurus stood before the protagonist, shielding him with his arms and indignantly demanding to know what they were doing. The duel is over. They must leave. And he screamed, Mr. Taurus, he's asking. He must make way. He must fight this damned mage. And the protagonist thought, have they all gone mad? To even start a fight here? Taurus shouted, are they all starting a duel or a brawl? MC watched the healers treating the knight and thought they would abandon their preconceived notions of the dynasty and act according to the circumstances. Both Clark and the newbie knight lost only because of the preconceived notions ingrained in their heads, not because of a difference in strength. Objectively, the knight of the 5th circle certainly possesses far superior combat power, but it seemed he couldn't be calmed, and there were nights it wouldn't work. After that, he placed his hand on Taurus' shoulder and asked, is one fight not enough? He'd heard that the ability to gracefully admit defeat was also part of the knightly spirit. The knights were outraged. Who was he? He dared mention the knightly spirit. Damned mage, who knew nothing of honor. He replied that he'd taken part in the duel at their request. And right in the heart of the Bahal clan, Didn't they understand what that meant? He thought they should ask themselves if they could duel a mage in the very lair of the Arahan clan. At that moment, Fernando appeared behind the protagonist. His powerful aura spread around, and he said, "Excellent." The knights cried out, "Lord Clan Leader," and Fernando told him to put away his sword. The knights then knelt, and the protagonist turned around and thought he had 100 perception points, and he hadn't even noticed how he'd gotten so close. "What about sword mastery?" Then Fernando said, "So, Arahan had a duel in the Bahal training hall, an event worthy of going down in the annals of history." MC bowed and offered his deepest apologies. He knew it was disrespectful, but he couldn't refuse the request for a sparring match. He replied, of course he would. Arahan never backs down from an impending fight. Then he shouted, "Has everyone understood everything well? This proves they have a white knight master, but more important than leveling up is gaining experience and learning the lessons learned from it. Did they understand him?" The knights shouted, "Yes, sir." The protagonist looked at him and thought there was a hidden hint in his words. What was he thinking? Then Fernando said, "He taught their clansmen a good lesson. He won't forget what happened today." MC thought, "This is just a warning, like on pins and needles." Then he nodded and said, "Yes." The next second, the horse ran out of the stable and, running after the protagonist, began to run in circles. The others were surprised. "This is impossible." "What?" Taurus shouted. "Is it really him?" The protagonist was surprised. What's going on?" He said it was some kind of ritual. Just as a white horse chooses a master, he demonstrates his skill to be chosen by his master. That's why you can't neglect training. Philip, surprised, said, "It can't be." And then Jinho reared up and approached the protagonist. He looked at him and said, "Impossible. Zed, the white horse chose him as its master." Fernando said, "Wow." Even the founding ancestors of the clan were horrified. MC was surprised. Him? As masters? Fernando thought, the fact that he finally found a master is good, but why the offspring of Arahan? Was it respect for a comrade or the legacy of the past? The protagonist reached his hand toward the horse's muzzle, thinking that perhaps the answer was already obvious. He then stepped forward and said, "Zed Arahan. Does he promise to accept Jinho as his companion and be with him for the rest of his life?" He was surprised. "Excuse me? Jinho?" He replied that was his name. The protagonist looked at him and said, "No, he can't make a promise just like that." He thought, being together for life isn't a wedding ceremony after all. Then Jinho made a sound, and the MC looked into his blue eyes in surprise. Was he asking, "Are you asking to choose him?" Then the protagonist looked at Fernando, then closed his eyes and said, "Okay, he promises." He thought, his face was too serious. Then Philip shouted, "No, sir, clan leader. This shouldn't be. In the entire history of their clan, only members of the Bahal clan have ascended to it. He can't set such a terrifying precedent." He replied that he was right. Until now, he had only chosen masters from within the clan, only because he had never had any other choice but to choose from among their own clan. He screamed. Had he forgotten the atrocities the Arahan had committed against their white horses, those same idiots who had slaughtered them like pigs and devoured them? How could they hand over their comrade to such a scum? He replied, that was precisely why he had taken an oath from Zed Arahan. He shouted, "The mages lie like they breathe. How could they trust his oath?" Fernando looked at him and said, "Then he will swear an oath to him, second in command. If Zed Arahan did not consider their white horse his comrade, he would personally end his life." Philip Robert, he had never doubted his loyalty. However, he had no intention of listening to further advice. He paused, irritated, and then said, "Yes." After a while, the protagonist was riding a horse and thought he'd gotten off before things got serious, but it was so funny. He shouted, and he liked it. It exceeded all his expectations. They must gallop straight to Frilda in one go. After a while, Lisa was surprised. Wow. And Ryu said that he was watching right now. Arahan not only returned alive from the lands of Bahal, but also brought a white horse with him. And anything could come of him. The protagonist said that because they should go and talk inside, they had a lot to talk about. He told Ryu everything that had happened, from the magic card of Black Flame, the demon's breath, and ending with Lacto Sherville. He said that now he would go to Arahan. He could not avoid it. There was no other way. Therefore, Ryu, he should stay here, and he sat opposite him and said that if he was going to Arahan, he would go with him. Zed. Last time he said it himself, there was no way he'd abandon his comrade. He replied that he appreciated his support, but this place. Before he could finish speaking, Ryu declared that he would be his butler. He needed to think for himself. He'd been exiled a long time ago, so did he really have any servants left? They say the brothers in the Arahan clan are constantly fighting among themselves. How could anyone from the clan be trusted that way? He replied, well, there was some truth to that. Then Ryu looked at Lisa and said that she'd also done a lot of housework, so they could handle it. If he hired them, they'd definitely come in handy. Then the protagonist thought, considering the future dangers, it seemed right to part with Ryu here. Then he said, all right, he was grateful. They would go to Arahan together. After a while, he thought that he'd already made his decision to go, but he couldn't do it without preparation. They needed support. There are a couple of options now. The last survivors of the destroyed blacksmith clan, Lacto, Sherville, and demon breath obtained from the basilisk. Holy water is also needed to transform the demon breath into an elixir. To obtain all of this, they'll have to go to Myers. The question remains, however, how long the head of the Arahan clan will wait. The next morning, everyone went outside, and MC said, "Well, time to go." With that, he mounted Jinho. After a while, Ryu shouted in surprise, "What? All the ingots?" He stood up from his seat and looking at the protagonist shouted, "A whole 500 gold." What was he planning to buy that he needed so much? He replied that maybe even that wouldn't be enough. The elixir he was going to create was made by mixing demon's breath with holy water, and the success rate depended on the strength of the divine energy contained in that holy water. If he used ordinary run-of-the-mill holy water, even hundreds of vials wouldn't work. He figured the average price for a vial of holy water was about 10 gold, meaning he'd need about 50 vials, which would be tight. If they paid a fortune, everything would be defective, and he'd cry. That's why he came to Myers, because he could trust that priest. Ryu asked if he was really taking everything. Maybe he'd keep one ingot for a rainy day? The protagonist walked to the exit and said no. They did leave some silver behind. He was going to be gone for a while, and he needed to find out about someone. He asked who. He replied, about that old man named Lacto he had spoken of yesterday. He needed to go look for the gray-haired old man with one eye. He said, "There are them everywhere. One-eyed and gray-haired." He needed to tell them he would give them money and gather them all in one place. Ryu said, "Then finding him would be easy as pie?" He replied, "That wasn't true. He was a fugitive. It was unlikely he would show up for some trifle." He asked, "Then how to find him?" MC replied, "So he needed to do the opposite. Figure out who wouldn't show up. He was unlikely to use his real name, so he shouldn't call him Lacto." He replied, "Okay." He would try to find out what he could. He replied, "Yes." He was grateful. After this, the protagonist went outside and, holding a suitcase in his hand, thought that he had originally planned to spend this money on a magical artifact. But after listening to Gordon's story about Lacto's Cherville, he adjusted his plan. They would use this money to create an elixir, and they would sway Lacto to their side and commission him to create an artifact. This would be the best option. Of course, this was only his hope, but if everything went according to plan, he would be able to compensate for his low mana. Then he looked ahead in surprise and noticed a huge crowd of people gathered near the church, and a church minister shouted, "Hey, them! They must fall into line properly. Who dares cut in line in front of the cathedral itself? It doesn't matter whether they are nobles, commoners, or rabble. It's strictly in first-come, first-served order." "Hey, him!" He told him not to cut in. The protagonist thought, this is a cathedral, right? Why is there such a crowd? Has Johan's power already spread? But it seemed too early for that. Afterwards, the protagonist approached the man and asked, "Excuse me, what's going on at the cathedral?" He replied, "They say holy water is half price, that's why everyone's rushing in." He was surprised. Half price? He replied that he saw that he was from a noble family and he should give up such a chance to the commoners. He thought this was an unprecedented opportunity. Then it would be possible to create an elixir from both fragments of the demon's breath. But here's the catch. Usually it takes a whole day to create one bottle of holy water infused with divine energy. Given Johan's character, who isn't greedy for money, a half-price discount is possible, but for him to have such a quantity of holy water, which takes a whole day to create, something isn't right. Afterwards, the church minister said the following, "He should come over. Welcome his brother." The protagonist walked inside and thought that he had only seen him in a picture, so he wasn't sure right off the bat. In that case, he said, "Yes, hello, Father Johann Chris." He replied, "Yes, his brother. How many vials will he need?" He frowned and said, "He must be very busy, pretending all day." He smiled awkwardly and asked, "What does he mean?" And then MC slapped the boxes next to his face and said that there is no other priest in Myers Cathedral except Johann. He should tell him, "Idiot, where's the real Father Johann?" He laughed and said that he does not understand what he is talking about. He is Johann. If he has other business, he asks him to leave. There are many waiting behind. With these words, he began to take out a weapon from the sleeve of his robe. Then people started running into the cathedral and shouting, "Hey, there is a line as far as the eye can see, and what is he thinking? If there's no business, he must get out. Come on, her child is sick. Every second counts. She is asking for it to be done quickly." The protagonist then asked if he thought he could get away with daring to touch the cathedral. He would immediately report it to the Imperial Garrison. He laughed and asked, "The Imperial Garrison? Fine. If he was guilty, he would humbly accept his punishment." He moved closer to his ear and added, "So if he didn't want to go to the next world, he should get lost and not disturb those busy people." After a while, the protagonist sat in the room, crossing his arms and thinking. It seemed he wasn't even afraid of the Imperial Army. Perhaps they themselves had connections in the garrison? Not only was the Central Army defending the Empire, but garrisons guarding provincial cities were easily drawn into corruption. Perhaps it wouldn't be that simple. He didn't have any precise information, so he needed to check it out himself. With these thoughts in mind, he left a note on the table. After that, he set off and thought, by the way, there's a garrison fortress in Myers. He stopped near the building and thought, is this it? Then he rode closer. One of the guards asked, "Is that Bahal's white horse?" His colleague said it looked like it. Then the guard asked what he wanted to do. The protagonist said he had a statement. Was the general there? He asked if he'd signed up by chance. He answered no. He said that would be problematic then. He needed to sign up and come back later. The protagonist asked if he was very busy. He replied that he wasn't. It was the general's policy. He never accepted anyone without an appointment. The protagonist asked, "But the garrison's role is to govern the region, isn't it? Reports of serious incidents should be treated with priority, not put off until later. In response, he said he apologized. They were just following orders. The MC frowned and thought, well, there was no point in talking to the clansman anyway, but it seemed wrong to just leave. Then the guard said he was honored. The protagonist thought, is this man the local general? He turned and looked at Pullman, finally sitting on his horse. He thought he was too sloppy to be a knight. Then Pullman stopped his horse and asked who he was. The MC bowed and said he had come to make a statement. He said, apparently, he was not from the Bahal clan, so why was he riding their white horse? Maybe he stole it? He replied that it had been a gift to him. He thought he was completely uninterested in the essence of the statement. If Jinho hadn't been there, he wouldn't have looked in his direction. He asked, was it a gift? He had never heard of white horses being given as gifts. What clan was he from? He didn't look particularly knightly. The protagonist replied that he was just a humble mage from an insignificant family. In response, Pullman laughed and said, a magician, not a knight, received the white horse Bahal as a gift. Who is he to lie to his face? He replied that it was an exceptional case. But wouldn't it be better to first hear the essence of his statement? He shouted in surprise, what? And he said that right now, in Myers Cathedral, the said priest is selling counterfeit holy water. As far as he knows, holy water is a very valuable thing. Before he could finish speaking, Pullman shouted, arrest him immediately. He thought in surprise, what? He had only just started talking. The next second, the knights surrounded him and Pullman shouted, throw him in the dungeon and confiscate the horse. He said, so he really was with them. He thought, because he thought so. Then Pullman said, he would regret that he dared to insolently talk to him. Idiot, hey them, take him immediately. The others answered, yes. After this, the protagonist's hands were tied, and he said, that was a shame. They started to lead him away, and Pullman shouted after him, he'll see if he's still in the mood for threats after they break all his bones. Meanwhile, the great Bahal estate. Fernando, looking at Taurus kneeling before him, said, they say the emperor is granting a great reward. He asked, was their clan the one who brought back the most? He answered, yes, indeed. He held up a document and recited, the Bahal clan saved 1,720 imperial citizens from the slave markets. Arahan followed with 2,580. He reflected that he strived for balance and harmony between knights and mages and usually discouraged conflict. The fact that he so openly disclosed the rankings meant that this matter was truly important to him. The fact that Bahal made the greatest contribution to this matter was significant. Then he said, so he should go and receive the gifts. The journey was long, so he must prepare. Before he could finish speaking, Taurus asked, what is it? At that moment, a subordinate entered the room and bowing said, Lord, clan leader, a young man has arrived at the estate gates and requests an audience. He was about to send him away, but he called himself a friend of Lord Taurus and Zed, so he decided to report. Taurus asked if his name was Ryu by any chance. He answered, yes, sir. He really knew Lord Taurus. He answered, but why on earth did he come here? Then Taurus looked at Fernando and said, Lord clan leader, he would deal with him himself. He shouldn't worry. He replied, no, he must bring him to him. Zed Arahan must have sent him. He said that if he had anything to say, he needed to hear it. The letter also said that they highly valued the services of Zed Arahan, who had saved many subjects of the empire, regardless of their status. All noble houses should follow his example and show initiative. After a while, Ryu pressed himself to the floor and said, I have the honor of seeing the great lord, the head of the Bahal clan. Fernando asked, so what was the matter with him? He replied that he was immensely grateful for this great favor. He held out the letter and said that Zed had left this note, asking him to deliver it to Bahal if he didn't return by nightfall. Taurus then handed Fernando the letter. He thought about it, then concluded, Arahan, Bahal won the battle but lost the war. This letter was from Zed, whom the emperor himself had honored. Although there was nothing important in it, it was better to read it in person. Then he began to read and thought, this. It said, a figure in Myers Cathedral, the cathedral's authority, selling counterfeit holy water. Fraud under the pretext of faith. Those who rejected the righteous path. Composure, despite the urgency. Suspicion of collusion and corruption with the local garrison. He wondered if all this had been written for him to see. Could this really be the potential, the insight of a 15-year-old boy? A letter was also written. If he did not return by night, he should give this letter to the Lord, the head of the Bahal clan. He said that now he understood why he wrote that. Ryu said, yes, that's right. He was afraid that something had happened to Zed. He understands that he had overstepped his bounds. But he still came. He asks for forgiveness. He replied that he must have been very scared, but he found the courage for his friend. A truly honorable act. He was surprised he was asking for forgiveness, and he said that it was already late. He ordered something to be brought to him. He would write one letter, and in the meantime he could eat in peace. Ryu began to bow sharply and shouted that he was immensely grateful. Thank you. He thought he had just called the act of a commoner like him honorable. Knights are truly magnificent people. After some time, a plate with a sandwich was placed in front of him. Ryu began to eat and thought, even better than beef. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the protagonist was hanging by his feet. He was lifting himself up, doing sit-ups. The guard watching him thought, this crazy idiot has been going on for over 2 hours. He was hung up for torture. What is he doing? It seemed like only his mental state was deteriorating. Then Pullman approached them and said, it stinks in here so much, it's rotting your nose. He replied, General Pullman, he has the honor, and he covered his face with a rag and asked what the hell he was doing. He replied that he didn't know, but it seemed like he was doing this all the time. The previous guard said that he had received him in the same condition from his predecessor. He asked, so he's been doing this for several hours straight? He answered, I think so. He said, yes, he's a tough nut to crack. After this, the protagonist was lowered and forced to his knees, and Pullman said that depending on his answers, he could either let him go or subject him to even more brutal torture. The white horse doesn't obey. You cast a spell on him? He replied, that's ridiculous. A white horse only obeys the one it chooses. He asked, and he expects him to believe this nonsense that a knight's horse chose a mage? He replied that he would soon find out for himself. He screamed, what an idiot. He took off his armor and rolling up his sleeves said, apparently the torture was too light, now he will deal with it himself. No one had ever endured his torture for more than 30 minutes. MC smiled in response. He thought he was smirking. He picked up a knife and said, I wonder how long he can hold out with such arrogance. He had never seen anyone who could withstand this blade plunging into their knee and scraping bones. He put the weapon to his leg and asked if he would talk. In response, the protagonist sent him away, and he shouted in irritation, what an idiot. He swung his sword. But at that moment, his subordinate shouted, General, there's trouble. A letter from Bahal has arrived. He threw a knife at it and shouted, damn it, what noise? He seemed to say not to interfere with him during the torture. He responded by apologizing and saying it was urgent. The head of the Bahal clan had sent a letter. He grabbed it and shouted, damn it, if it's nonsense, then he too should prepare for death. He then unfolded the letter and shouted, what does it say? Is the one they've detained the owner of the White Horse and a friend of Bahal? It said that since he was involved in corruption in Myers Cathedral, they were to hold him in custody pending an investigation, which would begin in 10 days. He added that if he resisted, they would face Bahal's judgment. Then he tore up the letter and shouted, damn it, what, an investigation, a trial? How dare he threaten a general personally appointed by the emperor? Then he looked at the protagonist and said, so he orchestrated this whole thing. He was smirking from the start, expecting exactly this. He must be out of his mind. Even the head of the Bahal clan can't just order around a general of the imperial army. The protagonist replied, no, he has ironclad reasons. Pullman twisted the knife in his hand and said, what reason? He would kill him, finish off that impostor priest, and there would be no evidence left, nothing. In response, MC said, people like him need to be punched in the face to make them see reason. He then released a powerful energy and ignited the rope on his hands. Pullman was surprised. An aura of murder? The next second, magical chains began to surround his legs and he screamed, what the hell is that? His body began to become completely covered in chains and he screamed, how dare they? The protagonist looked to the side in surprise and noticing this, thought, are there black flames among the rank-and-file soldiers? The mages cast a spell, and he wondered what kind of organization this was. Then they knelt before him, and one of them said, young master, the Lord Clan head ordered him to return immediately. They will all escort him. He must hurry. He wondered when they had time. Damn it, where were the limits of this organization? Then he asked why the order to return had been given. He answered without explanation. They were only following the Lord Clan head's orders. He must hurry, he thought. Not yet. He hadn't yet created the elixir or found lacto. He told them to wait, give him a few days. He would find everything himself. He said, impossible. They were only following the Lord Clan head's orders. He thought, no, he needed to buy himself time. Then he asked, was he made of black flame and didn't know what Arahan was? If he went now, he would die anyway. Didn't the Lord Clan head understand that? He had to convey his will to him. He should ask for some time to prepare. If he still ordered them to return, he would follow them without complaint. The mage replied that he understood and said he'd waited a bit. The next second, he disappeared. And MC thought the Arahan clan must have been monitoring his actions through the black flame. The only problematic ones were killing the slave trader DeVito and visiting the Bahal clan. He would definitely be interrogated for that, so he needed to prepare. Then the mage returned and said, young sir, the clan leader has agreed to give him time. He must return to the clan within 14 days. There will be no further delays. The protagonist thought, 14 days. The countdown began. He thought it was good that at least this grace period had appeared. 14 days he would have to act very quickly. The messenger said that the head of the clan asked to tell him that he was entrusting the problems with Pullman and the Myers Cathedral to him, and also added that an investigator would arrive soon. He should act prudently. He asked, so quickly? He thought it would take at least 1 day. Is this also the hand of the Black Cohort? The more he learns, the more amazed he is by this organization. The man said that there is one more thing. The head of the clan wants him to be honest about being a scion of Arahan. He stared at him in bewilderment and asked, what does this mean? Is he talking about the contacts? Does he want him to stop wearing them? He confirmed it and he asked, what is the reason? When they needed to, they threw him in prison. And now, what if this? The man did not answer his question and said that he conveyed everything the head of the clan ordered, and now it was time for them to leave. They disappeared into the shadows, and he noted with displeasure that they had said their piece and disappeared. 2 hours later, Imperial Investigator Cox arrived. He greeted the young man with a smile and said that he had accomplished a great deed, uncovering corruption in the imperial army. What lineage was he from? The emperor will honor his merits. He removed his lenses and told him that he was the 7th child of the house of Arahan. Zed. Cox was very surprised and asked if it really was him. He confirmed it with bewilderment and he laughed, saying that it was such a coincidence. And that same Arahan from the decree. He too. He didn't understand what he was talking about and he said that he saw it but he didn't know it yet. He showed him the scroll and said that his name was on the decree, personally signed by His Majesty, and at the very end, the decree stated that they highly value the merits of Zed Arahan, the savior of the subjects of the empire, regardless of status. All noble houses should follow his example and show initiative. He put it away and said that he was much talked about at court. He really wanted to meet him, and this is how fortunate it turned out. Zed asked in surprise, but how did the emperor know this? He answered him that His Majesty loves to talk, regardless of rank and title. Among those returned to their homeland, there were those who talked about him. He wondered, could it really be Gordon? He said that he would repay him for his kindness, but so quickly? Cox said that the emperor would be very pleased to hear about this, and it would be good for his house. Because of these words, he remembered something and said that he had a favor to ask of him. He wants to personally bring the matter of Myers Cathedral to an end. Is this possible? Cox thought for a moment and said that he understood his desires. He probably wants to finish what he started. Let him do as he pleases. Zed thought this was to be expected from a Central Army investigator. He didn't even hesitate, even though he was essentially taking away his credit. He bowed and thanked him for his understanding, and he laughed, noting that he just thanked him. He'd obviously been around too long. After that, he patted him on the shoulder and told him to take the Central Army soldiers who had come with him. They were criminals who had violated the Empire's laws, and if they resisted, he was to execute them on the spot. And if any problems arose, he would take responsibility. Zed said he could only thank him for such support, and he laughed, noting that he was very polite for Arahan. He liked him. He looked at him with a puzzled look and wondered if Arahan really was full of madmen. After a while, Zed and the soldiers set off for the cathedral. The townspeople were surprised by what the Central Army was doing in Myers and began discussing General Pullman's affairs. MC stopped right outside the cathedral and, calling its inhabitants swindlers who had defrauded the Empire and profited from it, listened to him attentively. He would count to exactly 3. If they didn't come out before then, they would die. No one answered him, and one of the soldiers asked if they should drag them out by force. He replied that carrying weapons and using forbidden magic inside the Imperial Cathedral was dangerous. He noted that he was right, but there was no other way, and then another man asked if they should wait for the certificate. Zed declared that he would handle it himself and headed toward the cathedral, saying they didn't have much time. He could handle it himself, and they should stay here. They worried that something would happen to him, to which he replied that everything would be fine. While they were anxiously discussing what to do, Cox approached them with a scroll in his hands, and they asked, "Is this a certificate?" They immediately reached for their weapons, and one of them said that now that they had the certificate, there was no reason to hesitate. They would immediately enter and capture the criminals, but Cox told them to wait. He gave Zed his token precisely so that he would finish this job. He himself wanted it. They worriedly said that there was an armed group inside after all, and he refuses to help him. If problems arise, they will not escape responsibility either. Let him order them in. Cox said that they apparently do not know the Arahan well. Do they know why they are the first clan? Why do people fear them? Because they are stronger than the other clans, but not because of their strength. There is something more important. The Arahan always keep their word, no matter what they say, regardless of the means and methods. That is why they are feared. At that very moment, MC entered the cathedral and, meeting with an armed squad, said with a grin that he told him he would be fine. He headed towards them, and Cox told the soldiers to watch out. Today's main hero is this Arahan. After that, a fight broke out in the cathedral, and various sounds began to be heard, but after a while they died down. Because of this, the soldiers became worried. They began to think that something had happened to Zed, and when they saw someone coming out, they immediately prepared for a fight, and then their looks became surprised. MC led the tied-up criminals out of the cathedral and followed them out, after which everyone screamed, rejoicing at his victory. They were surprised and delighted that he dealt with them without mana, to which he replied that it wasn't that hard. The criminal was taken into custody, and Cox laughed and said that he once again earned his respect. It was simply magnificent. Zed pointed to the criminals and said that these scoundrels were selling counterfeit holy water and that he should take the necessary measures. He promised him that he, as the investigator, would take responsibility for solving this part of the case, and MC turned to the cathedral, telling the Holy Father that he could now leave. Holy Father Johann emerged from the darkness, shielding his eyes from the bright rays of the sun, and the townspeople burst into tears of joy, seeing that he was alive. The Holy Father approached the criminals and blessed the fake priest, surprising the others. Just looking at him, MC felt a mysterious power that warmed and comforted them. He bestowed a blessing on the other priests and told them to repent of their sins and live according to the will of the Lord. Then he would always be with them. They bowed their heads, asked for his forgiveness, and thanked him. From now on, they would not go against the will of the Lord. Everyone was very glad that Father Johann had finally returned. After this, the Holy Father approached Zed and introduced himself to him. He was the 49th priest of the Empire, Johann Chris. He was immensely grateful to him, who had fulfilled the will of the Lord. He invited him to the cathedral and said that he would like to offer him a cup of tea. Did he have time? He agreed, but before he left, Cox asked him to talk to him. If he did not mind, he would like to give him something. He looked at his palm in surprise and asked if this was not the sign of an investigator, giving the right to command the Imperial troops. He answered him that it was exactly so. Wherever he was in the Empire, let him show this, and he will be helped. He asked in surprise why he was giving this to him. How could he use it? Cox put it in his hand, and said that at least he would not dishonor his name, but let him promise to use this sign only for the good of the Empire. The moment he used it for personal gain, he would respond to his kindness with betrayal. He promised him that he would remember this, that this would never happen. The man laughed and said that he really wasn't like the Arahan he knew. He had seen a lot in his time. After that, he returned to the army and waved to Zed, saying that the case was closed, so they were leaving. He would be glad to see him again. MC bowed to him goodbye and watched them leave with a smile. After they entered the cathedral, the first thing Johann did was thank him for saving him. They say that all the victims in this case will also receive compensation. He did a great deed. Zed told him that he was too kind, and he asked if maybe he wanted something from him. He thought that this was to be expected from a wise and insightful man. He knew that his actions were not dictated by simple faith. He answered him honestly that he needed his holy water, to which he said that it should only be used to heal the sick and fight evil. What does he need it for? He answered that he needed it to create a magic item. He doesn't know if it can be called fighting evil, but it will save his life. He is Arahan, but he was exiled because he cannot control mana, and now he is ordered to return to the clan. Does he understand what this means? Johann replied that he had heard there was a fierce struggle between the brothers, but could a simple magic item really stop this fratricidal feud and save him? He replied that he was simply trying to use all the means available to him, and considered that the maximum stat he could obtain with this elixir was 2. If using the comprehensive transformations skill required a magic stat of 5, then for him, with his current magic stat of 3, it would be incredibly valuable. After all, there was a huge difference between something that could only be used by raising morale and something that was always available. The Holy Father glanced thoughtfully at his reflection in the tea and said that, in fact, he had already heard of him. He was said to have dealt with the infamous slave trader Eversworsider. Arahan was under his protection. He believed that the fact that that same Arahan had come to Myers and protected the Lord's abode was also the will of the Almighty, perhaps helping him as part of his plan. He placed the box on the table and said that he was just saving it to give to someone who really needs it. The effect of holy water depends greatly on the amount of divine energy invested in it. He put all the power he could accumulate over a long time into these vials, and he hopes this will help him. Opening the box, he showed him 3 vials, and he excitedly jumped up from his seat, saying that he was grateful to him for giving him such precious holy water. In addition, Johann gave him a personal gift from himself and prayed for him before leaving. Returning home, MC looked at what he had received and wondered if he was dreaming. The item he so wanted to get in the game was now in his hands. It was the sign of a priest, or, in other words, a priest's guarantee. You might think that a priest's guarantee means nothing, but in this world, it has tremendous power. The cathedral gained its current authority thanks to the emperor's investment in creating an empire where morality and conscience reigned. So the priest's guarantee is an indirect guarantee from the emperor. With the priest's mark, he can no longer be put on the wanted list, and he can't be arrested on the spot. And more importantly, he can't be killed without a trace. This mark alone will ensure his safety in this underhanded struggle. Johann must have known this, which is why he gave it to him. Now he has the mark of an investigator and a priest. This is the best he could achieve upon returning to the clan. Anyone who wants to kill him will have to take a great risk, and he will be able to receive help from the Imperial Army anywhere. One glance at these marks is enough to make him feel confident. He glanced at the box, picked up 1 vial, and thought that in the game, holy water had about a 20% chance of success. But Johann said he put all his effort into it. Holy water, 3 vials, and also demon's breath. It would be great if he could succeed on the first try. He decided to give it a try and uncorked the vial, thinking that if he ran out of holy water, he could just get more. After that, he poured the holy water onto the demon's breath, and a reaction occurred. The holy water completely enveloped the sphere. Then a vial appeared out of thin air in front of him, and he was overjoyed. He'd succeeded on the first try. Deciding not to wait, he drank it all down in one gulp, and the system informed him that his magic stat had increased to 4. He clenched his fist victoriously and thought that if he succeeded next time, he'd have 5 magic points. He had 2 vials of holy water and 1 demon's breath left. If he succeeded on the first try now, he'd have 1 vial left. He poured the holy water onto the sphere, hoping for success, and he succeeded again. He thought this chance of success is over 80%, right? It wasn't for nothing that he put all his effort into this holy water. With such a concentration of divine energy, it was almost like a second life. He poured out the contents of the vial smile, increasing his magic, and the system informed him of a new spell. Comprehensive Transfiguration, human, significantly enhances the caster's physical abilities, grants a shield effect proportional to the strength of his magic. He jumped with joy, then fell onto the bed and thought that his tension had finally eased. He had been really nervous. It was good that this spell required so little magic. He laughed and exclaimed that this was even more interesting than the game. A new day dawned. He met with Ryu, and he told him that he had been looking for the one-eyed, gray-haired men he had requested, but so far only about 40 people had shown up. Not as many as he expected. He did as he was told. He offered money for them to gather in one place, and exactly 34 people showed up. This meant that the one he needed was among the remaining 6. He asked if he had found out where all 6 were. He replied that he had even written down the exact locations just in case he thought they would be able to find them tomorrow. He handed him the list, and he said with a smile that it had helped him a lot. The guy replied that it was easy. He could do much more complex things. So, how did he like him? Was he quite a capable guy? He replied that he knew he was smart, but he shouldn't try too hard. He would be responsible for him and his sister until the very end. After all, he was his first comrade. His words touched them so much that they burst into tears, and he told them not to react like that because of such obvious things. That was also an illness. He was distracted from the conversation by a woman. She came up to him and asked if he was Zed Arahan by any chance. He turned to her, asking how she knew him, and she delightedly answered him that now, in Myers, only a spy could not know about him. Young Arahan, who punished the swindlers and protected the cathedral and the Holy Father, the whole town is talking about nothing else. MC looked around and realized why they were looking at him so strangely. He thought it was because of his eyes, but it turned out there was something else. The townspeople standing nearby started whispering about him. Someone asked if this was Zed Arahan. The man told him to call him more respectfully, and someone asked if it was okay to look at members of this clan like that. They say people die from that. Someone told him that he was a messenger of God's will, so it was okay to look at him. He thought his entire family was merciless, but apparently that wasn't true. Ryu was surprised, not understanding what was happening, and his sister hid behind him in fear. All the townspeople crowded around them, thanked Zed for protecting the cathedral, and promised to remember his good name for generations. He even felt a little awkward, although he thought he was used to such situations. He suggested that his friends leave quickly, and suddenly he felt something foreign. In the middle of the crowd was a man, one-eyed and gray-haired. He immediately realized that it was Lactose Sherville. He rushed towards him, asking him to wait, barely squeezed through the crowd and ran after him, but he was already nowhere to be found. Ryu ran up to him and worriedly asked what happened. He answered him that he had just seen him, and he asked in surprise, was he really talking about the one they were looking for? He said that he had just been here, but ran away, and asked his friend to name the nearest places from those 6. They needed to hurry. They ran, and he thought that he would try to escape, and if he hid seriously, they would not be able to find him. Ryu took out a list on the run and showed him the direction. They turned left and ran to the house, room 203. Having burst into the room, MC found an old man inside, but it was not him. The poor old man fell to his knees in fear, thinking he had come for the rent, and then Zed jumped out of the house through the window and told Ryu to show him the next location. Seeing this, he exclaimed in fear that he was just crazy, and then they began checking one house after another, each of them containing ordinary people. There was one last place left, a basement room. Just as MC was about to open the door, he felt energy and told his friend to go upstairs, after which he thought that he needed to hurry. But what was this ominous premonition? His opponent was the best blacksmith and also a fugitive. If this really was the place where Lacto was hiding, then it was definitely a trap. He used magic, comprehensive transformation, and only then opened the door to the room, after which an explosion immediately occurred. The system notified him that the spell had deactivated, activating the Immortal Fighter feature. The entire room was engulfed in azure flame. Ryu went down to check, and Zed cursed, thinking that azure flame was an advanced fire element. Even ordinary fire is difficult to embody in a magical item with such a powerful explosion, and he had realized azure flame in a simple trap. Is that even possible? Everything here was shattered into pieces. If not for the immortal fighter, he would have definitely died. This is a feature that, as the name suggests, ignores on-the-spot death damage. He knows this well, having used it often in the game. Simply put, with this feature, no one can kill him with one hit. He thought it was a 4th or 5th circle level explosion, but even the feature worked. The realization that he was literally on the brink of death does not add to his joy. He must find him at all costs and make him his ally. After that, they returned to the house and started discussing everything. Ryu became indignant and exclaimed, "Why are they suspects? They are also victims. This is all unfair." MC tiredly answered him that one way or another, they were the only ones at the scene. If they don't prove that it was a trap explosion, they will easily be blamed. Besides, Arahan is a fire clan. He tried to find evidence at the explosion site, but everything burned down. Nothing remained. Ryu asked what they should do then. Maybe they should hide before the Imperial army arrives or ask the Baal clan for help. They seem to have a good clan leader. Maybe he will help them if they explain the whole situation. He answered him that it's better not to mess with them, and it's all because of the black cohort. Last time they reacted very harshly. At this time, the Imperial army had already approached the house. General Madden called on Zed to leave the estate immediately. Hearing a voice, he stood up and Ryu asked worriedly, "Will he just come out to them?" His sister said she was very scared, and he ordered them to stay here. Everything was fine. He would go alone. Before leaving, he pinned the priest's badge to his chest. Seeing it, the general immediately ordered the soldiers to seize him immediately, but seeing the badge on his chest, he also ordered everyone to stop and approached him, asking, "Is this the priest's badge?" He confirmed this, saying that this badge was given to him by Father Johann from the Cathedral of Myers. The general awkwardly coughed into his fist and apologized to him for not recognizing him, and he responded with a smile and said that everything was fine. The misunderstanding could be resolved. The man introduced himself to him. He was appointed to replace General Pullman. A major explosion had just occurred in the city, and his name was mentioned among the witnesses. Was he at the scene? He told him that he was right at the epicenter of the explosion, and he clarified, that is, he is saying that he is not a suspect, but a victim. He confirmed this and asked if he could say why he was in that place. This is a procedural question. He is not obliged to answer if he does not want to. He answered him that he had no reason to refuse. He went there looking for one person, but there was a trap. He was also very surprised. The general sighed heavily and thought that because of the priest's sign, no matter how much he suspected him, he cannot treat him as a criminal. And MC at that time thought that he came just in time. With the help of the garrison, it will be much easier to find Lacto, who has completely disappeared. He turned to the general and asked if he could help him. He immediately refused him, saying that the Imperial Army cannot act on personal matters. He cannot waste state resources without any reason. He pulled an investigator's badge from his pocket and asked if that would be enough. The man was very surprised and asked where he got it, to which he replied that it was given to him by Imperial Investigator Cox. As far as he knew, he said that with this badge, he could count on the assistance of the Imperial Army. The general immediately confirmed this. According to the sacred laws of the Empire, they are obliged to provide maximum assistance to the bearer of this badge. He was shocked. He had 2 badges at once. What kind of person was he? Zed said that this matter concerned not only him personally, but also the capture of the culprit of the explosion. That was work for the garrison. The general immediately stood at attention and told him to simply order them what was needed. From that moment on, the Myers City garrison was at his service. MC thought that the investigator's badge was still more significant. If the priest's badge meant immunity, then the investigator's badge meant the right to command. He said that first they needed to draw a profile of the criminal, let them find someone suitable. The general answered him that he would take care of everything, and Ryu, who was watching all this from the window, let out a loud and surprised sigh, then shook his head and thought that he was a scary person. The next morning, wanted posters were posted all over the city, but the portrait did not depict Lacto, but some other man. People crowded around the notice board with interest, and among them was the man from the poster. It turns out it was Lacto in disguise. He thought, did he mistake him for someone else? But that can't be true. He definitely knows him. He deliberately portrayed him differently. But why? Maybe he wants to meet him? He walked away from the notice board and thought that what was on his mind would only become clear when they met. He couldn't even remember what number city he was in anymore. He was tired of being a fugitive. Maybe it was time to put an end to this? He had lived long enough. He had no regrets left. He noticed a guard ahead and stopped, thinking that a lot of people had gathered. First, he needed to blend in and get a better look. He felt a touch on his back. It was Zed. He praised his skill at disguise, and when he opened his mouth to speak, he ordered him to act naturally. If he aroused suspicion, the soldiers would come running. Lacto asked who he was, and he told him his name in response, saying that he had finally met him. The man asked why he was looking for him, but before answering his question, he suggested that they change places. After that, MC removed his hood and said that it was nice to meet him. He reintroduced himself, and when Lacto took off his disguise, he said that he already knew his name. The man asked why he was looking for him, and he answered with a smile that the reason for looking for the legendary blacksmith must be simple. He had come here to hire him as Arahan's personal weaponsmith. The game and reality are definitely different, and one of the differences is equipping items. In the game, everything is simple, double-click and done, but in reality, you have to equip everything yourself. Not only do you have to compare stats, but you also have to consider fit and weight. Magic items sold on the market are created to adult standards, so there are many variables. No matter how many good stats a player has, if the size doesn't fit, the item is useless. That's why Zed wants to hire Lacto. He can create magic items that fit him perfectly, and with each stat increase, he can receive new equipment or additional items for specific situations. He simply must make him his ally. He said that a warhorse is born to to race, and a sword is made to be used. What does he, as the last descendant of the Chervil clan, want to live for? For the greatest master to create magic items for the greatest clan, so that the Chervil technique is passed down to descendants and continue the history. He believes this is his destiny. Lacto said it all sounded like a fairy tale. The mere thought of it filled him with joy. But his clan isn't what it used to be. He said he knew they were slandered. He would remove this long-standing stigma from his clan, and with Arahan's help, this could become reality. The man asked if he knew the whole truth about the Chervil massacre. He answered that he didn't know the details, and then he chuckled and exclaimed, and he was going to help them without knowing all the circumstances. Then how could he be sure it was slander? He remained silent and thought. The Chervil affair happened long before the start of the game scenario, so he could only roughly guess from NPC dialogue. According to the records, it all boiled down to them rebelling and being destroyed by the Imperial army. He replied that he couldn't know all the details, but he knew his clan well. The Chervil were a clan whose sole occupation was the creation of superior magical items, so they had no reason to rebel. Furthermore, the Emperor was a being who had attained both the ranks of Swordmaster and Archmage, the absolute ruler at the very pinnacle. Beneath him was the central army, consisting of knights and mages. Even if Arahan and Bahal united, they would not be able to defeat the Emperor. The Emperor was an immortal being, living forever, and the absolute ruler of this world. Then the Chervil had even less reason to rebel. He asked Lacto to tell him the whole truth. He had no doubt it was slander. The man took a deep breath and said he must know about the Martin clan. It was the second most influential clan among mages. They mainly traded with them. The Martin always wanted to surpass Arahan. MC agreed with him, noting that in practice this was an impossible dream, and the man said it was true. The Arahan were so great. The problems started when Clan Billy intervened. Zed recalled that they were a mediocre magic clan that suddenly rose to prominence, and by the end of the game was on par with Martin. Lacto told him that Clan Billy once came to them and demanded that they break their deal with Martin and trade exclusively with them, but they, naturally, refused. Apparently, they harbored a grudge against them. They framed Martin to harm them, trying to sow discord between them. MC asked, so both Clan Billy and Martin were involved? He replied that he didn't know. Then, the Imperial army burst in one day and started killing everyone. They had no time for explanations, no chance. Now Zed understood what had happened, but one thing troubled him. Could it be that the Arahan really weren't involved in that matter? If they were, then his action, taking Lacto with him, might seem despicable. The Arahan didn't trade with the Chervil, so perhaps they saw them, supplying other clans with the best artifacts, as a threat. And if the Black Cohort was also involved, then they destroyed all traces, committing the perfect crime. Knowing how terrible the Black Cohort was, the more he thought about it, the stronger his suspicions became. But perhaps he was assuming too much, so it was better not to rush to conclusions. He said that if the Mangacaps were involved, the Arahan would be able to settle everything. The man asked if he could vouch for that. He replied that he would definitely keep his word, after which he extended his hand and invited him to come with him. Those red eyes exuded confidence. Lacto extended his hand and thought that in the end, he had already resigned himself to the fact that everything could end this way. Perhaps it would be good to allow himself to hope for the last time. He shook his hand and said that if the technique and history of Chervil could continue, then he was ready to join him. After this, MC was very happy and suggested that they set off immediately. The first ally, the white horse Bahal, the sign of the investigator and priest, and the last descendant of Chervil. That's what he acquired in the south. Now he wondered how much of this would be enough in Arahan. He clenched his fist and smiled, confident that everything would work out for him. After that, they set off for the western region, the golden city of Neka. Ryu delightedly noted the luxury of this city and said that everything here literally dazzled his eyes. He couldn't believe that such a place really existed. Zed asked, well, he worked in trade, so hadn't he been here before? He replied that this city was firmly held by large trade guilds. For the small and medium-sized businesses he worked for, Neka was an unattainable dream. His sister enthusiastically pointed to a nearby building and said that everything here was made entirely of gold. Lacto looked around and said that he hadn't been here in a while either. This city was growing at an alarming rate. MC asked, so he'd been here before? He laughed and replied that he'd come here in his twilight years as a tourist, but less than 10 years had passed, and the city had become unrecognizable. Zed looked around and thought that it was colder here than in the south, but the atmosphere was lively and carefree. It looked different, but he felt like he was in Gangnam. Passersby kept turning to look at him. His white horse, Bahal, stood out too much in the heart of Arahan City. First, they decided to find a place to stay. As soon as they rented a room, MC changed his clothes, and Ryu asked if they weren't heading straight to Arahan. He replied that there was still a whole week left until the agreed-upon time, so there was no time to waste. He asked if he was going somewhere again. He confirmed that he needed to go somewhere alone. It could take a few days, so they shouldn't worry and wait here. The guy asked confusedly, so he wasn't coming back today. He replied that a week might not be enough. They should eat somewhere close to the place, and if possible, try not to go far. Otherwise they might get lost. Ryu said that he was certainly not a child, but it was indeed easy to get lost here. After that, they said goodbye to him and told him to come back safe and sound. He smiled at them goodbye and then left the hotel, noting that everything smelled of gold. As bright as this place is, it has a dark side. People who came to the Golden City hoping for opportunity became losers and settled in the alleys, and he wonders if he could be in such a place. He went to a store. There he asked for black contacts, and the seller asked why he needed such a cheap and ordinary color. He remained silent, and he, realizing that he asked too much, exclaimed that he would bring everything right away. After that, he went to a clothing store, chose some rags, and the seller told him that these were work clothes. They don't sell that. He quickly changed and handed him his clothes as payment, and then went to a shoe store, where he was already mistaken for a tramp and almost kicked out. Finally, his new image was ready. He looked at his reflection. Now he looked like a real tramp, and now it was time for him to go meet the king of the back alleys. He waited until nightfall, sitting near a ruined house in a pool of filth, and decided to start. He walked down the street and entered a narrow alley, all this time being watched by other vagabonds. He had noticed them long ago and thought they were small fry, and really, just observing, exactly 7 around the perimeter. Now it was hard to see them even a couple of meters away. Just when he thought it was time to act, his stomach growled loudly, and he thought that maybe the beggar's clothes made him too hungry. If he had known this, he would have at least taken some dried meat with him. But then, those guys would have pounced on him even sooner, and then a large man came out to meet him with some other guys, and the ones behind him blocked his retreat. The man called him an idiot and asked what he was doing here, but there was no answer, and he irritably ordered him to act like one if he was a newbie. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive here. MC thought it was obvious and asked with a cheeky smile if they had anything to eat. He was starving. This angered them, and they asked if he thought they had any food in reserve. Some guy behind him told him not to worry. They would kill him before he starved. Zed ducked, dodging his punch, and he noticed that he was quite agile. After that, the tramps pounced on him at once. One of them attacked him from behind, then he simply hit him with his shoulder, knocking him down on his comrades, and he was about to hit the other guy with his elbow in the face, or rather, pretended to, and then simply knocked him out with a quick blow to the neck with the edge of his palm. Seeing this, the other tramps were shocked, and MC smiled at their faces, but instead of running away, they pounced on him and suffered the same fate as their friends. Zed thought his strength was now 70, so even a light blow would knock them out. The man woke up, and MC asked if he was in a lot of pain. He responded by exclaiming that he was a psychopath, and said that he had just asked them a question, and they had immediately attacked him, while they could have just given him a crust of bread. They made him even hungrier. The man helped his comrade up and exclaimed discontentedly, "Does he think he'll get away with all this? He wouldn't live here. Their gang would finish him off without anyone knowing." He responded by saying that then he just needed to capture their gang, and the man exclaimed that his head was full of nonsense. Suddenly, someone pointed a blade at Zed. He quickly reacted and dodged, and the attacker smirked and asked, "Is he unusual?" It was the squad boss. They all happily ran over to him, and MC thought that he had caught a real beast from the very first day. Perhaps his plan will be realized faster? One of the vagrants asked joyfully, "Do you know who this person is?" It was the legendary assassin who had terrified Nek, Master Kanzera. The assassin had said that if he wanted to live, he should immediately fall to his knees and beg for mercy. But Zed assumed a fighting stance and asked what had made him the boss of a gang of beggars. He grew angry and lunged at him with a blade, the swing of which Zed immediately dodged. The assassin said that he had managed to dodge his attack twice, but he was still young. He saw potential in him. It was a pity he wouldn't have time to reveal it. He wouldn't live long. Zed grinned and thought, is this him, the world champion, who was being told about potential? Suddenly, the assassin began emitting mana, preparing for a new attack, and he thought that he was at least in the 4th circle. He thought the legends about the assassin were nonsense, but it seemed there was some truth to them. Assassins don't have the support of large clans, so their limit is obvious. They can't pass on their skills. Under such conditions, reaching the 4th circle is truly worthy of the title of legend. Noticing his serious expression, the assassin laughed and said that he must have scared him. This is what happens to those who don't know how big the world is. After these words, he dissolved into mana and began circling around him, but he wasn't distracted by his feints. He mockingly asked if he wasn't trembling, or was he simply frozen with fear? He would check it now. He launched an attack, and MC realized he was about to strike him from above, but his premonition told him otherwise. 3 of them pounced on him at once, and he didn't bother to defend himself and simply jumped to the side, dodging. Their blades clashed, and the assassin asked if he had dodged their coordinated attack. The other asked who he was. A knight or a mage, perhaps? All 3 looked very similar. They were actually triplets, Draw, Jay, and Dekai. Zed looked at them more closely. They were similar, but each had their own unique mana. They cloaked their presence with mana, so he didn't immediately understand. What good is his 100 perception points if his mana is only 5? They ran towards him, and Jay remarked that this guy was a braggart, and his brother said he got lucky once, but he wouldn't dodge it a second time. MC then used the comprehensive transformation skill, and his lenses burned out. Seeing his red eyes, the killers were very surprised and exclaimed, "Why is he here?" They ordered the tramps to run. "It's a trap," and sparks began to quickly spread across the alley, capturing the killer's mana. The system notified him of the activation of Tough Fighter, temporarily increasing all his stats by 10. He had access to a new spell, Comprehensive Transformation, Falling Lightning. He glanced at the notification. Meanwhile, the killer ordered everyone to disperse, because if they stayed here, they would die. Zed began to gather a ball of lightning in his hand, and the further away the tramps got, the larger it became. The moment came. He clenched his fist and threw the ball at Jay, who was running along the rooftops. The killer failed to react and was hit, and the lightning strike roared, after which Jay fell unconscious. MC, looking at his hand, wondered if this was the power of second-level magic, and this with his mana at only 15. Maybe it was the power of lightning? He simply repeated the movements from the game, and the magic worked. The fact that he didn't need to cast spells was a huge advantage. Suddenly, the voices of the city guards were heard. They must have come running at the roar. He quickly ran into the alley, picked up Jay, and thought that the power was good, but it came out too loud. He needed to escape quickly. A second before the guards appeared in the alley, he managed to escape. They decided to inspect the scene, and as soon as they turned on the light, they saw traces of blood. Zed didn't notice it at first. The tracks led straight to his feet, and he glanced at the killer, wondering if he was wounded. The guards followed the trail, and he became nervous, thinking they were about to show up, and he thought he really wanted to resolve everything quietly. He calmly walked out of the alley, and they immediately shone a light on him, thinking he was a criminal, and he angrily asked them to put it away. Seeing his eyes, they immediately bowed to him and apologized for their tactlessness. They were patrolling the area and heard the explosion, looking for the culprit, but he didn't seem to be Master Tunda. MC thought they were talking about the 6th offspring of Arahan and told them his name, saying he was the 7th. Don't they know him? Although, how would they know? He'd been in exile the whole time. They excitedly apologized to him, and he said that if they were looking for the culprit of the explosion, he saw him running in that direction. They should quickly run after him. They thanked him for the information and gave chase in a false direction, and he sighed with relief. In the end, everything was resolved with a few words. It seemed that his status in the city of Arahan was absolute, which was not bad. He returned to the alley, raised his hand to the killer's mouth. Fortunately, he was still alive. The lightning strike was stronger than he expected. He picked him up and walked deeper into the darkness. They walked like this for several minutes, and then the voices of his brothers were heard. Zed ordered them to show themselves, and they both immediately obediently appeared before him. They apologized to him for their insolence. They deeply regretted that they dared to show hostility to the offspring of Arahan. Will he show generosity and let their brother go? They even laid down their weapons and began to bow to him, tearfully begging him to let their brother go, and promised him that such a thing would not happen again. MC said that it was ridiculous. They were murderers, and they were talking about brotherly love. They don't care about the lives of others, but they want to save their own brother. They answered him. They simply learned the art of killing to survive. They only killed idiots who oppressed commoners like them and committed vile deeds. They swear that they never killed innocents. Zed noted that they just wanted to finish him off, to which they replied that it was because this was their home. Sometimes those who want to take over their territory appear, and because of this, they lost many comrades. That's why they reacted so harshly. They committed a mortal sin. MC thought that besides him, there were probably plenty of people who wanted to get their hands on the Neca City underground. He asked if it was true that they didn't kill innocents, and they excitedly swore to him on their brother's life. He said that if it was true, it was impressive. Such orders probably don't pay well. They responded that all they wanted was for their families to live safely. Their teacher, who taught them the art of killing, always emphasized this. Zed thought that murder was evil, but for the commoners oppressed by the nobles, the Kinzera brothers were probably the only hope. He told them that he would let them go, but he had one condition, that they bring him to their boss, then he would cure their brother. These words made them nervous and silent. Despite the fact that their brother's life was on the line, they refused him. They could not betray a comrade to save themselves. He said that he wanted to meet with their boss to buy information from him. They should not be afraid. He had no intention of harming them. One of the brothers exclaimed that everyone said that when they tried to get close to him, but the boss never sold information. He replied that he knew this, and promised them that even if the deal fell through, he would not harm their comrades. They remained silent, and he asked if they didn't believe him because it wasn't a knight's oath. They answered that it was hard for people like them to trust the words of nobles. He thought that it was no big deal. If they had agreed right away, he would have doubted their sincerity. He put their brother on the ground and said that there was no other way out. Let them tie him up. He raised his hands and said that they could put a blade to his throat and blindfold him. It seemed that this was the only way to earn their trust. Because of this, they were confused, and he said that if they didn't believe him even after this, then he would not let their brother go. He believed their words. Let them show their trust now. The brothers exchanged glances and said that they would take him to the boss. Now they would close his eyes. They put a bag over his head, tied his hands, and he thought with a grin that the time had finally come to meet the king of the backyard. Time passed. and Zed felt like they were going in circles, so he asked if they were trying to trick the black cohort. If they weren't, then they shouldn't try so hard and lead him normally. Do they think the black cohort doesn't know where their boss is? They told him that even they couldn't know where their boss was, and MC said that it seemed like they didn't know Arahan well. If the black cohort he was dealing with were here, they would not only know where their boss was, but they would also be trying to get to him with all their might, so they should just take him there. Dekai turned to him and asked if they were really nearby. He told him that he didn't know, but he knew for sure that they would never be able to compare to them, no matter how hard they tried. He wasn't downplaying their abilities, it's just that the black cohort was in a different league. The guy said that he understood everything, and after a while they were already in some basement. When they arrived, they pulled the bag off his head and Dekai approached the boss. A man named Eddie, who didn't fit in with the general atmosphere, asked, "Who is this? Have they forgotten the rules?" The guy apologized to him, saying that he wanted to negotiate with him about something, and Zed thought, "Is this really the king of the back alleys?" Eddie ordered him to stop talking nonsense and immediately lead him. Meanwhile, the MC took out a bottle of holy water and handed it to Draw, telling him to let him drink it. He asked what it was, and he answered that it was holy water, and if he drank it, he would quickly recover. They kept their word, and he should keep his. Of course, he felt a little sorry to give them the bottle, but there was nothing he could do. Now it was the only way to cure him. Draw bowed to him in gratitude, and Zed approached the king of the back alleys and said that he wanted to talk to him about something. He ordered him not to bother him and to get out of here. Then he snatched the book from his hands, causing his indignation. But this also made him look at him, and then he saw his red eyes. But Eddie was not surprised. He inquired how he got here, and then cast a displeased glance at the killer and asked, "Is this how they betray him, although he trusted them?" He excitedly said that this is not true at all. He promised not to harm the boss and the others. Eddie let out a chuckle and, snatching the book back, asked, "Haven't they heard this nonsense enough times? All nobles are idiots." MC thought that he was a genius among geniuses who does not forget what he saw once, and Eddie, looking him over, noted that he was young, but this is not Tunda Arahan, and his face is unfamiliar. So, he is the same youngest son who was thrown into exile. He confirmed this, saying he hadn't even expected him to know about it. The man grinned and asked what he wanted to talk about, but there was one problem. He wasn't interested. He asked in response how he could be sure without hearing him out. He chuckled and said that everything is so simple for the nobles. A sack of gold, or the legalization of commoner status. Isn't that true? Zed remained silent, and he returned to reading, saying that he thought so. He continued to observe him, and thought that he had tried many times to gain a position, thanks to his sharp mind, but each time failed because of his low birth, after which he hated nobles and began to consider everyone around him stupider than himself. It was just like in the game. He said that he was offering neither money nor legalization as payment. He would pay him with information for information, which he would buy from him. Eddie remarked that it was funny to buy information with information. He asked, "Isn't that what he wants?" He asked in return why he had such thoughts, and he thought that he couldn't help but know about him, since contact with him in the middle of the game was crucial, like a hidden figure. He asked, "Are they saying he remembers everything he saw once?" He told him that he really had a good memory, but he shouldn't jump to conclusions, and then MC looked at his desk and said that he seemed to like reading, but there was nothing here except these books. So, he was throwing away what he had already read. He laughed and remarked that he was quite perceptive. What else did he notice? He answered him that he noticed that he had developed a desire to negotiate. You could tell by his posture, because he turned towards him, and he turned out to be right. Eddie smiled and said that he would listen to him. Then he said that he needed everything about Arahan, or more precisely, information about his brothers. He asked if it was because of internal strife. Information could be money, a weapon, and sometimes a shield, but he missed the most important point. What information would he pay for? He would answer him that he would give him information that he didn't know, and he remarked that he wouldn't know it until he heard it. He knew almost everything there was to know. Zed asked him to give him the information first, and then he would tell him everything. This made him indignant and exclaim, "What kind of conditions are these? His information could be useless." He replied that they were in the same situation. Could he possibly know more about Arahan than he did? Eddie said that was just ridiculous. He himself had come to him because he was panicked. He replied that he had come thinking that maybe there was something he didn't know, but if he didn't like the conditions, he should just forget about it. Noticing how he was thoughtfully tapping his finger on the armrest, he thought that the basis of any deal is understanding what the other party wants. He had studied him well, and he knew nothing about him. This weirdo was simply obsessed with information. He needed to try pressing harder. He got up from his chair and said that since he didn't want to negotiate, he was leaving, and the man didn't stop him. He walked into a dark tunnel and thought that there was no need to rush the deal. Thanks to the Kinzera brothers, he found him quickly, and now he had some time to spare. In any case, he would be the first to contact him, so he was in no hurry. He heard footsteps behind him. The triplets bowed to him, and Ki said that thanks to the holy water he gave, their youngest was almost recovered. It seemed that this was not ordinary water, and they were very grateful to him. He was ashamed that he did not trust him because he was a nobleman. MC said that among nobles there are sometimes good ones. He is not the type to break promises. Tikai almost burst into tears and said that he had never met a nobleman like him. If it were anyone else, it would never have occurred to him to save their younger brother's life. Dra asked if he could know his name. He introduced himself, and the triplets bowed to him, thanking him again. They would remember him for the rest of their lives. Zed thought that it seemed so, and he had warnings about the assassins. They really are deeply loyal to each other and do not betray their comrades. Maybe they are not as bad as he thought. He wanted to leave, but an idea occurred to him and he turned to the triplets, asking, "Are they the Kinzera?" They confirmed it, and he thought that the 4th circle for assassins is an impressive level, and there are 3 of them. If he takes them on, they will be a serious help in the upcoming fight. He invited them to join him, after which he returned to the king of the backwoods, who looked at him with a smirk and thought that it was obvious. His feigned composure will not fool anyone. Information about the brothers will soon become a matter of his survival. He asked, why did he come back? He pretended not to be interested and left. He stated that he wanted to buy the Kinzera brothers, and Eddie did not even understand what he said at first. When he realized this, he was very surprised and said that he would pay for them with information. He raised his hand, asking him to wait, then asked if he came back because of those guys and not because of information about his brothers. He answered him that he did not need information about his brothers. He thought again and decided that it would not be beneficial for him. Eddie's face darkened. He was silent for a few seconds, thinking about this, and said that there was one problem. They were the commanders of the squads of their organization, and he was the main commander. MC said that he was ready to pay a decent price, and he answered him that the price would be much higher than he thought. He wants to know everything that happened to him since leaving captivity, how he got out and what he did after. He will not accept less. He thought that money is not important, but if he satisfies his curiosity, then it will be quite valuable. The return of young Arahan from captivity is enough to pique curiosity, but he won't reveal his secrets so easily. Zed noted that his ambitions were rather shallow, which immediately made him jump up from his chair indignantly and say that he thought he would demand something more grandiose. Apparently, everyone lives according to their own standards. Eddie was very angry. He grabbed him by the clothes, called him a pathetic puppy, and asked if he thought he was so special. He was simply born into a noble family, a good-for-nothing, talentless fellow who was lucky with his origins. He began to threaten him, but seeing his intense gaze, he retreated, and the triplets worriedly asked him to stop. He was, after all, Arahan's offspring. He coughed awkwardly and took a few steps back, apologizing to him, but he momentarily lost his temper. And what conditions would he offer in his place? MC asked who was in front of him now, and he answered that he was Arahan's offspring, but he already apologized. He admitted his mistake. Zed gave him a displeased look and said that in his place, before hating the nobles, he would think about how to use them. Now was the right time for it. He asked, so he wants him to use him? He replied that he had studied his obsession with information well, but in the underground, access to it is often limited. He agreed with him and added that nothing could be done about it, and he noted that he still does not understand anything. Let him come out of the underground into the light. There he will help him. Eddie stared at him in surprise. He understood what he meant and said that he must not understand what he is talking about. MC said that he will provide him with a building in a prestigious area. Let him open a detective agency there. The world is ruled by nobles, so by working for them, he will be able to obtain much more information. He got excited and exclaimed, "Does he think he can't rise because of money? A commoner can't own real estate." He told him that he wouldn't be the owner of the building. He'd just be a tenant running a business there, and he'd also be stationing a Mahodan squad there to guard it. Aren't these terms more than generous? He's offering to partner with him. He'll help him do what he wants legally, and in return, he'll provide him with information. They'll help each other. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Eddie imagined it. He'd be able to get the information he needed and a Mahodan squad. But could he be trusted? He asked. Was he serious? Would he really provide him with all this? He told him that he didn't break his promises, and the triplets confirmed this, nodding vigorously, and Eddie thought about it. This was the chance of a lifetime. All the important events happen among the nobility, and you could only get a pittance from the vagabonds. And a Mahodan squad to boot, this was a real diamond fortress. He couldn't pass up such a chance. He shook his hand, declaring that he agreed to become his partner, and he remarked that this was an excellent decision. But deals usually require collateral. He knows that. He needed information about his brothers and the Kinzera brothers. This would be his entry fee. Time passed. He gathered all his allies and went to the great Arahan estate. Seeing the majestic black building and the huge gate, he thought that they were finally here. Ryu looked up at him and said that it seemed like he hadn't slept at all yesterday. Is he okay? He noticed the dark circles under his eyes and told him that he should be asking him about that, and he laughed, saying that he just couldn't wait. Zed had spent the entire previous night memorizing the information received from Eddie. What he told him destroyed all his notions. The brothers' friendly forces inside the city, their expenses, even the personal information of the servants. How and where he gathered all this remains a question. If you give him wings, he will truly fly. Now he just needs to buy time to grow stronger within the Arahan lands and survive the fratricidal struggle. And today is critical in this regard. His position will completely change depending on how he passes this test. They approached the gates, and the guards ordered him to dismount and identify himself. But seeing his eyes, they quickly realized who he was and said they had been informed of his arrival. MC approached them and asked them to show him the way. He was returning on the orders of the clan leader. The guard agreed, but those behind him could not enter, to which he replied that they were his companions, and he vouched for them. The guard apologized. Entry was prohibited to outsiders without the clan leader's permission. He frowned with displeasure, thinking that the hitch had arisen on the very first step. He could certainly force his way in, but breaking the laws of the Arahan lands was not the best choice. He approached Lacto and asked him to wait here. He would be back soon. He responded by telling him not to worry about them and to take care of himself. An old man's senses couldn't always be relied upon, but he had a bad feeling. Zed told him not to worry, everything would be fine. After which, he looked at the Kinzera brothers and said that he was counting on them. They nodded to him, making it clear that they would do everything as needed, and the guard invited Zed to enter the estate. He followed him and thought that now he was responsible for their lives. He needed to keep a clear head. He would not be nervous. He had prepared as much as possible. A mage is driven by profit. He needed to focus on that. He had only accidentally ended up in Arahan's body, but from now on, to survive, he must act without mistakes and completely as Arahan, their 7th youngest offspring. A mage who puts profit first, he must play this role and win the favor of the clan leader. And then the moment came. The doors to the throne room opened, and his father, Zenedin Arahan, motioned for him to come closer. MC knelt before him, greeting him, and tried to calm his body, which was trembling with fear. The man asked how he felt about returning to his home after a long separation. He replied that he felt the same as before. The clan leader's powerful aura was still strong, and the bone-piercing chill had not changed. At his words, the man laughed loudly, so loudly that a vibration rippled through the throne room, which made Zed even more nervous. His ears popped, and his vision blurred. Zenedin said that it seemed like he was saying he could sense his aura, and he nervously gritted his teeth, asking in response how he could assess the level of a great mage. He plucked up his courage and looked up at him, thinking that he was one of the 2 greatest mages in the entire empire, the one who had killed all his brothers and taken the throne. Zenedin noted that he had changed a lot in the time they had not seen each other. In his memories, he was a fragile child. He remarked that the word fragile did not suit Arahan, and the man laughed again, saying that he was right. It was impossible for his offspring to be a brat who did not sense mana. They say he discovered the power of lightning within himself. What does he know about this power? MC answered him that he knew it surpassed the 4 main elements, and he said that in Arahan history, there was no precedent for someone gaining a power other than fire. How did he gain the power of lightning? He was surprised. He showed interest in lightning, something he had not expected. He replied that he believed that Arahan's blood contained limitless possibilities, so this should not be surprising. His father asked, so he wasn't surprised that he had acquired the power of lightning? He answered that he had heard that such a power appeared once every 100 years. Such a blessed power, of course, must belong to Arahan. The head of the clan was very pleased with his words and laughed again, and Zed thought that with each chuckle his insides were turning inside out. Finally, the man calmed down and said that he hadn't laughed like that in a long time. He called him because of the power of lightning. Let him study it and develop it. If he achieves significant results, he will be of much greater value than any others. MC thought that eventually he wanted to add the rare power of lightning to the list of his achievements. Was he really ready to use even his youngest son, who had returned alive? Perhaps it was even for the best. If he had his own plans, he would not kill him right away. He bowed his head, saying that he obeyed him. But Zenedin said that despite all this, he could not ignore his action. He knew that the slaver DeVito was connected to their clan. He confirmed it, and he slammed his fist on the armrest in rage, exclaiming, and he still executed him? And he even used the despicable Bahal for it. Zed thought the madman was showing his true colors. Now the real game would begin. He said that he had done nothing to harm the clan. Slavers were those who had to be dealt with sooner or later. They ran counter to the emperor's goals, and he believed that they would harm the plan in the long run. Zenedin noted the contradiction in his words. Slavers brought great long-term benefits. After all, they dried up the seeds of the South. MC thought that up until this point, everything had gone as he expected. Now he must carefully choose words that would please the clan leader and convince him. He said that he believed that there were unfair and fair benefits. His father asked if he thought the profits from slave traders were unfair. That was absurd. Profit was profit. Zed thought he was 15 now, so he was simply displaying the stubbornness of a 15-year-old. Let him consider this a mistake acceptable for his age. He asked why the first clan of the empire should take dirty money. The Arahan should have only the shiniest coins, even if they were gold. His father paused for a moment and called it all sophistry. Then why did he accept help from Bahal? No matter how young and inexperienced he was, he couldn't help but know that they were their enemies. MC replied that Bahal was acting on imperial decree. Their paths simply crossed by chance. It wasn't help from them. His father became angry and exclaimed, "How dare he lie to him? He received an invitation from Bahal and even a white horse as a gift, and he says he didn't accept their help." Zed clenched his fist and said he didn't understand something. He wasn't invited, he was kidnapped, and he showed off Arahan's pride to the head of the Bahal clan. And this wasn't a gift, but a trophy, taken straight from the heart of enemy territory. Why was he scolding him instead of praising him? They lost their white horse, which they considered their exclusive property, and it ended up with him. Moreover, the very fact that Arahan was riding a white Bahal horse, didn't that enhance the clan's glory? He nervously pursed his lips and mentally asked him to believe this too. 15-year-old Zed sincerely believed that he should be praised for this, but his father's gaze was very dark. He firmly told him not to try to deceive him with his chatter. He clenched his teeth nervously, realizing it hadn't worked. But when his father said that if he tried to lie next time, he would receive the punishment he deserved, he was very surprised. Zenodin noted that there was logic in his words, that it was also true that one should praise, not scold. MC was completely perplexed. He knew he was lying, but he simply didn't pay attention to it. But why? Zenodin said that they would end it there. Now he wanted to hear what he wanted. Zed was speechless and asked, shouldn't he be asking? Let him say what he wanted. He thought he was confused, but first of all, he was here to get something. He bowed his head and declared that he wanted all the funds that were supposed to be allocated to his small estate all this time, and let him allow access to his estate for those he brought with him, and also provide him with a troop of Mahodan, like his brothers. Zenodin said that he would provide him with a troop, but from now on, its upkeep was solely his responsibility. He answered him that he understood everything and thought that initially the troop would be neutral towards him, but as soon as they were presented to his estate, his brothers would begin to establish contact with them, and then traitors would appear. The fact that their upkeep was his responsibility means exactly that. He needs to protect and support his people. His father asked, were those he brought the old man, the 3 dirty murderers, and the brother and sister from the poor? He confirmed this and said that he probably already knew, but the old man was Lacto Sherville. Those brother and sister would be his butlers, and the murderer would deliberately be used as servants. His father said that he could not allow Sherville to stay. He was a traitor. He would immediately arrest him and send him to the palace. MC immediately realized he wasn't serious. If he'd wanted to send him to the palace, he would have already enlisted the black cohort. He was simply testing the extent of his knowledge. He said he wanted to ask him something. Were the Arahan involved in the Sherville clan's rebellion? He asked why he thought so, and the latter replied that, as far as he knew, the Sherville didn't trade with the Arahan, but only with the Martin clan, which was why he asked. Zenodin immediately laughed and asked if he thought he'd pay attention to such pathetic worms. It was funny. The Martin might be second among the magacrats, but they were just losers, not worth an Arahan's little finger. What reason was there to hinder a worm's death throes? Zed thought. So they weren't involved? Fortunately, he hadn't brought Lacto into his enemy's clan. In that case, he'd asked him to shelter Lacto Sherville, but his father had refused him outright. He couldn't let a traitor to the empire into the clan's lands. His father said that he knew they were falsely accused and that he should remove the stigma from his clan. Zenodin asked him for a reason, and he said that Lacto Sherville was the greatest master of magical items, and naturally, he should belong to Arahan. If he sheltered him and dropped the charges, it would bring glory both for saving the innocent and significantly strengthen the clan's power. He thought that he was unsure of everything else, but Zenodin should be pleased initially that he had found and brought him here. That was obvious. His father agreed. He would shelter him, but he would not drop the charges. Since he had brought him, let him deal with it himself. He replied that he understood everything and thought that it would be okay if Zenodin did not interfere. On the contrary, it was even better that way. He could make Lacto his own completely, and besides, it would give him an excuse to leave the clan's domain. The conversation ended. Zenodin watched him leave, and at his right hand appeared his faithful assistant, the commander of the Mahodan, Callus Rule. He asked him what he thought of him. Callus replied that he shared his opinion. He was very suspicious. Zenodin noted that on the outside he was a child, but inside he seemed to be an adult, and Callus said that he would not have been so confident during their first meeting. The clan leader grinned and asked if he had seen how cleverly he tried to deceive him. He was a very impudent guy. Callus asked, perplexed, and he simply forgave him for that? He thought he would punish him. The man laughed and said that his look was too determined. He thought that this look seemed to say that he would get what he wanted at any cost. Talent alone is not enough. Only someone who surpasses genius will be able to lead Arahan in the future. And he eagerly awaits what his youngest son will do. He will need to equalize him with the others. He told his assistant that he should be sent to the Temple of Silence. Let him mark an appropriate date. After some time, MC reached his estate, which by this time had already become a home for birds, spiders, and other creatures. Ryu looked it all over and said that it would be very difficult to clean here. But the Kanzera brothers were optimistic. They enthusiastically picked up mops and told the young master to rest, and they would finish here quickly. He thought that it was so unusual for him to hear such an address, after which everyone set to cleaning. While Zed was polishing the windows from the outside, a squad of 20 Mahudans approached him, and they greeted him. He immediately asked them how long they had all been in the squad, and one of the mages answered him that they all joined the squad no more than 3 months ago, all of them of the 5th circle. MC thought it was a pity that all the newbies were there, but besides those already captured by his brothers, they were the only ones left. He noticed some of them whispering, and thought that they seemed to be thinking the same thing, that they had messed with the wrong person. He approached them and said that in any case, he was glad to see them. He hoped they would get along. The guy awkwardly agreed with him and asked what he was doing just now. He answered that he was cleaning. The estate was in complete disarray now. The magician said that he understood why he was cleaning, but why was he doing it himself? He stared at him in confusion and asked if he thought he should just sit back while his house was being cleaned. He answered that there were servants for such things, and then he handed him a mop and said that it was good that he reminded him of that. Let them come and help him. The magician asked in confusion, so they have to clean too? He reminded them that they were assigned to a small estate, and the guy asked how they could do this. Then MC smirked and asked, so what? He can, but they can't. He was already tired of this noble trick with dividing into rabble. They didn't argue, they could only obey. After that, they entered the estate, and he ordered the water mages to wash the floors, and the wind mage should go and blow the dust off the roof. After that, everyone got down to business. The mages began to get indignant. They didn't learn magic for this, and Zed told them not to chatter. 2 mages conjured streams of water and began to wash the floor, and after a while, everything in this place was already sparkling, both inside and out. Now it was time for the distribution of rooms. MC showed Lisa and Ryu their accommodations, and he put Lacto in a separate room. Upon seeing their new home, Lisa exclaimed with delight that their room was simply magnificent, and Lacto laughed and said that it was too luxurious for an old man like him. Ryu remembered about food and asked Zed about it, and he realized that he had been so carried away by cleaning that he had completely forgotten about it. They had very little food, only a few pieces of bread. Since the existing food supplies were catastrophically short, MC wondered what he should do. He could not have imagined that in a noble clan they would have to worry about food. Ryu said that everyone was probably hungry, and Zed thought for a moment, then asked if the nearest place from here was the small estate of Tunda. The mage confirmed this and asked in surprise if he really planned to go to him. He asked in response, is there any reason not to? He nervously answered that he thought it would be better to look for another way. A visit by a brother to another's estate without an invitation is considered a declaration of war. He smiled and said that this was very good. He was just planning to go for a frontal attack. Meanwhile, there was a noise in the Tunda estate. The young master was capricious because there were onions in his food. He even threw the dish off the table and exclaimed in rage, why do they always bring him this? Can't they hear when he talks to them? His butler, Grace Monet, came to him with a new dish and reminded him that they were his servants. He should treat them better. He exclaimed in response that it was all because she always covered for them. That's why they behave like this. She better make them sound proper. She said that he shouldn't be so picky. If he only eats what he likes, it will have a bad effect on his health. He exclaimed that he hates onions. If next time they bring him this, he will simply finish them off. Grace sighed heavily and thought that this was such a tedious job. She was constantly indulging the whims of this child. Had the charm spell already worn off? Tonight she would need to cast the spell on him again, and a stronger one. Suddenly, an excited maid ran into the dining hall. She called out to the butler and told him that Master Zed had arrived here. Hearing this, she was very surprised, because he had come here without an invitation, and this meant a declaration of war. She ordered the servants to immediately gather all the members of the squad. How many were there? The maid answered her that the problem was that he had come alone. Grace looked at her in bewilderment and asked if she was sure. She confirmed this, exclaiming that he was right outside. But suddenly the door behind her swung open and Zed appeared in the passage. All eyes immediately turned to him, and he smirked and asked if he had interrupted their dinner. The mages immediately surrounded him from all sides, and he asked what this meant. They saw him, but no one even thought to say hello. A guy from the mage squad greeted him nervously and asked what brought him here, but he ignored him and turned to the butler, asking with displeasure, aren't she going to say hello to him? She remained silent, and wondered what this brat was expecting by acting so insolently. He was a brat, not even worth keeping an eye on, and that aura emanating from him. Had he really awakened his mana and been allowed to return? Still waiting for no greeting from her, he asked if she would remain silent. She hesitated for a moment, then bowed her head to him and introduced herself, thinking that she, the real power in this house, was forced to bow her head to some idiot. MC said that it seemed like playing at being truly powerful. had given her courage. She was so recklessly projecting her aura. She immediately looked up at him with a frightened expression and realized that this wasn't the brat she knew. What even happened to him? Not only did he come here alone, but he was also acting so brazenly. Does he have some kind of ace up his sleeve? She saw the priest's sign under his cloak and was even more surprised, and Tunda stood up in a rage and exclaimed, "Isn't he going to greet his older brother? Has he completely lost his mind? Does he even understand what he's come here for?" He answered him with a smile that he had nothing to say to him. He was just a puppet. Tunda slammed the table in rage and exclaimed, "What puppet? And he had just spoken to him informally?" He asked. "Does that bother him?" Tunda exclaimed that of course it bothered him. He was his older brother. After that, he lit a flame in his hand and said that since he was here, it meant war. He had recently learned a new spell and wanted to try it out. He thought he would be the perfect test subject. This fire would make him immediately remember how to address him respectfully. Grace asked him to stop, and he ordered her to step aside. He was going to teach this ill-mannered idiot a lesson. Then she grabbed his hand, asking him to stop, and he, calming down his flame, exclaimed in displeasure. What was wrong with her? She had heard him talking to him. He had called him a puppet. She asked him firmly again to stop. She would explain everything to him later. For now, he should just calm down. She sat him back down in his chair and apologized to Zed for his rudeness, and he remarked that the servants here were quite smart. Grace thought that a priest's guarantee was an emperor's guarantee. If there was any trouble with this guy, by imperial law, an investigator would be sent to Arahan. If the investigator set foot on clan land, his mana channels would be cut off. That's how much the head of the Arahan clan hated the emperor, but she couldn't act directly. For now, she just needed to politely escort him out. She smiled and asked why he had come here, and he remarked that it was funny. For a simple butler, she had too much ambition. She ignored this and asked him what was going on, and he decided to start by saying that there was nothing to eat in his estate right now. He would like them to share their food with him. She clutched her head tiredly and asked the servants to bring all the remaining meat and bread. When they had packed everything, she went out to see him off and asked if that was the end of his business. He answered that that was all for today, but starting tomorrow, they would see each other much more often. After that, he rode away on a horse, waving goodbye to her, and she clenched her teeth in anger. Returning to the estate, MC immediately ordered the earth mages to dig a hole and the fire mages to make a fire, and they happily set to work at the sight of such food. When the meat began to fry, they were very happy, and one of them asked how many years they hadn't had an outdoor barbecue. Apparently, since they joined the Arahan clan, this was their first. The mage agreed with him. After all, it was unspokenly forbidden, and the guy told him to stop. Making a fire and frying meat is the culture of knights. Naturally, in their magical families, this is forbidden. At that moment, Zed approached them. Upon seeing him, they immediately began apologizing to him. He asked if mage families really forbade outdoor barbecues. The man confirmed this. Be that as it may, knights use up a lot of stamina, so they eat meat wherever they can. He asked, so this delicious food is forbidden just because it's knight culture? He thought it was complete nonsense. He'd never heard of such a thing. It was probably because he'd hardly played a mage. The mage nervously said that knights were originally barbarians, and they were noble mages. But MC didn't let him finish and asked, so he wouldn't eat this meat? He replied that he didn't mean that at all. Then MC sat down next to the fire and said that their lives were so tiring. Let them just eat whatever they wanted. Why even think about such things? From now on, they shouldn't pay attention to any nonsense like unspoken rules or prohibitions here. At least, on his estate, he wouldn't scold them for it. Let them do what they want, eat what they want. If they do their work conscientiously, he won't hold them accountable. They were very happy with his words, and he, smelling the aroma of meat in the air, told them to start eating. Everything was ready. The next morning, he immediately went about his business. Yesterday, he declared war, so now he needs to act without delay. They came to some man to buy a building from him, but he didn't want to give it to him, and even lied that this building was the only property his late father left him. But Zed knew everything. He said that he was aware that the documents were in his name, but the real owner was Tunda. The man was surprised, his reaction showing that this was true. He thought that Arahan's offspring usually didn't buy buildings in their own names. Otherwise, they could easily be identified by other siblings after a simple investigation. And he was going to use exactly that. They entered the building, and the mage threateningly slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming that if he made the young master wait any longer, trouble would follow. He thought this was just a simple building purchase. MC thought that, of course, this wasn't a simple purchase. It was a signal shot, announcing the beginning of a power struggle. The man, confused, said that he didn't have the documents. Naturally, they were with young Master Tunda. Zed placed the documents in front of him and said that he had foreseen this and prepared for it. Let him sign. If there was a sales contract, it would be enough for the mayor to certify it. He would give him double the price for the building and personally vouch for his life. But if he didn't sign it, he would die right there. The man nervously asked, will he really guarantee his life? He replied that he always keeps his word. he swears on his name. After that, the man obediently signed everything, and he looked at the document with a smile. From that day on, he was the owner of this building. After that, he went to the mayor, Douglas Hooper. He checked the purchase agreement and confirmed that the owner of the building was Warren Beatty. MC asked if the notarization would be completed immediately. He answered that this was a legal transaction, so after paying the remaining amount, there shouldn't be any problems. He remarked that it was a very wonderful system, and Zed agreed with him, both with the house documents and here. There are too many cases of theft. Such a double system of control is necessary so that no one suffers unfairly. Zed thought that someone would suffer greatly and unfairly because of this deal, and the mayor remarked that he was a very unusual person. Usually, the offspring of Arahan don't buy buildings in their own names. He knows the reason, right? He replied that he knew, but it was none of his business. He thought he had no reason to create vulnerabilities by using front men. At that very moment, Grace's loud scream was heard outside the mayor's office. She ordered the guard to let her go. He knew who she was, but he dared to block her path. He turned to the door and thought that here was the very person who would suffer unfairly. An enraged woman burst into the office, blazing with aura, and the mayor exclaimed in displeasure that she knew that the use of mana was prohibited here. She exclaimed in response that this was simply ridiculous. Didn't he break the rules? MC asked what she meant, and she exclaimed, he asks this because he doesn't know? This building was the property of young Master Tunda, and he wants her to remain silent after he stabbed her in the back like that? He replied that he had no idea what she was talking about. The owner of the building was listed as Warren Beatty. Grace was furious. She warned him that he was making a huge mistake. How was he going to deal with the consequences? Was he that confident? He responded by saying that she was the only one making a mistake here. What was she even counting on? Shouting so loudly? Did she not understand the situation? She released an even more furious aura and said that as young Master Tunda's butler and a mage from the Monet family, she promised him that he would definitely pay for today. He noted that since it had come to a threat now, he would also warn her. Be it revenge or a favor, he returns what he received tenfold. And should she forget the motto of the Arahan clan? If she attacked him, she would lose everything. She couldn't respond to this and left, and after a while, Zed brought Eddie here. He looked around this huge building and asked if he really owned it. He confirmed and said that it was now under his control, and he turned to him with a smile, admitting that he doubted he could handle it, especially so quickly. He was much more decisive than he expected. They went inside, and Eddie gave him a list of magicians hiding in the city, and he asked, perplexed, why he needed it. He asked in response, didn't he need a teacher? For Arahan, becoming stronger is the goal of life, isn't it? Or is he mistaken? He doesn't have a suitable mentor, does he? MC thoughtfully touched his chin. In fact, he had already thought about this. He thanked him with a smile for his concern, and he answered him that he was not doing this out of gratitude, but for his own benefit, so that he could become stronger. Zed glanced at the list and asked who he would recommend to him. He answered that he would definitely recommend the person number 1, Krang Gutra. He didn't even need to look at the others. He wasn't familiar with the Gutra house. He replied that he'd never heard of them, and he told him that the Gutra were mercenaries who were famous in the West. MC interrupted him and asked, he's a mage, but also a mercenary? He replied that for small houses, mercenary work is the best way to earn money, although the reputation is usually mediocre. Tiki said he heard someone mention the Gutra. They say it's better to hire one Gutra than regular mercenaries. Eddie confirmed this. He's a master of his craft, hence the high price. Only the wealthiest nobles hired him. Zed thought for a moment and threw the list on the table, saying that he needed to learn from him. Eddie said that people were just talking, that he was a special mage, not like everyone else, and that he was an excellent fighter. The triplets immediately shut their mouths, and MC laughed and said that Krang must have a lot of experience if he was a mercenary. Eddie said he does reconnaissance, assassinations, he can do literally everything. His survival skills have already been honed in battle. For him, this is the ideal mentor. He shouldn't even consider the others. He asked why he needed such a long list then, and he didn't know what to answer. Meanwhile, Tunda was furious. He swore he would finish this guy off. How dare he touch his building? He called out to Grace and exclaimed, has she been doing nothing all this time? Does she know how much money this place brings him? Growing influence requires funds. She warily touched her forehead, and he exclaimed that she had told him all this herself. Losing patience, she abruptly got up from the table and walked towards him, asking him to look into her eyes. She used magic that seemed to enchant him. Then she touched his face, casting her spell on it, and told him to calm down. He was making too much noise. Immediately after that, he became submissive and apologized to her, and she walked away from him and suggested that he start thinking about how they could finish off Zed. She sat down on a chair and relaxed, then turned to him with a smile and asked if he was ready to give her money from his fund. He confirmed this, adding that he would give her as much as she wanted, and she suggested that he hire the best thugs, and if they were exposed, they would charm them so that they would remain silent. He agreed with her, and she, stroking his head, said that he was so sweet. She was pleased when he obeyed her so submissively. Meanwhile, MC arrived at the best hotel in the city, Libera. A man at the entrance greeted him, and he said that he was looking for one person. Zed went inside and Eddie followed him, but the man stopped him and said that he could not go in there, only nobles entered. Such were the rules here. He, of course, was indignant, but Zed also said that there was nothing to be done. he would have to wait. He sighed heavily and said that he was so offended. This world is so dirty, here only nobles are considered people. MC agreed with him, and then he entered the hotel, the interior of which was very luxurious. He looked around in delight, wondering what all this showiness was for, and approached the girl at the reception, asking if he could see the guest list. She told him that he could see the list of regular guests but not the VIP ones. Such were the rules. She apologized to him and said that she would show him the list of ordinary guests right away, and he thought that this Arahan birthright infuriated him. Since she was not afraid of him, one of his brothers was probably the owner of this hotel. He looked around and thought that with such money, he was most likely the heir, so his name would not help here. The girl gave him the list of ordinary guests. He quickly ran his eyes over it and realized that Gutra was not here. They say he is a mercenary with money, so this is not surprising. It seems even Eddie is having trouble finding it. So how is he supposed to find it now? Suddenly, a disgruntled old man's voice was heard from the second floor of the hotel, exclaiming that he had never seen a more ridiculous hotel. He ordered Werthel beef, and they gave him this crap. A hotel worker came up to him, asking if everything was okay, and he ordered him to bring him real beef. Do they think they can fool him? The hotel worker apologized to him. All their beef is from Werthel. There must have been some mistake. The old man angrily ordered him to shut up. He has been eating this beef for years. Does he think he can't tell the difference? MC frowned with displeasure and thought that this old man was a bore, and suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. He is thin, bald, eccentric. That's what Eddie told him. He immediately went up to the second floor and thought that this was not so much eccentricity as simple arrogance. He approached the old man, and indeed it was Krang Gutra. He turned to him and said that he had been wondering where this nasty energy was coming from, and now he understood who it was. He looked at him in confusion, and the old man got up from the table and walked past him, saying that since his morning had started with Arahan's face, the day would be terrible. Zed was completely confused. He looked after him and thought, what is he saying? No matter how eccentric or arrogant he is, speaking so rudely to Arahan is unacceptable. Does he hate them or something? They both left the hotel, but MC did so a little later than the old man. Eddie immediately ran up to him and excitedly asked, "Did you see his sign?" It was Krang Gutra. He told him that he knew that. He had already met him. Noticing how upset he was, Eddie said that he had told him that he had a very eccentric character. He told him it wasn't eccentricity at all, just capriciousness. Eddie smiled awkwardly and noted that true solitary masters are always special. He thought he wasn't suited to be his teacher. If he didn't like him, there were other candidates. He tiredly touched his head and asked, "But aren't the others magicians of the 5th or 6th circle?" The guy confirmed it, and he figured he was exercising and eating well, but his magic was stuck at the 5th level. He needed to change something, and he wasn't someone who meditated to grow. And since he didn't really have a choice, he ran after the old man. MC asked, by the way, does he by any chance harbor a grudge against the Arahan clan? Eddie asked again, against whom? Krang or something? Well, he's a very private character. Without the tattoo, he wouldn't have guessed he's from the Gutra clan. Zed asked again, that one on his forehead? Eddie answered, yes. Claws and fangs, that's the Gutra symbol. There it is. MC said he was just talking about Vertison beef and then went to eat the meat. He thought, wait, last time Taurus Bahal promised to give him the highest quality Vertisan beef, which is supplied only to the Bahal clan. If we start a conversation through this, he's not an ordinary mage training in meditation. Naturally, he doesn't need a typical mage as a teacher, so they need to talk again. Although he's annoying, of course. MC approached him and asked the master to forgive him. Krang screamed, what a nightmare. What a nuisance during a meal. Why is he here again? Someone ordered him to collect money for a hotel room? Horrible. Damn idiots. Zed thought, no need to talk. He just has a dismissive character. Okay. Let's drop all this. He turned around when suddenly he saw an attack headed his way. His eyes widened in fear when suddenly Krang appeared in front of him and shielded him. The blades flew to the floor, and Krang dusted off his hands and asked, who are these people? Zed looked at him in surprise and asked, did he focus mana on his finger to block? Krang turned around in surprise and asked, does his eyesight seem good? Does that mean he could dodge? MC answered, yes, but the master moved first. He thought it was truly impressive that he defended himself without looking at the dagger and even moving in such a short period of time. Krang told him not to think badly. If he dies, it will be problematic for him and those with him. Although now is not the time for talking, MC thought. The murderous aura intensified. A scream was heard. It's a fight. Quickly, step aside. The warriors surrounded Krang and MC, who thought it looks like Grace Monet is already acting. Krang asked, didn't he say so? After all, he said that they are hunting him. MC answered, he knew it from the start. Krang asked, should he help him? Zed answered, a youngster is still a youngster, no matter how many of them there are. Krang said in surprise, even as Arahan, he has a lot of confidence. He thought, if Arahan dies, he will get a headache before his eyes. First, he will observe. If it becomes dangerous, then he will help. The guy said, Krang, let him mind his own business and get lost. He replied, he didn't see anything. Let them do their business. He can't miss such a sight. The guy turned around and asked, what? He doesn't understand the words at all? Someone said, the Gutra clan. All the guys asked again, Gutra? The legendary Krang Gutra. The boys fell to their knees and cried out, let him forgive them for not recognizing the great elder. Let him forgive them. Krang replied, He had never had such junior comrades. The boy said, "They are mercenaries from the Jatma group." MC turned around and thought, "Let them look at them." They looked down on him. The boy said, "It is an honor to meet a legendary elder in the mercenary world." Crane cried out, "Mercenaries? They are mercenaries? Since when do mercenaries take assassination orders?" He was covered in bright mana and frowned. "They are not mercenaries. They are simply ignoramuses who cannot distinguish impurity from dirt." The boys bowed and asked for forgiveness. "Things are going badly now, and there is such a large order. They could not do anything to feed their families." Crane cried out, "And this is what they call an excuse? Heirs must follow principles and justice. He who does any job for money is not a mercenary, but a guarantor." The mercenaries asked for forgiveness. These are the words of a worthy elder. MC thought, they will sink deep into his heart. Krang said, "What a stupid situation. In any case, since they took the task, they must see it through to the end." Someone asked, "Right?" Krang replied, "Since he accepted it, then seeing it through to the end, that is also the position of a mercenary." The guy answered, "So?" He understood. "Then after this mission, they will never take an assassination contract again." Krang waved his hand after them and said, "That's good. Then let them do their job. He will not interfere." The mercenaries surrounded MC and cried out, "Yes!" MC thought, his soul is really unsettled. This is not a joke on people. The system window reported, magic, comprehensive transformation used. He changed his appearance and covered himself in mana, and Krang thought, not an aura of fire, but lightning? There is a child in Arahan who discovered lightning. The mercenaries asked, "What is that?" Krang thought, "This is a scary aura." A loud cry was heard, "Sir." Fighters appeared next to him and asked, "Sir, is he okay?" MC asked, "How did they find out and come?" The guy answered, "The order came to them through beggars first. It seems they didn't know that they were following him." Zed asked, "They wanted to hire them, right? The money must have been pretty big. They were obviously very angry." The guys screamed, "Sir, does he know who this man is?" MC replied, "They should know for sure. Let him say who it is." The guy replied, "Revealing the client is the basis for a mercenary." MC asked, "Right? If I interrogate him, he will tell me himself." He thought, he already has a suspicion. Zed ordered him to make these idiots kneel before him. The fighter rushed to attack and shouted, "Yes, sir." He released mana and rushed to attack, and the other fighters clutched their weapons in their hands. Krang said, "The younger comrades have completely screwed up. They shouldn't have interfered. They need to retreat before they lose their lives." "Are they at the right level to deal with them?" MC asked. "Does he want to stop them?" Krang replied, "Even if you torture them, their mouths won't open." Zed frowned and said, he would do it himself. "They are under an illusion spell. Until he removes the spell, they want to speak, but their mouths won't open." Krang said, "He can't discern such petty magic, which means he's still far away. If it's magic, he can remove it. How about making a deal with him?" MC asked again. "A deal?" Krang smirked and replied, "Lightning and his real power. He's interested. If he defeats him in a duel, he will grant his wish." Zed looked at him with displeasure, and Krang said, "Well, he's not saying he really has to defeat him. It's impossible. But if he at least touches him, let him think he's won. That's not bad, right?" MC asked, "If he wins, will he really grant his wish?" Krang replied, "Yes." "Does he agree to the deal?" MC replied, "Of course." He smirked and offered right away. He clenched his fists and thought, he also needs to check. Does Krang have the qualifications to be his teacher or not? Krang walked forward and said, "This is very straightforward." He likes it. He came right up to Zed and asked, "Is it too crowded here for a duel?" MC looked at him questioningly, after which he evaporated and the guys shouted loudly, "Sir!" After a moment, Krang asked, "Is this his first time teleporting?" He turned around and said, "This is the outskirts of the city. No need to worry. He comes here when he is bored." Well then, he ordered Zed to begin. MC thought. The terrain changed in an instant. He said, "Teleportation, as far as he knows, is only available to high-level mages, at least the 7th circle. He is a 7th circle mage master?" Krang laughed and asked, "So he's clinging to these insignificant circles? What can I say? Mages and knights often take them as the sole measure of strength, not realizing it's pointless." Zed asked, "Does he mean to say that circles aren't important?" Krang replied, "There are things far more important. In a real fight, victory isn't determined by a circle. Many other factors influence the outcome. For example, experience in deadly battles, familiar sensations that have become automatic, things like that." MC thought those were the right words. The younger knights, Clark and Bahal, were much higher in circles than him. If you think about it, circles only measure his power, but that can't be considered an absolute measure of strength. He didn't think they shared his views. In this world, he was the first to emphasize something other than circles. Krang asked, "Why is he staring so intently? What? He doesn't agree with him? What can I say? That's the limit of those called the mainstream. They think their path is the only correct one." MC replied, "No, he agrees. This is what he felt on his own skin, having fought many opponents." Krang asked again, "Many opponents?" "He's talking a little pointlessly, boy." Zed clenched his fist and said, he will show him that his words are not a lie. He began to spread mana in different directions and shattered the ground under his feet. Krang said in surprise, "Let him look again. What an aura. In vain they call it a dream attribute." MC said, "He should make every effort. He doesn't want to listen to excuses later." Zed thought, first, he is using a stereotype. The idea that a mage always keeps his distance. Even a mage of the 7th circle, if you quickly get close in a moment of confusion, you can get him. He grinned and said not to worry. A predator gives everything, even hunting a rabbit. MC shouted, "Well, he will begin." He quickly rushed forward, clenching his fists and thought, this is it. He just needs to stretch out his hand to reach. Still, Stereotypes aren't so easy to cast aside. Krang smirked, prompting MC to question it. He directed mana toward the old man who blocked the attack. Pillars of mana struck near him. Krang asked, did he feel it? If he had hesitated even for a moment, his body would have been pierced. MC thought that if he had been even a tenth of a second late, that's exactly what would have happened. He was talking about a predator, and with all his might, so he really wasn't joking? By the way, he didn't see him cast the spell. Krang laughed and said that the more he uses it, the more familiar he becomes. It's natural. Familiarity means the ability to use it instantly at any moment. After all, lightning is famous for its explosive power. He figured out the peculiarities of the aura and sped up. That's impressive. He's smarter than he looks. Zed frowned and thought, a nightmare. He asked, doesn't he even look surprised? Krang spread his arms out to the sides and asked, the mage punches? And he wasn't surprised? He just assumed beforehand. MC asked again, did he assume? Krang waved his finger and said, the stance he took at the beginning. A stance unfamiliar to him, apparently specializing in close combat. Is he right? MC asked. How could he? Is this really a stance he's seeing for the first time? Krang laughed and said, the chin, the solar plexus, the ribs, they all cover a person's vulnerable spots. And this is a stance that allows you to use your leg at any moment. An ordinary mage wouldn't stand like that. Zed thought to figure out the essence with one glance. He said, he has amazing observation. Krang said if that's all, he's deeply disappointed. He sat down on the floor and offered to see if he had a hidden trick. MC thought, a nightmare. He's not taking him seriously at all. He needs to approach with extreme caution. His observation skills are great. He instantly recognizes the feature when it's activated. Confuse? Then activate the feature and attack. Krang said, this is funny. He wants him to get confused? MC frowned and thought, this is his last chance. He needs to be extremely careful. Krang yawned loudly, raising his hands up. Zed quickly rushed next to him and thought, this is an obvious provocation. A nightmare. He almost threw himself. Krang screamed, he endures. He has no pride at all? MC thought, this psychotic old man. The system window reported, the S-rank tenacious fighter feature has been activated. MC frowned and thought, it will work this time. He extended his hand forward, and the system window reported that all stats had temporarily increased by 10 points. He hit Zed on the head from behind and thought he had hit. Suddenly, he saw emptiness in front of him and thought, a doppelganger? Krang laughed and asked, had he ever seen such a fool? MC asked, what? Krang said, he is so focused on his tactics that he doesn't take the enemy's plan into account at all. Zed thought, a magic seal? Really? Right now. MC's body was covered in chains, and Krang said, a predator crouches before hunting. Zed thought, a nightmare. Krang spat and said he's completely trapped. Let him admit defeat, then he will let go. MC thought, it's hard for him to breathe. He didn't even know the gap was so big. The old man ordered him to drop his stubbornness. If he continues, he will die. MC thought, it's over. He closed his eyes when suddenly the system window reported, the feature Tenacious Fighter rank S is deactivated. Fighter. Yes, he was a fighter from another world. This is the life he wanted. Truly. He wanted it. He likes this world, full of the strong, where he can live as an eternal fighter. But why is he acting like this now? He said it himself. Maybe he considered himself a rabbit even before the battle. He forgot about the 50-50 chance, forgot the fighting position. Victory begins with believing in yourself. He can't end like this, MC thought, until his last breath. He must be a predator. The system window reported, the feature Tenacious Fighter is activated. All stats are temporarily increased by 10 points. A new spell is available, Falling Lightning. Krang saw mana above the chain and asked, does he still have strength left? The system window reported, magic Falling Lightning is activated. A bright light shot into the sky and then towards Krang, whose eyes widened in surprise. Krang screamed, this terrible idiot, is he tired of living? Multiple system windows reported that the Falling Lightning spell had been activated. Krang screamed, this is just madness. Can he stop right now? MC's bright mana broke the chains and MC said he admits he is incredibly strong. He has a lot to learn from him. Krang said in surprise, what a stubborn idiot he is. Zed said, but victory will still be his. He broke all the chains and joyfully said, and when he wins, he will become his mentor. Krang asked again, what, a mentor? So that he can teach the brat from the Arahan clan? He would rather die than be disgraced like this in his old age. MC said, he will still win. He doesn't have a habit of giving up. Never. Krang smirked and said the psycho can kick as much as he wants, but he won't even touch the hem of his robe. The jokes are over. Now that he sees his attitude, he will have to crush him completely. MC replied that if he wins, he will have no choice whether he wants it or not. Krang asked if he really believes he can win. MC replied, a 50-50 chance. Krang smirked and said 50%. He's insolent. Zed said he'll just give it his all. Krang extended his hand towards him and told him to keep in mind that if he gets into trouble, he will finish him off. He doesn't care if he's Arahan or anyone else. MC asked him to act. He really must strike to the death. Krang spoke with bewilderment. It seemed he had completely lost his mind. He extended his hand to the sky and released his mana. MC looked at it and thought, this is the magic of the 8th circle, the Spear of Destiny. Zed's eyes widened in surprise and he thought, he knows this magic. The spell that many players chose the Mage class for. He said Spear of Destiny, 8th circle. He didn't think he was hiding such a trump card up his sleeve. Krang cried out in surprise. What? How dare he bring it to this? Krang held his mana above his head and said he was sorry it had turned out this way. It looks like he really will have to die here. MC replied. He can't retreat now. Let him take his last move. He wondered if it was possible to survive the Spear of Destiny's strike. No, the probability was 0, but it was precisely in this hopelessness that his chance lay. Krang aimed his attack in his direction and ordered him to die then. He clicked his tongue loudly and said, "He's an idiot. Sometimes you need to know when to give up." The bright mana from the explosion reflected in his eyes. The system window reported, "The Immortal Warrior feature, rank S, has been activated." A bright glow illuminated everything around, and Krang screamed, "What?" He saw a silhouette in front of him and screamed, "What is that?" MC approached him and grabbed the old man by the neck and arms. After a while, Krang's eyes widened in surprise and said, "How is that even possible? He survived. What a sight. He lost to that brat. What a shame at his old age." MC laughed lightly and asked, "Did he think it would be any different? How could he even hope to outsmart him?" The old man said, "All his clothes are in rags." He thought, it's been 7 years since he gave up that dog-like life of a mercenary. He thought he had no more goals in life. But now, looking at this monster who dispels magic with sheer willpower and stubbornness, he stood up and asked, "Are they saying they kept such a natural-born talent locked up? Xenodin, this guy is just crazy." He thought, he heard. He awakened his mana just recently, but such growth. A couple of years will pass, and he will be the one who will rule the empire. No, he will become a new absolute, like Temud. If such a person appears again, great turmoil awaits the empire. But if he follows him, perhaps it is quite feasible. The old man kicked MC with his foot and said, "Stop lying around, let him get up. Every second counts." How much strength did he squeeze out of him? He put his hand on Zed's body and asked, "Did he damage the magic circuits?" He widened his eyes and screamed, "What? What? Not even the first circle? The quality of mana is divine, and the channels are terrible. This is simply impossible. How is this even possible? Is he a genius or a cripple?" Krang widened his eyes and wondered who had brought him there. Only he knew about this place. Krang looked at Zed and said, "Apparently they made too much noise with lightning and the Spear of Destiny." The knight screamed, "Young master?" Krang clicked his tongue loudly, and the boys quickly rushed to him and shouted, "Young master? Old man, what did he do to master?" The old man ordered them to shut up. They should better get lost if they want to live. The boy asked, "What?" "He is an old man." Krang said he sees the black Kogoroth crawling into every hole. How annoying they are. The man in the robe asked, "He is Krang Gutra, right?" The old man asked, "Does he know his name? Does that mean he is a high-ranking person?" The boy stamped his foot and said, "He is the commander of the black Kogoroth, Robin. He greets the hero of the great magical war." They were ordered to take care of young Master Zed. Let him allow them to check on his condition. Krang chuckled, and releasing mana, told them to try if they can. Robin said, "It was the Arahan clan. Is he seriously going to challenge Arahan?" Krang replied, "He is not going to kill his student with his own hands. He is just unconscious, so let them get out of his way and get lost." Robin asked, "What? A student?" Krang released mana in their direction and ordered them to get lost, he said. Robin thought, even the black Kogoroth can't handle him. He'll need at least a commander on the level of Mahodan Kalis, but they can't return empty-handed. He asked to at least check his condition. They'll just make sure and then leave. They're asking him not to interfere. Krang replied, "No." Robin said even he, Krang, won't survive if he goes against Arahan. He knows that perfectly well. Why did he suddenly appear here and cause trouble? They heard he enjoys the life of a hermit. The old man said, but even in his old age, he has one goal, and they stand in his way. He released mana towards the boys, and one of them ran up to Robin and said, "Commander." Robin frowned and said, "The clan leader ordered us to return." Krang laughed and said, "That's a wise decision. Since he didn't risk attacking personally, he didn't." Robin frowned and said, "However, he'll have to pay for today's humiliation later." The old man said, "Stop wagging your tongue, let him disappear. One more word and he will rip his jaws apart." The voice said, "Arahan always keep their word. They don't know when this day will come, but let him wait. It won't be long, they will meet again." The warriors evaporated and Krang spat to the side and said, "All Arahan and Arahan, they are annoying idiots. How annoying it all is. It was worth him showing stubbornness once, and the price is already exorbitant. Old people need peace, and not all this." He looked towards MC and thought, he knows that he is not an ordinary mage. That's why he still leaves him alive. This guy, he is a true child of Arahan. If he were born in another world, he would live a much calmer life. A clan that pits brothers against each other for power. However, maybe it's for the best. Such a monster needs to be kept in check, and he will cope with it. A heavy burden fell on his shoulders. After some time in Eddie's hideout, MC woke up and thought, this place. This is Eddie's hideout. He got up in surprise and screamed, A voice rang out. Did he wake up? A kid so he can sleep. The guys shouted, "Young master, is he okay?" "What a relief." Zed asked, "What happened?" The guys asked, "Does he remember? This man. Looks like he's his mentor now." MC repeated, "Mentor." He thought, right, he won. Krang looked at him thoughtfully, and Zed looked away and asked, "Why are the Jatma mercenaries here?" The guys answered. Krang removed the illusory barrier. They were just about to find out who the customer was. MC said, "Krang." He said he wouldn't interfere. Krang asked again, "Is he saying that?" His memory is failing him. Old age is no joy, he understands that. MC answered, "Yes." After a while, he put a chair down and said who the customer was. It was clear without further ado. Tunda's butler, Grace. The guy cried out in surprise, and Zed thought he was being too dramatic in his surprise. With such lousy acting. He said, however, he won't punish him. Ralph shouted, "What, really? Does that mean he's letting them go?" Zed answered, "But there's one condition. Let them inform Grace that the mission has failed due to unforeseen circumstances. Ralph asked, does he want them to become double agents? MC replied, he's a smart boy, and when she gives the next order, let him report to him personally. They must remain mercenaries, loyal to Grace. Did he understand the task? Ralph answered, yes, of course. MC thought, now is not the time to touch Grace. He is waiting for the moment to eliminate her and take over all of Tunda's forces in one fell swoop. He said, well, let them go, and they must play their roles convincingly. He thought there is a risk that they will betray, only if Krang doesn't side with him. The legendary mercenary Krang and the butler Tunda. They understand perfectly well whose side is more advantageous to take. The guy interrupted his thoughts and said, young master, by the way, Ryu asked me to convey a message urgently. MC thought Ryu was his butler now. So news from the clan? He asked. What happened? The guy replied, a ceremony will be held at the Temple of Silence early next month. The butler's council ordered thorough preparations. Krang sat behind him, yawning, his mouth wide open. Zed asked, the Temple of Silence? The guy answered, yes, there will be some kind of initiation ceremony and an audience with the clan leader before departure. MC thought about it. The Temple of Silence is a place for the pureblood ritual and obtaining the status of heir. He asked, he's not yet 20. Why the rush? Who's participating? Him and Tunda? The guys answered, yes, exactly. Zed wondered what the clan leader had planned. Being the heir has both pros and cons. The advantage is that you can leave the clan lands and travel freely throughout the empire. As with Taurus, they will be assigned clan missions. But along the way, the brothers' intrigues will begin. A power struggle is looming. After all, failing a mission means losing everything. A weakling will lose the chief's patronage and the elders' support. MC thought the beginning of next month. Less than 10 days left. So much needs to be prepared. Krang folded his arms and asked, will training have to be postponed until returning from the Temple of Silence? MC said, exactly. Looks like it will be fun. Krang laughed and said, okay. As he promised, he will teach him, but on one condition. Fee, 100 gold coins per month. Only then will he allow himself to be called a teacher. MC replied, he heard he had a lot of money. After a while, Ralph was on his knees and crying. He screamed. That woman mercilessly finished off 5 of her men. She declared that this was payment for failing the mission. The guys covered the young master's retreat. They had no choice. MC said it was a shame that this had happened. He asked for his sincere condolences. Ralph replied, no, the young master had nothing to do with it. Gutra's words were true. They are considered expendable. Young master, let him help them take revenge. MC placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Grace will die at their hands. He sat down next to him and swore on the honor of the Arahan clan and his own name. Ralph fell to his knees and shouted, thank you. They are in his debt. After a while, MC asked, Eddie, how much strength does Tunda have left? He replied, there are 2 buildings and 1 pathetic information network on the outskirts of the city. MC asked again, an information network? Eddie replied, yes, they are disguised as a merchant guild. They gather information, freely snooping around the city. Zed replied, I understand. He turned to Eddie and Kinzera and said that work would soon be found for them. They replied, anything. Yes, let him command, sir. MC looked at Ralph and said, and the Jotma mercenaries, he will take care of them for now. Let them be housed in the Eddie building. No need to worry about money. Ralph thanked him and asked how he should send them for such a favor. He frowned and said, young Master Zed, he needs to be careful of that woman. She had an inhuman gaze. MC asked again, is he talking about Grace? Ralph answered, yes, her aura, it was truly ominous. It seemed to him that she was ready to start a bloodbath at any moment. He asks him to be extremely careful. After a while, Krang asked, tomorrow, right? The ceremony at the tomb. MC answered, yes, master. He thought for a moment. Time had flown by during the preparations. The artifact he ordered from Lacto was also only delivered today. He continued to monitor Grace's actions. She'll definitely try something tomorrow during the ceremony. Krang asked, well, how does he like his new hideout? The whole of Neka is spread out before their eyes, right? Zed asked. He didn't just invite him to admire the night view for no reason, did he? He's actually very busy. Krang sked and said, there's no romance in him, kid. What's going on in his head? After a while, MC looked around and said, he sees, he's thoroughly prepared. Krang folded his arms over his chest and replied, whenever he takes on something, he does it perfectly. When he returns from the tomb, let him get ready. It's going to be hot. Zed said, that's what he's counting on. Krang grinned and said, he's an insolent boy. Okay, enough chatter. Let him try to break it. MC asked again, use falling lightning? But then they'll reveal their location. Krang ordered to forget about lightning, puppets and such. He needed to smash it with his fist. MC clicked his tongue, and Krang screamed, a kid dares to shoo a teacher? The system window reported, the lightning embodiment spell has been activated. Zed clenched his fist and thought, it looks fragile, but this mana stone will only yield to a first circle mage. He's afraid it is impossible for him yet. Krang told him to do it faster, and MC replied, yes. Yes. He punched the ball and looked at it in surprise. He was able to smash it, and Krang said, as expected, let him try the next one. Zed replied, okay. He clenched his fist again and punched the ball, which split into 2. Krang screamed, no, but how? MC said, this stone is designed for the second circle. Krang spoke, those who control mana have rings. They form at the heart. 1 ring, 1 circle, 2 rings, second circle. MC replied, yes, he knows that. Krang said so, but he doesn't have a single completed ring. He's barely collected half. Zed closed his eyes and thought, in Last Saber, the maximum stat is 100 points. Every 10 points is a first circle, so with his 5 mana points. Krang said, simply put, He's not even a first circle. He's half a circle. Usually when mana awakens, one ring forms at once. Does he know what that means? MC replied. He had no idea. Krang said with displeasure. He's an idiot. That means he's crippled. He's incomplete. Others have a ring right away, and he has a stub. MC thought, is this old man serious? Krang frowned and asked, but does he know what's funniest? This cripple with half a circle just smashed a second circle stone to dust. Zed asked, so what? Krang punched him in the head and asked again, so what? Let him think with his head, idiot. Let him imagine what will happen when he reaches the 10th circle. Even at that same 10th circle, he will be head and shoulders above any other mage. After all, the human body can only accommodate 10 rings. That's the limit. MC looked at him carefully, and Krang said, the conclusion is, he's a genius who may even surpass Temud himself. Temud Arahan, the character who began the story of Last Saber. Even the official lore of the game begins after the death of Temud, a man who stood on par with the Emperor, the strongest in the world. His mysterious death was the main intrigue permeating the entire plot of the game. MC asked again, Temud? Krang asked, was he surprised? He was unique, the only one of his kind in the entire history of the Empire, and he sees in him the potential to reach the same heights. Zed said he values him so highly. He thought about it. Although breaking a second circle stone with only 5 mana units is definitely not the norm, maybe it's because of that peculiarity? The system window reported patronage of an S-rank archmage. He wondered if it was a passive type and not active, as he thought. Then that would explain how half the circle was able to crush the second circle stone. But it's still strange. Immunity to poison and immortal warrior are what he received in the game. A tenacious challenger and a champion's noble soul are traits synchronized with this world. But the more he thinks about it, the less it suits him. He's hardly played mages, and it doesn't look like it's just a magic damage buff. Krang screamed, ungrateful idiot. He dares to see in the clouds when the teacher is talking? MC apologized, and the old man turned away and said, okay. Let him get lost already, and good luck to him tomorrow. Zed bowed and said, yes. Thank him for today's lesson. Krang said, a lesson? Let him prepare himself from now on. He won't give in. He's not going to give in either. MC's eyes widened and asked the mentor to stop. Krang turned around and asked, what else? Zed asked, will they have free time tomorrow? The next day at the Arahan estate, the guys were kneeling before Zenedin. MC looked at Tunda and thought, the illusory disguise is removed. Well, yes, he can't appear in front of the clan head like this. Zenedin asked if he knew what the tomb ceremony was. MC answered yes. It's a ritual to confirm the pure blood of Arahan. Tunda was shaking and saying yes, that's right. Zenedin said it was a pathetic sight. Tunda, let him shut his mouth. He's not asking him. Tunda answered yes, he understood. MC thought he should get this over with quickly. Zenedin ordered Zed to tell him what he would receive after the ceremony. MC replied that he would receive the status of junior heir and the right to wear the cloak of Arahan. He thought about it. The cloak of Arahan is a great magical artifact. It doesn't burn in fire and protects against most blades and arrows. But the right to wear it is much more important than the title of heir itself. Zenedin said this cloak is the legacy of their line, coming from the first head, the great Temud. To wear it means to become a true part of Arahan. That's why it's forbidden to take guards to the ceremony in the tomb. They must prove themselves worthy of wearing this cloak. And let them remember, from now on they will be judged as harshly as the other brothers. Zed thought, no indulgences for childish mistakes. This is his last warning. He said he will remember this. Zenedin said, it will be a difficult day. They can go. MC answered, yes. He stood up and looked at the shaking Tunda. He thought, what a pity. Zenedin looked at them thoughtfully and thought, so he doesn't even consider Tunda a competitor. He is an interesting guy after all. Callus appeared next to him and said, activity has been noticed on the part of Grace. They are awaiting his orders. Zenedin said, the Black Squad does not interfere. He wants to see how the youngest handles this. Callus cried out in surprise, but then the young master may not return alive. Didn't he show interest in him? Zenedin laughed and replied, well, if he doesn't survive today, then that's his limit. They'll see what he's worth. Callus replied, yes, sir. After a while, warriors gathered in front of the Arahan estate. Michael Keaton introduced himself and said he was the captain of the guard, responsible for security this time. It was a great honor for him to serve him, young master. MC looked at him and thought, the guards escorting them to the ceremony are made up of those who don't have mana. Their best bet is to fend off small-time bandits or third-rate mercenaries. Zed said he was pleased to meet them. He was Zed Arahan. He was counting on them. The road ahead was difficult, so they needed to hurry. Michael replied, yes, he was. Tunda pressed himself against Grace and said with tears in his eyes, Grace, he was so scared. She hugged him and said, everything's okay now. The audience was over, after all. MC exhaled and shouted, how long do we have to wait for him? Doesn't he see that everyone is waiting? He grabbed Tunda by the arm and shouted, he should be leading the procession, so why is he trailing behind? Grace asked with displeasure, what is he even thinking? Zed asked, can't he see how many people are standing around doing nothing because of them? Aren't he ashamed to cause so much trouble? It would take at least half a day to climb Mount Triman. Even if they hurried, they wouldn't get there until sunset. Grace asked, does he think she doesn't know? But even so, making a scene in front of the servants is too much. Zed asked again, servants? These people aren't just servants, they're officially hired employees of the Arahan clan. Looking at him, who would even believe that he's a noble scion of Arahan? Grace frowned with displeasure, and MC turned around and said, enough. If he understands, let him get up, and they leave immediately. Grace thought irritably, this idiot. They will see how long he can pretend to be incomprehensible. Soon, he will beg for mercy, but she will kill him slowly and painfully. A brilliant magician. After some time, people were climbing up the mountain, and Tunda said, "How can a person climb up here?" He turned around and shouted, "Grace, we should have prepared a carriage just in case. Does she seriously think he can climb up here on foot? This is nonsense." MC turned around and said discontentedly, "What's so difficult?" He thought, but it seems the others are also exhausted. They will have to make a stop. Zed said they will rest here for a while. Everyone shouted joyfully, and after a while, they sat down on the ground. Michael asked, "Young master, is he okay?" MC turned around and answered, "Yes, for him it's nothing." Michael said, "It's amazing." He himself was already starting to get out of breath. He didn't think a magician could have such endurance. Even Lord Rondo wasn't so enduring. Zed thought, Rondo, the name sounds familiar. Rondo, Arahan's eldest son, and a playable mage-class character in Last Saber. Now he's his rival. He's about 25 years old now, he thinks. MC turned to the captain and said, "It's time for them to move out. If they rest for too long, the body will cool down and only get heavier." Michael turned around and said, "Yes, he understands. They're moving out. Everyone gather." Grace screamed in displeasure. "What are they doing? Their master isn't ready yet." Tunda asked, "Are they leaving already? He wants to rest some more." Michael said he'll calm him down and they'll catch up. "Young Master Zed, please let him go ahead." MC thought, everyone suffers because of one capricious child. He walked forward and thought, but his body was filled with energy. It's been a long time since he's done a good cardio workout. By the way, they've already climbed quite high. Why has it become so quiet? He turned around and saw Michael carrying Tunda on his back. He screamed, "This brainless piece of dirt." He ran towards them and threw Tunda off Michael's back. He screamed loudly, "If he's of no use, then at least let him not interfere with the others. Idiot. Is it really that hard?" Tunda screamed. "Why is he yelling at him? This man himself offered to carry him." MC replied, "He only offered because he whined like a little child. Does he even know that you have to climb up to the tomb on your own?" Tunda pushed his hand away and asked, "What difference does it make to him, whether they carry him or not? Let him mind his own business." MC loudly ordered everyone to listen. If anyone helps Tunda even with a finger, he will personally hold them accountable. Climbing to the tomb on your own 2 feet is part of the ritual. Anyone who interferes with the sacred process will regret it. Tunda asked, puzzled. "What?" Zed screamed. "From now on they are adjusting to the pace of the vanguard. Anyone who falls behind will be left here. Is everyone clear?" He went ahead and the guys answered, yes, they understood. At the top of Mount Triman, the guys fell to the ground and said, "They finally made it." They thought they would die on the way. They got there in record time. MC stood at the top and looked at the people climbing. The girls said, "Mr. Tunda is far behind." MC thought, Tunda, Grace, and the captain of the guard are still nowhere to be seen. The sun will set soon. They can't wait for them forever. He said, "He will go through the ceremony first." The girl looked at him and said, "But Lord Tunda is the 6th son, and he is the youngest." Zed asked, "Is there a rule for order? The first one in gets to go in. No point in wasting time." The girl replied, "That's true, but..." MC asked, "Head servant," she said, "isn't this her first time at a joint ceremony? It's not written anywhere that Tunda has to be first." The girl replied, "She understands," and asked him to follow her. After a while near the Arahan tomb, the girl said, "Inside, he will see a huge altar. It is forbidden to use mana there, and he is not allowed to touch anything except the altar itself." Then she asked him to go inside. MC thought, now that it's time, he feels a little uneasy. He went forward and put his hands in first. He thought, it's warm. He entered the tomb and his eyes widened in surprise. Zed thought, this is the Arahan tomb. How spacious it is here, as if this place is connected to another dimension. The girl followed him in and said that only the chosen few can enter here, not counting blooded Arahan. Of the servants, she is the only one with access. Does he see the altar ahead? That's where he will undergo blood purity verification. MC approached it and thought, wait, what if it turns out that he is not the real Zed Arahan? This is the tomb of Temud himself. It's quite possible that there is some kind of protection here. If the altar recognizes that the spirit in this body belongs to a person from another world, what will happen to him then? He looked at his hands and thought, the body belongs to Arahan, but the soul. The girl opened the box and told him to cut his palm with this dagger, and when blood comes, he should place his hand on the altar. After the blood is confirmed, he will be given the clan cloak and personal insignia. The girl looked questioningly at his thoughtful face and asked, young Master Zed, does he have any doubts? MC answered, no. She told him not to be afraid. His wound would heal immediately after the ritual was completed. Zed replied, that's not the point. Were there any cases when confirmation didn't work? The girl asked again, in what sense? MC replied, he meant what exactly happens when confirmation is successful. The girl replied, the altar will be illuminated with light, and that's it. Zed replied, I understand. He thought about it, and that's it, she's talking. For him, this isn't that's it at all right now. If there is no pure blood confirmation, he's finished. But after such a path, he won't be able to simply run away. Okay, come what may. They'll get by somehow. He grabbed the dagger and cut his palm. He looked at his hand thoughtfully and thought, strange, it doesn't hurt at all. MC exhaled and put his hand to the altar. He thought, okay, now nothing depends on him anymore. A voice rang out, "He's finally come," the one who answered the call. MC's eyes widened in surprise, and he pulled his hand back. The girl said, "Young master, you need to keep your hand on the altar until the end of the ritual." He looked at her and asked her to wait. Didn't she hear anything? The girl asked, "Excuse me, he just needs to keep his hand until the end. It will all be over very quickly." MC thought, so the head servant didn't hear anything. She asked the young master. Zed thought, this is crazy. He put his hand on the altar and heard the voice again. He had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. MC thought, how can he even talk to him mentally? Okay, he'll try this. He asked, who is he? The voice answered, he is the one who summoned him, and he is the one with whom this world began. Zed thought, he succeeded. He can hear him. He closed his eyes and thought, but what did he say just now? Summoned? The beginning of this world? Is he really Temud Arahan? The voice answered, yes. Zed thought, he knew it, but he still can't believe that it's really Temud. He asked, was it he who called him? Why him? Temud answered, he is the one who is obsessed with power. But at the same time he will not succumb to the temptation of falling. MC asked, then why did he call him? Temud said they have little time. When he becomes stronger, he himself will feel his presence. MC asked him to explain at least the reason. Temud told him to remember, the one who answered the call. He will always be by his side. He continued to hold his hand on the altar, after which a bright light appeared. The girl said in surprise, gold. The glow went out, and the girl asked why the light was golden. It should be scarlet. MC asked, is this the end of the ritual? The girl answered, strange. Never before has another color appeared. Why gold? Zed answered, the other brothers manifested the power of fire, and he has the power of lightning, hence the golden light. In any case, the altar lit up. Does that mean the ritual is complete, right? The girl asked again. Yes, apparently so. Zed thought, the secret of the golden light cannot be spoken of. If they find out that Temud's soul resides within him, they will truly take him apart piece by piece. The very thought gave him goosebumps. The girl cleared her throat and said, this completes the rite of confirmation of young Master Zed's pure blood. The cloak and personal insignia will now be presented. She handed him the cloak and insignia, and MC quickly put them on. The girl said, from this moment on, young Master Zed receives the right of heir. From now on, he is the 7th heir of the Arahan clan. The system window reported the character traits of Zed Arahan, whose class is Mage. He looked at it and thought, the stats are the same, the skills are the same. They say he was the greatest, but in the end, nothing has changed. Okay, where is Tunda? Night had already fallen. Keaton thought, pathetic creature. He looked to the side and heard Tunda scream. He shouted, take your hand away, plebeian. Zed approached him and said that since he had come, he should not interfere and quickly complete the ceremony. He had already finished everything. Tunda looked at him in surprise and screamed, this cloak. He's already finished? But how can this be? He really went before him? MC asked. Did he think they had just been standing here all this time and waiting for him? Tunda screamed. He was brainless. He was the 6th son. It was logical that the ceremony should have started with him. Zed said, what order? He shouldn't make him laugh. Then he would have risen faster. If he continued to rant, they would calmly leave without him, so he should shut up and go to the altar. Tunda pushed him away and screamed, how dare they treat him like this? Why did the youngest go first? How dare some chief servant even decide for himself? The girl replied, she was no longer the chief servant, but she was responsible for conducting the ceremony. She was also obliged to report to the head of the clan, without distortion, everything that happened here. Tunda looked at her fearfully and said, head. He asked for forgiveness and asked, maybe she doesn't need to tell the head everything? The girl ordered the young master to hurry, as it would soon get even colder in the mountains. He replied, yes. Michael looked at MC and approached him. He said, young master, the 7th heir, I have something to talk about. Let him step aside for a minute. After a while he said that halfway up the climb he felt someone's presence. But almost no one climbs Mount Triman. He was also worried about the reaction of Grace's butler. She didn't react at all. He couldn't believe that a 6th circle mage couldn't feel what he felt. Most likely she simply pretended not to notice. MC asked, so he thinks Grace has her own plan? Michael replied, yes, he thinks so. Zed said, in that case he needn't worry. Michael asked in surprise. As far as he knew, the relationship between him and the 6th heir was strained. So, has he understood everything yet? MC replied, yes. He was just about to discuss this with him, Captain. They will be attacked on the way back. Let them prepare for an ambush. Here, let him take it. Michael picked up the package and asked what it was. Zed replied, it was a device for creating a barrier. As far as he could see, there were 4 of them, and as soon as everyone was in place, the protection would activate. He thought, the flawless barrier ordered from Lacto. It was a high-level barrier that blocked mana within the area of effect. For a mage, it was death, but for him, an advantage. I wonder how quickly they managed to create it. He ordered Michael to stick them into the ground as widely as possible as soon as the fight began. Then the coverage would be greater. Michael replied, yes, he understood. Suddenly, MC looked around and said, it looks like the ceremony is over. At that moment, Ryu sneezed and said, it's so cold here. The atmosphere is eerie. So this girl dared to attack? Grace turned around irritably and asked, what is he looking at? He answered fearfully, nothing. Everything is fine. They went on and Ryu followed and thought, but he will definitely manage, right? Zed had prepared everything, right? Suddenly he looked up questioningly and thought, what? Where did he suddenly go? The attack will start now. He needs to warn Zed urgently. Suddenly an arrow pierced the guy's hand and he screamed, "It's an ambush! Everyone scatter! Security, stand on the defensive!" Ryu started to run and thought, Zed, where is he?" He stopped and thought, he's going to die like this. An arrow flew past him, but he dodged. MC screamed in irritation. He told him to stay in the rear. "Why is he here?" Ryu said with tears in his eyes. "Zed,